Hello everyone and welcome to Season 5 of Rex's Hangar for all of your binge watching / binge listening needs. This video will cover some of the longer overviews and deep dives on what I like to call the underdogs of the interwar / early World War II period. But before we begin, a quick announcement. Do you enjoy model kits? The plastic kind, not the fashion kind, though arguably both involve questionable amounts of adhesive. Well, you are in luck, because myself, Lord Heartthrasher, and History of Everything are once again running a model making competition. The premise is simple. You build something, we look at it, and then a select few are rewarded with prizes that may or may not improve your social standing, chief among them being a commemorative mug. Last year we had some absolutely brilliant submissions. We had everything from a perfectly sensible Panavia Tornado to the utterly deranged Zwilling Bolton Paul Defiant, and even some Elbonian-themed submissions, like the glorious Elbumba. Now, if you haven't watched the Elbonian live streams, this may not make sense, but trust me, it was awesome. In other words, creativity is heavily encouraged, and common sense is optional. The rules of the competition are as follows. 1. You must start your kit on or after the 1st of September. To prove this, you will be submitting a photo of the untouched kit with the date written on a piece of paper. 2. It must be your own work. Bribing a small child to build it for you is not permitted. 3. 1 entry per person, so let's try and keep the chaos manageable, please. And 4. Fun is strongly encouraged, though not legally enforceable. In the competition, there are, like last time, 3 categories, with 2 prizes in each. The first is figures, so that covers things like Warhammer, Gundams, busts, or anything vaguely human-shaped. Then you have the vehicle category, which is probably going to be the most popular one like it was last time. This covers tanks, planes, ships, spaceships. If it has wings, wheels, or a keel, it will count. And then we have the most entertaining category, although the one that doesn't get a lot of submissions because it does require a fair amount of commitment. There is the Schmekalka category, the unholy art of kit bashing. Last year we received abominations such as Percy the Panzer, proving that some of you should not be left unsupervised with glue, although it is hilarious. Final submissions will close on the 10th of December, so be sure to be finished by then, and links to the entry form for the competition and the Discord server are in the description and in the pinned comment. Happy building, and good luck. Now, back to binge watching / binge listening. The Heinkel He-112 was a sleek, elliptical-winged aircraft developed in the mid to late 1930s. It could have been Germany's frontline fighter at the start of the Second World War, had it not lost out to the Messerschmitt Bf-109. However, it still has a rich history. It's also a somewhat confusing history, with numerous prototypes and subvariants being built, and it was exported to several countries. For this reason, I shall cover the general development of the aircraft first, and then go into its service history, as even some of the prototypes would eventually see combat, and mixing all of the relevant information together would get too confusing if I wanted to cover this from a purely chronological perspective. Along with this, quite a lot of research went into the production of this particular video, and that's why it's a bit longer than usual. In October 1933, the recently appointed Reich Minister for Aviation, Hermann Göring, penned a letter to Germany's aviation manufacturers expressing the need for a lightning-fast courier aircraft, along with a veiled suggestion to replace the word courier with fighter when the rest of Europe wasn't looking. This letter was then reinforced in 1934, when the Reich Air Ministry quietly issued a specification for a single-seat fighter to replace the outdated Heinkel 51 and Arado 68 biplanes. This specification was issued to select manufacturers, including Heinkel, Focke-Wulf, and Arado. Willy Messerschmitt's design joined the competition later, and the development of that prototype will definitely be covered in its own video. In the meantime, all manufacturers would eventually be awarded a contract to produce 3 prototype aircraft each, and so the race was on. The RLM specification called for a single-seat, single-engine, all-metal monoplane that could achieve 400 km an hour at an altitude of 4,000 meters. The design work at Heinkel was created by the brothers Walter and Siegfried Günther. Design work had already begun in 1933, after the initial letter from Goering, and this was then updated to meet the new specification. The V1 prototype of their aircraft, now designated the Heinkel 112, was completed on the 1st of September 1935, less than 18 months after the initial contract was issued. The design was inspired by the Heinkel HE-70, nicknamed the Blitz and recently covered on this channel, and it retained many of its design characteristics, notably the reverse gull wing. Like the previous design, it had a monocoque fuselage with an oval cross-section, and both the wings and the fuselage were built from light dural alloys. Its retractable undercarriage had a wide track, and combined with the open cockpit, it was expected to have good ground handling characteristics. It was designed to be powered by the Junkers Dumo 210 engine, but these were not available at the time of completion, and the V1 prototype was completed with a Rolls-Royce Kestrel engine instead. Soon after its completion, the initial test flights of the V1 prototype began. Heinkel's chief test pilot was generally satisfied with its handling, but it was observed that the overall airframe drag was considerably higher than expected. Concerns about its maneuverability compared to the competition were also raised, the large span and deep chord of the wings being considerably larger than any of the other competing prototypes, but nevertheless, the prototype's overall performance met and even exceeded the official specifications, and so it was sent on for further evaluation. After reviewing the results of the initial test flights, it was agreed that the large, thick-profile wing had to be changed. Therefore, near the end of its construction, the V2 prototype had its wing redesigned. The tips were clipped back, and the wing root was straightened. These changes technically put the wing loading above the thresholds of the specification, but only by 0.05 of a kilo, and this discrepancy was brushed aside in a flagrant breach of German accuracy. The V2 competed in tests against the new Bf-109 prototype submitted by Willy Messerschmitt. At this stage, the 109 was considered the outlier, with Heinkel being the clear favourite. Messerschmitt, who at the time worked for Bavarian Aircraft Works, or BFW for short, had given his fighter the slimmest fuselage possible, and this resulted in a narrow, cramped cockpit that offered minimal headroom. The steep attitude of the aircraft on the ground, combined with poor forward visibility, a hinged canopy that made it difficult to look over the side, and a narrow track landing gear, gave the 109 incredibly poor ground handling characteristics that would hardly endear it to the test pilots. However, things were slowly starting to go against Heinkel. In March 1936, the V2 prototype was severely damaged in an accident, and it was hurriedly sent back to their Rostock facility for repairs. These were done in record time, but fate was apparently in a bad mood, and the newly repaired prototype was destroyed in another accident the following month. This accident, though a serious setback, was not fatal, as Heinkel had already completed their third prototype in January. This aircraft incorporated the latest modifications made on the V2 prior to its pancaking accident, and additionally the radiator had been redesigned, the tail surfaces enlarged, and it had been given an enclosed cockpit. It was also the first prototype to feature breech fairings for the intended armament, which at the time would have been 3 fuselage-mounted 7.9mm MG-17 machine guns. In early 1937, the V3 was assigned to rocket motor experiments, and with 1930s rocket technology being about as volatile as a sleet-deprived honey badger, it wasn't a surprise when the experimental motor exploded and partially destroyed the plane. The repeated design changes, accidents, and the occasional unplanned explosion had somewhat of a negative effect on members of the RLM Commission. By the start of 1937, they were already considering the Bf-109 as the new favourite, and a document at one of their meetings, titled Bf-109 Priority Procurement, made a clear indication of their opinion. Despite this worrying development, the flight trials for Heinkel's prototypes continued at Rechlin. This was mostly due to a few influential members of the Commission who were personal supporters of Heinkel and his designs. As a result of their persistence, both BFW and Heinkel would receive production orders for 15 so-called Zero Series aircraft, and this led to the Heinkel 112A series. Heinkel had already begun construction of additional aircraft prior to starting the new A-series, and so the first aircraft to be completed under a new contract would be the V4 prototype. This aircraft was equipped with the more powerful Jumo 210DA engine. This was fitted with a two-stage supercharger and gave 690 horsepower at takeoff. Aside from reverting back to an open cockpit, the V4 was almost identical to the V3 before it had exploded, and it was reviewed favourably during its initial test flights. But before we take a closer look at the A-series in general, we'll explore the 112's role in the development of rocket-powered aircraft, as said role is not insignificant. By 1936, Dr. Werner von Braun's work on liquid-fueled rocket motors had reached the point where test aircraft were needed. Ernst Heinkel was a firm supporter of new ideas that promised advances in technology, and so he offered to donate a pair of older Heinkels as testbeds, these being an HE-72 and an HE-56. Eventually, as these experiments progressed and advanced, the need for a more advanced, high-speed aircraft emerged, and again Heinkel offered to donate. The first 112 to be used for rocket experiments was the 01 model of the new A-series. The liquid oxygen tank was installed forward of the cockpit, and the methyl alcohol tank was installed behind the pilot's seat, with the rocket motor itself being mounted at the extreme rear of the fuselage. Unfortunately, during an early unmanned test, the rocket, which was started remotely, exploded on ignition and completely destroyed the aircraft. Undeterred, Heinkel donated another 112, this time the V3 prototype. Before the tests began, it had the tail enlarged and the fin and horizontal stabilizer were reinforced against the expected thrust of the rocket engine. This time, the static tests were successful, and after several of these were completed, the rocket-powered 112 was prepared for its first flight. Erich Varsitz, a former Rechlin test pilot, was assigned to this dangerous task. As a safety measure, the aircraft's Jumo engine was started first, and when it was running warm, the rocket motor was then ignited. Immediately, the aircraft exploded, with the Jumo engine being flung high into the air. But, miraculously, and against all odds, Varsitz was thrown clear of the blast and walked away with only minor injuries. Again, von Braun was undeterred, and when he made a request for a third aircraft, Heinkel sent the V8 prototype, which would incidentally be the last of the A-series before things moved on to the B-series, a topic we will look at shortly. To avoid a repeat of previous failures, a more cautious approach was taken with the rocket testing on the V8, with the first tests being conducted with half fuel loads, and then a test flight with the aircraft being flown under traditional engine power alone. After this, a second flight took place, with the V8 climbing to 2,600 feet under engine power. Varsitz then shut off the engine and ignited the rocket motor, probably not without some anxiety, but this time it worked, and after 30 seconds of burn time, the aircraft had accelerated to 460 km an hour. This marked the first time that an aircraft had been propelled in the air solely by the power of a liquid-fueled rocket motor. Following this, several other test flights were conducted with various fuel loads, all of which were done with Varsitz at the controls. Eventually, this progressed to takeoffs with the 112 under both piston and rocket power, and then finally, Varsitz conducted the first completely rocket-powered flight in August 1937, taking off and flying under rocket power before coming down for a safe landing. Tests were also conducted with rocket motors developed by Helmuth Walter, and indeed Varsitz came to prefer this over von Braun's designs on the grounds of safety. Walter's rockets used hydrogen peroxide and calcium permanganate as a catalyst. This resulted in a chemical reaction that produced thrust in the form of hot vapors rather than direct combustion. As a result of this, most of the 112's later rocket-powered flights would use Walter's engine. All of these rocket experiments would culminate in the development of the HE-176, an experimental rocket-powered fighter that first flew in 1939, again with Varsitz at the controls. However, little is known about this particular aircraft and the project surrounding it, as most of the documents regarding it were destroyed during the Second World War. Now, with the rocket experiments out of the way, we'll continue looking at the regular HE-112s. In July 1936, the V5 and V6 prototypes were completed, both being modified to meet the new A0 standards. Like the V4, the fifth prototype was also powered by the more advanced Jumo 210DA, and had two fuselage-mounted machine guns. In the late spring of 1937, this prototype was presented to a delegation of the Imperial Japanese Navy, who would eventually go on to purchase the airframe. The V6 prototype was completed as a replacement for the wrecked V2 model, and it was intended as the pattern aircraft for the planned Zero series. It was powered by the Jumo 210C engine, and this power plant would go on to become the standard engine for the HE-112A and B series. It also featured a revised radiator housing that was more streamlined than previous models, and like the V4 and V5, it also had reduced tail surfaces to improve its handling. As concerns over the Bf-109's development began to take root, Heinkel needed to call greater attention to his fighter program, and so he offered the V6 prototype to the Ministry of Aviation as a testbed for the development of a new concept in aircraft armament, the cannon-armed fighter. This offer was finally accepted, and the V6 was modified to a specification that required it to carry an engine-mounted Rheinmetall Borsig 20mm cannon. The Ministry was anxious to evaluate this new weapon system, and so the modified V6 prototype was deployed to Spain, for use with the nationalist forces there, in December of 1936, but more on that particular plane later. The last A-series prototype, the V8, was completed for various test purposes. It was equipped with an improved version of the Daimler-Benz DB600AA, which gave 910 horsepower for takeoff. Initially designed to test the engine's cooling system, the aircraft was later modified to be powered by rocket propulsion, as mentioned before. It survived these tests, unlike the poor V3, and would be converted back to a traditional power plant before also being sent off to Spain for combat evaluation. The employment of the A-Series 112s in general was especially varied, as Heinkel was trying to get as much exposure for his aircraft as possible. The first aircraft built, the A01, was meant to become the prototype HE-112C0, which was a proposed carrier aircraft for the envisioned, and ultimately fantastical, Kriegsmarine carrier fleet. As mentioned before, this plane came to a quick and spectacular end, courtesy of an exploding rocket motor. The A02 was sent to Rechlin in June 1936 to take part in formal evaluation flights for the series, and so it avoided the fate of exploding or crashing, much to the pilot's relief. The A03 was used as a demonstration aircraft at exhibitions in Switzerland and Milan, before it too was dragged off for rocket experiments. And the A04 was retained by Heinkel for further development evaluations. The production of the A-Series was curtailed when Heinkel began hearing rumours that the Ministry of Aviation was heavily favouring the Messerschmitt Bf-109. Though it was a worrying development, he remained confident and determined to continue development of the HE-112. At the same time, he realised that substantial changes were needed to improve his chances and keep the aircraft competitive. Thus, the remaining pre-production models that were still under construction were completed, but then work switched to a new, more advanced version of the 112. This new series of the HE-112 featured so many changes that it should deserve its own designation, but Heinkel was insistent on keeping it under the existing title. The first of the B series was not the most radical, but it still had some notable changes. It featured a completely redesigned fuselage and tail, a modified engine cowling, air intakes, and a new enclosed cockpit. The first airframe was known as the HE-112 V7, and it was rolled out in October 1936, with test flights running through till April of 1937. The first airframe that represented the transition to an almost full redesign was the V9. In essence, it was a completely new aircraft. New wing, new fuselage, new tail. There was barely anything left of the old A-series to be found. Unlike the previous models, which could be described as a bit bumpy looking, this was a sleek looking fighter. Much attention had been paid to streamlining, with both the fuselage and wings being covered in stressed skin and flush riveted. The old fixed radiator bath was replaced by a semi-retractable unit, which was mounted under the fuselage, and a smaller but more efficient elliptical wing was adopted. The V9 was powered by the Junkers Jumo 210EA, which gave a maximum output of 680 horsepower at takeoff, and this drove a 3-blade variable pitch propeller. This allowed for a top speed of 485 km an hour at 4,000 meters, which was in fact faster than the Bf-109B2 series. The V9 also had superior armament, coming with a pair of fuselage-mounted 7.9mm machine guns and 2 wing-mounted 20mm cannons. Unfortunately, despite the massive improvements, the decision had already been made that would seal its fate. In fact, this decision had been made by mid-1936, not by the Reich Air Ministry, but within the inner circles of Hitler's government. Pressed by time to achieve their political goals, they had favoured the design by Willy Messerschmitt. The unhappy task of breaking the news to Heinkel fell to Ernst Udet, a personal friend of Heinkel who had recently been appointed chief of the Luftwaffe's technical office. To say Heinkel was disappointed would be an understatement. He argued that the redesigned HE-112 was superior to the Bf-109B in several ways. It was 40 km an hour faster, it was more manoeuvrable, it had a better climb rate, it was sturdier, had better armament, and it wasn't a nightmare to handle on the ground. All of this was more or less true. However, Udet, whilst admitting that the Heinkel was better in some respects than the Messerschmitt, saw little point in occupying valuable production capacity with the construction of 2 fighters designed for the same role. He also countered with the point that Luftwaffe pilots had found the 109's shortcomings an acceptable price to pay for its performance, and that with its elliptical wings, the HE-112 was difficult and expensive to manufacture, whereas the 109 had been designed from the outset for rapid production. At the end of their meeting, he attempted to mollify the bitterly disappointed Heinkel by suggesting that exports of his fighter were welcome, and permission would be granted for any number of export licenses if he could find customers. Desperate to try and salvage anything from this disaster, and to try and prove his fighter was still superior, Heinkel took Udet at his word, and subsequently he initiated an extensive international sales campaign, one that would see the HE-112 serve in a variety of places. It didn't take long for the first customers to come knocking, and although prototypes were flying over the skies of Spain, the first export customer for the HE-112 would be Japan. Upon viewing the V9 prototype during its demonstration flights, the Japanese delegation placed an order for 30 HE-112Bs. They needed a fast interceptor, capable of combating the new Soviet aircraft encountered over the skies of China, particularly the bombers, and this well-armed machine would be well suited to the task. The first 4 models left Germany for Japan in December of 1937, and during the next year all 30 aircraft would be delivered. On the heels of the Japanese delegation came the Austrians. They placed an even larger order, totaling 42 units, in November 1937. However, in 1938, this order was reduced to 36 units, owing to a lack of money, and in the end these fighters would never even reach Austria, since the country was absorbed into the Third Reich following the Anschluss of March 1938. This left Heinkel in a bit of a bind, as the large production order of fighters was suddenly without either funding or indeed a customer. But then a new customer arrived in the form of Spain. Impressed by the excellent performance of the 3 prototypes that had been sent to them, the Spanish Air Force placed an initial order for 12 Heinkel 112s, with the order later rising to 18. 2 of these were immediately available and were shipped to Spain on the spot, followed by the rest during the first half of 1939. At the same time as this was going on, the V9 prototype, along with 2 other HE-112Bs, went on a European sales tour. One of the first countries to get a look at the new plane was Finland. During the spring of 1938, a Finnish flying officer had been sent to Germany to get first-hand experience with the HE-112, and in May of that year, a production model of the aircraft was sent to an exhibition in Finland. The 112 was tested by several Finnish pilots, all of whom reviewed it favourably. However, the aircraft was eventually rejected as the Finnish Air Force had already placed an order for the Fokker D-21, and they couldn't spare the funds for a second purchase. Another sales disappointment was met with the Netherlands, who eventually went with the Koolhoven Fk-58 and the Hawker Hurricane. And then in Switzerland, the HE-112 was passed over in favour of the Bf-109, much to Heinkel's frustration. However, after this, Heinkel's luck improved when Romania expressed interest in his aircraft. Surrounded by hostile countries, Romania was eager for any and all fighter aircraft it could get, and as a result, an order was placed for 24 planes in April 1939. This would eventually grow to 30 aircraft, with all of them being delivered between June and October of that year. Orders were also placed with Hungary, who expressed interest in purchasing a license to build the 112 domestically. However, this was eventually declined, and the Hungarians eventually turned to Italy for their fighter needs instead. Although none of his efforts delivered the breakthrough success that Heinkel was hoping for, as the 112 never entered into large-scale production, the few fighters that were built enjoyed a very active, and sometimes very long, service life. With that in mind, we'll take a brief look at that now, starting with Japan. The V5 prototype of the 112 entered the inventory of the Imperial Japanese Navy in the autumn of 1937. Contrary to some sources, there appears to be no official record of HE-112s seeing operational use over the skies of China. However, they were assigned to the IJN's air arsenal for evaluation. These tests included comparison flights against all similar aircraft types currently fielded by the Navy. Compared with the Navy's current frontline fighter, the A5M2, the 112 proved to be 65 kilometers faster, the climb rate was almost identical, but the maneuverability of the Heinkel was inferior to the Mitsubishi. This was a decisive mark against Japan favouring the Heinkel for large-scale use, as Japanese air doctrine put an almost obsessive importance on maneuverability. They also did not really like the engine. The liquid-cooled 12-cylinder Jumo was considered inferior compared to the air-cooled radials on account of its complexity and reliability. And so, as a result of these tests, the final report concluded that the Heinkel was not the right choice for a frontline fighter, and the test body advised against placing further orders after the existing delivery of 30 aircraft was complete. The last of these arrived by the end of 1938. Some were assigned to various research institutes as a demonstration aircraft, representing the latest in German technology, while the remaining units were assigned to the military for use as trainers and teaching aids. In Spain, the HE-112 would see more active use. Along with Bf-109 prototypes, the 112 V6 was shipped to Spain in December of 1936. As mentioned earlier, this aircraft was equipped with a 20mm Rheinmetall Borsig cannon to test the effectiveness of such armament in fighter aircraft. The V6, together with the recently arrived Ju-87s and HS-123s, undertook ground attack missions against various Republican targets, such as armoured vehicles, lightly fortified positions, and artillery emplacements. Many pilots volunteered to fly the experimental fighter, but only a few were approved to do so. Those who were fortunate enough to be qualified unanimously praised the aircraft's performance, its handling, and its weapon. A notable example of this weapon's effectiveness happened on the 16th of March 1937. Oberlieutenant Wilhelm Balthasar was a new and relatively inexperienced flying officer. His flight time was mostly as an observing flying officer in the HE-45 biplane, and he was stuck at Almerax airfield after an emergency landing. While he was sitting in the commanding officer's office, a report came in about an approaching Republican armoured train, and fighters were immediately scrambled to attack it. Balthasar spotted the V6 sitting at the edge of the airfield, seemingly without a pilot, and he then managed to convince the airfield commandant that he was in fact an experienced Heinkel pilot, and asked for permission to fly the V6 on the strike mission against the train. Said permissions were granted, and after a silent moment of figuring out the new cockpit, Balthasar took off and quickly caught up with the slower fighters. They attacked the train when it was halted at a railway station, and on his third pass, Balthazar scored a direct hit with the 20mm cannon that detonated the ammunition car, setting off secondary explosions that destroyed the target and a good portion of the train station. On his return to base, Balthazar also engaged, and set fire to, a Republican tank, again courtesy of the 20mm cannon. He was given a warm welcome on his return, and, despite lying through his teeth about his experience, he was given command of an experimental combat unit consisting of 3 HE-45Cs and the V6 prototype. The V6 would see continued use through the first half of 1937. However, its luck ran out on the 19th of July, when it was written off in a crash landing after its engine had seized up. The pilot survived, but the fuselage had near enough broken in two on impact. In the spring of 1938, 2 other prototypes were sent to Spain for field tests. These were the V8 and the V9 prototypes, both part of the A-series pre-production models. The V8's operational career was brief. It performed a series of experimental flights, but it was then severely damaged during an emergency landing. Repairs took several months to complete, and after a few more experimental flights near the end of the year, it was sent back to Germany. The V9 performed well and had better luck, partly thanks to the radical design changes that separated it from previous models. Similar to its predecessors, it was assigned to the ground attack role, and this it did to admiration, earning high praise from Harro Harder, an experienced Luftwaffe pilot. Once its task was complete, the V9 was also sent back to Germany, where it was used as a demonstrator for Heinkel to attract foreign customers. Following the positive reports made by Spanish pilots who flew the prototype 112s, the nationalist government decided to purchase a number of production aircraft. Once the first batch of aircraft were assembled and tested in Germany, the training of Spanish pilots began. This began in Germany and was later completed in Spain with the arrival of the first 7 aircraft in January of 1939. By mid-year, the number of 112Bs in Spanish service had grown to 19. Occasionally, during the Civil War, the 112s would clash with the Soviet-supplied I-16s. They held a decided advantage over the earlier models. However, the I-16 Series 10, with a more powerful engine and heavier armament, would have been a tougher match, though there seems to be no official record of the 2 aircraft coming face to face. During the final periods of the Civil War, the Heinkels saw little in the way of air combat. This was partly due to the absence of Republican fighters in some theatres, and partly because, much to Ernst Haeckel's irritation, some Spanish squadrons were being re-equipped with the Bf-109B and the 109E. They did, however, see use in tactical reconnaissance and ground attack missions, and they were used in both of these roles during the Battle of Madrid. Shortly after the cessation of hostilities, the National Air Force underwent a thorough reorganization, and on the 13th of July, the HE-112s were sent to Spanish Morocco as part of a new mission to protect Spanish neutrality. With the Allied landings of Operation Torch in 1942, a tense period between Spain and the Allies began, with frequent violations of Spanish airspace. During this tense period, HE-112s encountered Allied planes, including RAF Spitfires stationed in Gibraltar, but no major combat occurred. There was one notable incident in March 1943, when a HE-112 intercepted and fired upon a formation of P-38 Lightnings. One of the US aircraft was forced down with damage, and the incident could have resulted in serious consequences had some very quick diplomacy not covered it up. In the last years of the Second World War, the Spanish Heinkels barely saw any use due to either lack of fuel, airframe fatigue, or excessively worn-out engines. The state of the engines got so bad that they often gave out in mid-air, resulting in numerous dead-stick landings, and by the end of 1947 there were almost no airworthy 112s remaining. They lingered on, however, with 1 or 2 airworthy models being on record until 1952, when their 14-year career finally reached its end. Hungary should have been the next main operator of the 112s, but politics intervened. Soon after the orders for Japan and Spain were complete, both Hungary and Romania approached Germany with requests for the 112. As Romania was ranked higher by German leadership due to its oil and grain resources, they received priority. Not long after this, the Hungarian government believed that their orders would be delayed indefinitely, and so they inquired about producing Heinkel's fighter under license instead. Whilst this negotiation was going on, 3 sample aircraft would be delivered over the course of 1939, all of which were versions of the He-112B. All 3 were assigned to the Institute for Aeronautical Research, where they participated in comparison tests against various aircraft in Hungarian service. In August of 1939, the Commander-in-Chief of the Home Defence Air Force, following reports of the 112's performance, recommended it as the standard fighter for Hungary. However, negotiations with Germany on a production license had reached a dead end by the end of September, and with the war against Poland now underway, the RLM forbade the export of any sample aircraft or any engines, and that put paid to that particular line of inquiry. As a result of this, a domestic fighter project, based largely on the He-112, was initiated. This project would eventually lead to the development of the WM-23, also known as the Silver Arrow. Unfortunately, just before the order for production models was to be given, the only prototype was destroyed in a crash during a high-speed test flight, and with the exception of 1 or 2 illustrations, barely any of its history survived the war. Romanian-operated He-112s would see the most action. Germany made considerable efforts to attract Romania to its side, including the promise of future deliveries of the Bf-109 and the immediate shipment of 24 already available He-112s. This aircraft was no stranger to Romanian pilots, as they had extensively tested one of the prototypes in 1938, and the German offer was accepted, with the aircraft being delivered as the He-112E. Later on, the order for 24 aircraft was increased to 30, and immediately after their arrival, the Heinkels were painted with the Romanian red, yellow, blue roundels and hastily pressed into service, with the first aircraft becoming operational on the 14th of July 1939. Training flights lasted until the spring of 1940. In the meantime, comparison tests were conducted against the recently completed prototype of the locally built IAR-80. The results of these tests declared the IAR to be superior, owing to its more powerful engine and better load handling during high-speed aerobatics. However, the Heinkel was the easier aircraft to fly for the average pilot, and it was especially easy to handle during takeoff and landing. That being said, when the war with Russia began with Operation Barbarossa, the Heinkel's role as a fighter was severely restricted in favour of the newer IAR-80, and although its powerful armament of 2 cannons and 2 machine guns, combined with small bombs, was effective against ground targets, it was not wholly suited to the ground attack role. The lack of proper armour around the engine, cockpit and fuel tanks, combined with insufficient low-level attack training for the pilots, and the frequency of 3 combat missions per day, soon led to heavy losses. After the initial attack runs on the first Soviet airfields were complete at dawn, the enemy was soon on the alert, and numerous He-112s were lost after being engaged at low altitude by fighters scrambled to intercept them. Despite taking losses, the pilots of the He-112 maintained a good liking of the aircraft throughout the war, and a lot of this came down to its ease of use on the ground, often on airfields of questionable quality. An official report, penned in August of 1941, gave the Heinkel a more mixed review, of which I shall approximately quote here. The clumsy He-112E, powered by a Jumo 210 engine, proved to be unsuitable for aerial battles due to its low horizontal speed, insufficient climbing capacity, and lack of maneuverability compared to the modern aircraft encountered. Its diving speed, which could be reached very quickly, was, however, adequate. The possibility to carry 6 12-kilogram bombs was useful as well, being successfully employed in low-level attacks. If the fuel tanks and pilot's seat would have been protected by armour, the heavy human losses endured in such kind of missions could have been avoided. The armament fitted, consisting of a practical combination of cannons and heavy machine guns, was also sufficient, both numerically and concerning firepower. The ammunition used, however, proved to be totally inadequate. There occurred several occasions when tracer bullets fired by their own cannons and guns indicated to the pilot that the whole lot had hit the target without causing its destruction. After a year of continuous service, 9 HE-112s had been lost in combat, and of the 19 theoretically remaining, at least 8 were not airworthy and were sitting in repair depots. These units would be pressed into service once again following the 1944 coup d'etat, though few would survive to the end of the war. Those that did would end up in storage, with their final flights taking place in the summer of 1946, when they were flown to an old airfield to wait for their turn at the scrapyard. By the time it saw real, large-scale combat, the HE-112 was beginning to show its age. However, in the earlier stages of the Second World War, during the fighting in the skies above Poland, France, and the English Channel, it could have flown without bringing disgrace. That being said, it is likely that it would have been held back by its own design. As Ernst Udet had himself said, the Bf-109 was easier to produce in numbers, and when it comes to waging war on an industrial scale, numbers play a big part in deciding the outcome. Other things, of course, came into play, like how much time, money, and faith you invest in radar, for example, but numbers still counted for a lot. And so concludes this video on the HE-112. Recently, I covered the Volti XP-54, a plane that was ultimately let down due to development issues with its engine. Today I'm covering a plane that was so plagued with engine problems that it makes the experience of the Volti look like a fairy tale in comparison. This plane was meant to be the newest frontline heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, but in the end it was almost a complete failure. I am of course talking about the ill-fated Avro Manchester. Its story begins with Air Ministry specification P13/36. This called for an all-metal, twin-engine medium bomber to be built in the monoplane configuration. The intention for this new bomber was to replace the existing inventory of various twin-engine bombers with a single, more advanced, more capable unit. Items required by the specification included a bomb load of 8,000 pounds. The bomber must also be able to swap out this load for 2 torpedoes. Provision for powered operated turrets in the nose and tail had to be made, and the airframe had to be stressed to absorb so-called frictionless takeoff, a suggestion at the possibility of catapult-assisted takeoff with a full bomb load. This final requirement, along with that for the torpedoes, was ultimately dropped in 1938, but the prototype Manchester would still be used for catapult testing. In preparing their original submissions to the Air Ministry, Avro's draftsmen came up with several different layouts for what was known then as the Avro 679. All had several things in common, with one major feature being the decision to accommodate all fuel storage within the wings. This was done partly to eliminate the hazard of fumigating the crew cabins, but mostly to leave the fuselage empty to accommodate the largest possible bomb load. Avro's submission was received favourably, and in the spring of 1937 the Air Ministry ordered the production of a prototype. Construction of the prototype and subsequent production models was aimed at 3 key things: strength, high payload capacity, and crew comfort and protection. The latter consideration was actually quite unusual for the time, as things like armour protection, heating systems, etc. were deemed to be detrimental to an aircraft's performance. But Avro's designers must have realised that a happy, healthy crewman, not riddled by shrapnel, would probably do a better job of bombing the enemy. In its construction, the Manchester was the first aircraft to include all of what would be considered the standard features of a World War II-era RAF bomber. It featured all-metal construction, light alloys and vertical stiffeners in the wings, flush-riveted metal skin, a full hydraulic system which included the flaps, cooling systems, bomb bay doors, and the fully retractable undercarriage, and, of course, a fully enclosed bomb load. Though the specification called for a bomb load of 8,000 pounds, the Manchester was able to carry up to 12,000 pounds, courtesy of the massive bomb bay that stretched along most of the length of the fuselage. Though large, it did not impede on the space required for the crew stations, as the Manchester's fuselage was sufficiently broad and deep enough to accommodate both. As for the crew themselves, the original design had a complement of 5. A pilot, a second pilot, who also filled the roles of navigator, bomb aimer, and nose gunner, an air observer, a wireless operator, and a tail gunner. Later on, the crew would be increased to 7, which allowed for 3 dedicated gunners, and freed up the second pilot to focus more on his actual duties. Provision for crew comfort included some novel ideas. In the leading edge of the wing, inboard of the engines, a duct passed air through a small coolant radiator and directed it into the main cabin, the result being a constant supply of comfortably warm, fresh air. Also included for the crew was a small restroom that was located just behind the main cabin. Soundproofed to reduce noise, it featured a pair of reclining chairs that off-duty crew members could use in an attempt to catch a moment's rest on longer missions. Along with providing comfort, the Manchester also provided a good level of protection. Both pilot seats had back armour protection, and just forward of the front spar, a swivel-mounted armour-plated bulkhead was installed. It was intended to reduce the risk of casualties from raking fire if the aircraft were to be attacked by fighters from the front or from behind. During time over the combat zone, this bulkhead would be closed, and it would hopefully stop bullets and small caliber cannon fire from traversing the entire length of the airframe, thus sparing some of the crew from harm. Though the prototype boasted many excellent features that collectively made it a very promising aircraft, one aspect of its design was already beginning to show problems, and cause no small amount of concern for Avro engineers, and this was the chosen power plant. The Manchester was to be powered by the 24-cylinder Rolls-Royce Vulture. There is often a misconception that this engine was forced upon Avro by the Air Ministry, but in the design of the Manchester, Avro had chosen to select the new engine as, at the time, it had shown great promise. Unfortunately, this initial promise was already turning sour. Initial engine trials had given troubling results, and the Avro design team were obliged to consider alternatives in the event of no improvement. The Vulture was, in effect, 2 Rolls-Royce Peregrine engines that had been stuck together in a new crankcase, and turning a new crankshaft, to form a 42-litre, 24-cylinder X engine. The original Peregrine engines had a rating of 885 horsepower, but the Vulture was rated, at least on paper, at 1710 horsepower, and it was calculated to give 1845 horsepower at 5,000 feet. It was a new power plant, still to be fully developed, and therefore host to a continuing crop of teething problems that would dog the Manchester throughout its career. But Avro, of course, lacked the benefits of foresight, and with promises of improvement, they decided to stick with the Vulture for the Manchester's development. This development took approximately 2 years from start to finish, with the prototype being completed in the summer of 1939, flying first on the 25th of July with Avro's chief test pilot Captain H.A. Brown at the controls. The early flight trials of the prototype soon revealed problems with longitudinal stability. Subsequent wind tunnel tests revealed this to be the result of a lack of wing area, and the overall wingspan was increased by 10 feet. These trials also indicated the continued inadequacy of the Vulture engine, which was still not delivering the promised power claimed by Rolls-Royce. This confirmed some of the Avro engineers' early concerns that they had backed a lame horse. This problem was compounded by the fact that it would be almost impossible to now switch power plants. As the threat of war had increased, and the need to modernise the equipment of Bomber Command grew with it, the Air Ministry had ordered 200 Manchesters pretty much off the drawing board back in 1937. These planes were intended to replace the existing fleet of Wellingtons, Hamdens, and Whitleys, and replacing the engine now would present unacceptable delays in modernising the bomber force right on the eve of war. As a result of this, Avro was stuck with the Vulture, and had to simply hope that further improvements were forthcoming. Following the initial flights, the prototype went to Wiltshire for its service appraisals. Here, it had a vertical fin installed on the tail to help improve its directional stability, and by this point a second prototype was well under construction, and it was hoped that the test results from the first would aid in the improvement of the second. Its trials at Wiltshire were mostly uneventful, aside from one incident where an engine failure led to the brutal savaging of a cabbage patch in a wheels-up landing, and following the completion of these trials, it went to Farnborough. There, it completed a more extensive series of trials and experimental tests. A series of delays, tool supply issues, and even more distressing engine problems meant that the second prototype was not complete until after Britain found itself at war. It flew for the first time in May 1940, just a few months before the delivery of the first production models. The first official production aircraft was delivered on August 5th, 1940, but a series of supply issues then delayed the delivery of subsequent units until October. The first squadron to operate the Manchester was No. 207 Squadron, which was reformed at Waddington for the specific purpose of introducing the Manchester to operational service, and they received their first Manchester Mark I on the 10th of October. The early Mark Is still shared the triple tail fin of the modified prototypes, but they had one new feature that made them stand out considerably. During prototype testing, a retractable dorsal turret had been tested to improve protection amidships. However, it proved to be difficult to operate, and so it was replaced by another turret that looked somewhat like a deformed egg. This device was known as the Boater turret, as it was initially tested on the Blackburn Boater, and it was not particularly popular with the aircrews of the Manchesters. Originally, the turret was quite spacious, but it protruded too far up and into the slipstream, which caused both operational problems for the turret and stability problems for the tail. Modifications were made which allowed for a neater, lower sighting of the turret for operational Manchesters, but this presented a problem: space. Even for an average-sized person, getting into it from inside the fuselage was a cramped and difficult affair, while any emergency abandonment through the escape hatch was, in the words of one former gunner, a task best suited to an undernourished dwarf. Much of 207 Squadron's initial flying with Manchesters was an extension of various testing programs, which were intended to eliminate most of the inevitable snags encountered when introducing new aircraft into service. Because of these programs, numerous problems encountered on the Manchester were fixed before they saw major wartime service, but several others still persisted. The Manchester's first official sortie occurred on the 24th of February 1941. On that date, 6 Manchesters from 207 Squadron were dispatched on a raid against a reported Hipper-class cruiser that was moored at Brest Harbour. All 6 returned from the raid, but one crashed during landing as a result of faulty hydraulics, marking the start of a long, dismal trail of similar defects that would mar the Manchester's brief operational career. Defects aside for one moment, the first months of 1941 also saw one further modification made to production models. After the first few sorties, navigators complained that the standard Perspex nose panels were insufficient for positive checking of bombing results. As a result, a clear view chin panel was installed on the underside of the nose, which dramatically improved visibility. This was later replicated on the Lancaster, and their navigators enjoyed the best viewing offered by any RAF bombers of the period. As the first few months of 1941 wound on, Manchesters arrived in greater numbers. By the end of February, 207 Squadron had at least 80 units on strength, and No. 97 Squadron, reformed from elements of 207, had received its first units on February the 12th. Losses in combat were, of course, inevitable, but they were relatively light, and only a handful of aircraft were lost to enemy action during the first 6 months of frontline operations. As it turned out, the greatest threat to the Manchester was actually itself. On the 13th of April, all Manchesters were grounded due to the increasing number of faults occurring with the engines. By this point, the unreliability of the Rolls-Royce Vulture was becoming a complete nightmare, something that was compounded by the fact that Vulture development, and thus improvement, had been put on hold throughout most of 1940. This was because Rolls-Royce had been directed to put all effort into the development of the Merlin engine during the Battle of Britain, as it of course powered the Spitfire and the Hurricane,
and as a result of this, all other engine development was effectively sidelined. The biggest and most spectacular problem with the Vulture was the frequent failure of the bearings of the connecting rod's big end. There were in fact several occasions where, during power-up for takeoff, witnesses observed pistons shooting out of the sides of the engines as they merrily destroyed themselves. This was the main reason behind the grounding of the aircraft, though not the only one, and engineers spent the rest of April poring over the engines to see what exactly was going wrong. While the Manchesters were out of action, the opportunity was taken to modify them for the new 4,000-pound cookie bomb. Later on that month, when the Manchesters were once again allowed into the skies, they made their first raid using said bomb, and this continued in a fashion into the month of May. The use of cookie bombs with Manchesters was sporadic, partly due to the number of bombs available, and partly due to the ongoing engine problems, because, really, who wants to haul a bomb of that size into the sky, safety fuses notwithstanding, if your engine had a habit of throwing rods? Speaking of which, barely a month later the Manchesters were grounded again on the 16th of June, owing to another engine failure, and the bad luck just kept coming. After nearly a week of further checks, the Manchesters of 207 Squadron were once again cleared for action, and the very next day one of their bombers was shot down by a Bristol Beaufighter in a tragic friendly fire incident. Then, just 1 week later, they were grounded yet again, ostensibly, according to the official report, for engine overhauls. The cause of the engine problem stemmed mostly from two things: a breakdown of lubrication, a result of the restriction on the use of silver, and a reluctance to properly dissipate heat. The growing menace of the Vulture engine was so serious that by July of 1941, the squadron was so short on operational Manchesters that they had to bolster their numbers with the very bomber they were meant to replace, the obsolete Handley Page Hampden. To add to the ongoing saga of Vulture problems, evidence of faulty feathering controls for propellers began to also take its toll, a defect which made the prospect of flying on one engine decidedly uncomfortable. Although Avro's original submission had emphasized the ability of any Manchester to cope completely with just one engine, in hard practice, due to the Vulture's disappointing power output, things were different. One ex-gunner, whose Manchester lost its starboard engine, said the resulting descent was at a gliding angle approximating to a house brick in free flight. Operations finally restarted in August of 1941, only to run into more problems. This time it was excessive tail flutter and dangerous vibrations. The solution was found in deleting the old triple tail fin layout, expanding the tail plane to 33 feet in span, and installing two larger tail fins on the ends. Aircraft fitted with this modified tail were known as the Manchester Mark 1A, and this change was retroactively made to almost all existing airframes. Before these changes were made, and in fact in the previous year, Avro's chief designer, Roy Chadwick, had begun working on an improved version of the Manchester. As a result of the suspension of development work on the Vulture engine during the Battle of Britain, and with the smaller Merlin engines now producing more power whilst being vastly more reliable, he decided to use the Merlin in the redesign of the Manchester. He also took the opportunity to increase the wingspan and use 4 of the Merlin engines in place of the Vultures. Initially, this larger, improved aircraft was known as the Manchester Mark III, but before the prototype was even complete, it had a new name, the Lancaster. By late 1941, the attrition rates of Manchesters to mechanical problems had made their failure totally obvious, but Bomber Command had no choice but to keep them in service. The Lancaster was nowhere near full production status, the prototype only flying in January of that year, and the other 4 engine bombers, the Stirling and Halifax, were either running into teething problems or simply weren't available in suitable numbers. As a result of this, Manchesters reached their peak numbers in 1942, following a year that saw the type grounded no less than half a dozen times. This led to countless stories and anecdotes from pilots, crews, and their commanding officers. One popular quip was that Bomber Command had to base Manchesters around Lincolnshire, as it was the best part of the country for forced landings. Besides numerous reports of Manchesters flying as well as pieces of masonry when reduced to one engine, other diverting incidents included a complete shearing of all the retaining bolts for a port propeller, the de-sleeving of all tail control surfaces mid-flight, and the failure of a constant speed unit over the city of Essen, much to the deafening of all. Single incidents aside, the main cause of grief for all Manchester squadrons was of course the Rolls-Royce Vulture. One particularly disquieting feature of the engine was the tendency to trail a constant stream of exhaust sparks, a problem that no amount of tinkering seemed to fix. This led a crew member to later remark that no German night fighter needed radar when Manchesters were in the vicinity. The exhaust trails pointed their presence only too clearly. Despite being a threat to themselves and their crews, the Manchesters did do their best to distinguish themselves when the Allied bombing offensive began to ramp up in 1942. On the 3rd of March, a formation of 200 bombers raided Cologne, 25 of them being Manchesters. Significantly, that same night saw the first operational sorties for Lancasters, when 4 from No. 44 Squadron were sent on a mine-laying mission. Manchesters took part in most of the major raids during the first half of the year, including the first 2 of the famous 1000 bomber raids. In the first of these, a Manchester commanded by Flying Officer Leslie T. Manser suffered a direct hit from enemy flak after bombing Cologne. After recovering from a dive that took him through a hail of anti-aircraft fire, pulling out at just 800 feet, he attempted to nurse the bomber home. Quickly, it became apparent that they would not make it, and he ordered his crew to bail out. Manser stayed behind, as it was the only way to keep the plane stable enough for the rest of his comrades to bail out, and for his actions he would receive a posthumous Victoria Cross. The Manchester's final sortie was flown on the night of the 25th to the 26th of June. Again, this was another one of the 1000 bomber raids. But of the 1006 bombers sent to bomb the Focke-Wulf factory at Bremen, only 15 were Manchesters. After this, they were officially retired from service, being replaced in numbers by the vastly superior Lancaster. The remaining Manchesters would live out their days as training and conversion units for fresh Lancaster crews. The 2 bombers had almost identical fuselages and crew locations, and this allowed more Lancasters to be freed up for the use of bombing rather than training. Their service life, when you look at the numbers, doesn't make for inspiring reading. Of the 202 Manchesters built, nearly 40% were lost in operations, with a further 25% being written off by either accidents or mechanical failure. And that's not even taking into account the hundreds of incidences involving airframe and engine problems suffered during the Manchester's brief years of service. Still, though it was condemned by its crews, and rightly so, the silver lining to the gloomy rain cloud that hangs over the Manchester is simple. It is directly responsible for the Lancaster. There was no Air Ministry specification written up for the Lancaster. It was a direct evolution, a step forward, a desire to pull success from the jaws of failure. And even if the Lancaster is the only good thing to come out of this plane, it's still quite a legacy. Today, we're taking a look at the Vickers Wellington, which was the most mass-produced British bomber of the Second World War. The Wellington, or Wimpy as it was universally and most affectionately dubbed by its crews, stood out in a number of ways. Its greatest claim to fame, in the context of its history with the RAF, is usually considered to be the fact that it was built in greater quantities than any other bomber to enter RAF service. Yet the Wellington's outstanding record did not simply stand on the sheer number of airframes that were built. It lived a remarkably long service life for its time, seeing active service within the RAF from 1938 through to 1953, including full service throughout the entirety of the Second World War, and during those years it assumed many vital and sometimes pioneering roles. Although nominally designed as a bomber, the much-loved Wimpy quickly took on other tasks as a submarine hunter, torpedo bomber, reconnaissance aircraft, supply transport, military ambulance, VIP transport, troop transport, experimental testbed, as well as being a vital training aircraft for many future bomber crew members. The Wellington's other notable claim to fame, though it was not wholly unique in this regard, was its unorthodox construction method. Its geodetic-style airframe allowed it to absorb more damage than any other bomber designed before it, and in numerous cases, Wellingtons returned to base with damage that would have been fatal to Britain's other frontline aircraft at the time. Though on the surface its design may appear complex, the Wellington was in fact very simple in principle, once its geodetic structure was understood, and simplicity was necessary when a country needed to mass-produce a bomber on the scale that the Wellington was. The Wellington story begins with the issuing of Air Ministry Specification B9/32, which was perhaps one of the most cramped and contradictory specifications ever to see the light of day. It called for a twin-engine, medium-day bomber that possessed a good performance envelope, could be capable of carrying a useful load over a good distance at a reasonably high speed. Paradoxically, within such vague terms, the specification also detailed the need for a minimum range of just 720 miles whilst carrying a 1,000-pound bomb load, and significantly, it stipulated that the empty all-up weight of the aircraft was not to exceed 6,300 pounds. This latter restriction immediately limited the type of power plants which could be fitted. Among the few options remaining was the steam-cooled Rolls-Royce Goshawk, which was optimistically held in high hopes by certain members of the Air Ministry. It also meant that considerations for a retractable undercarriage were not made, as the additional machinery would have added too much weight. Although great progress had been made in aircraft and engine design since the end of the First World War, it had become obvious to the designers and engineers of Vickers and other companies that the requirements of the Air Ministry had become out of step with the advances made in aerodynamics, structures, metallurgy, and motive power efficiencies. The tight restrictions on all-up weight, archaic landing gear arrangement, and semi-forced power plant choice caused no small amount of dismay within many aircraft manufacturers. But in 1932, with the financial gut punch of the Great Depression still being felt at its fullest, they couldn't really afford to be picky, and several companies began to prepare possible submissions. Eventually, the Air Ministry would accept proposals from two companies: Handley Page with their HB-52, later to become the Hamden, and Vickers with their Type 271, a one-off prototype design that represented the birth of what would become the Wellington. The 271 immediately stood out, not because it actually met the Ministry's ludicrous requirements, but because of the unique way in which it would be built. It would make use of geodetic construction, a concept which, in Britain at least, was the brainchild of Barnes Wallis, who had taken his experience with airship design in the 1920s and applied it to aircraft design in the 1930s. In essence, geodetic construction produced a crisscross pattern of self-stabilizing frameworks, which would automatically equalize loads across the airframe, and when done with duralumin alloys, this produced a very strong, flexible structure that was also comparatively light. The 271 prototype would use this construction method for its entire structure, fuselage, wings, and tail, with the structure itself being covered in a fabric skin. At the time, the use of a fabric skin still made sense. Almost all fighter aircraft were equipped with rifle-caliber machine guns, as opposed to cannons, and if a solid bullet were to strike the bomber, it had a good chance of passing straight through. Additionally, the process of producing stressed metal-skinned aircraft was still a work in progress, and it was not something that could be readily produced en masse quite yet. Wallis had used geodetic construction with the Vickers Wellesley, a single-engine day bomber. The Wellesley will get its own video shortly, but the important thing about it was that it proved the soundness of the geodetic structure. Riding on its success, Wallace was confident that this construction method would allow Vickers to produce an effective frontline bomber that adhered to the ministry's perplexing weight limitations. The Vickers prototype would undergo a number of changes before it even completed its maiden flight, and this can be mostly attributed to the ridiculousness of the specification that led to its creation. Initially, Rex Pierson, Wallace, and the rest of the design team had opted for a high-wing monoplane design with a fixed landing gear, and of course the Goshawk engine. They also submitted an alternate design that was powered by Bristol Mercuries, in the vain hope that they would be chosen instead. More importantly, the use of the geodetic construction meant that the airframe was light enough to support a bomb load heavier than the requirement, as well as carry it over a longer range. The only concern was its top speed, which was predicted to be moderate at best. This was due to a combination of the medium power engines that Vickers were being forced to use, and the fixed landing gear, which caused a significant amount of drag. The potential of the design, along with a good deal of complaints about the limitations of the specification, led to the Air Ministry superseding it with a revised version. This had a slightly increased total weight allowance, though the increase was only a few £100 and therefore deemed almost useless, but it did at least allow the installation of a retractable undercarriage. To accommodate this, Vickers changed their design to a mid-wing monoplane, which also had the added benefit of improving visibility for the pilot, and with this new submission they were awarded a contract to build a prototype in December of 1933. In appearance, the 271 bore some resemblance to the Wellingtons we all know today, but it had some noticeable differences. The nose and tail gunner positions featured rounded plexiglass windows instead of turrets. The shape of the cockpit and tail fin were taken from the Supermarine Stranraer flying boat, and the fixed tailwheel was installed in a streamlined fairing. When construction of the prototype began, it was still to be powered by the Goshawk engine, but as it was being quickly discovered that it was a disappointment, and as complaints about the weight restrictions became even more vocal, with Pierson and Wallace absolutely insisting on fitting the most powerful engines possible to their bomber, the Air Ministry at last removed the weight restriction from the specification entirely in June of 1934. This prompted an instant request by Vickers to ditch the Goshawk engines and replace them with a pair of Bristol Pegasus or Perseus radials, depending on supply, and this request was quickly approved. By the time of its completion, the prototype was radically changed from the original design proposal. Its tare weight had risen from the original restricted limit of £6,300, almost doubling to £11,508, with its overall weight now exceeding 21,000. Powered by 850 horsepower Bristol Pegasus 10s, it boasted a top speed of 250 miles an hour at 8,000 feet, with a maximum range approaching 3,000 miles, and a bomb-carrying capacity in excess of 4,000 pounds. In essence, with the restrictions removed, Pierson and his team had quadrupled the capabilities of the airframe without the need for major redesigns, which, with the benefit of hindsight, sharply highlighted the short-sightedness of the original specification. It was also a reflection of changing times. During the course of the prototype's development, the political and military situation of Europe was rapidly changing, which led to a dramatic shift in Britain's policy towards its armed forces, particularly the Royal Air Force. By far the most alarming development was the public emergence of the German Luftwaffe, which was swiftly followed by the announcement of general rearmament and conscription. As a result of this, the specification surrounding the Wellington prototype was periodically updated, and with it the range, bomb load, and all-up weight gradually increased. The prototype was flown for the first time at Brooklands on June 15, 1936, with Chief Test Pilot Mutt Summers at the controls, and Barnes Wallis coming along for the ride as a passenger. The initial flying trials thoroughly impressed the assessors, and it confirmed the Vickers team in their argument for a heavier but far more powerful bomber design. The prototype performed so well that before the trials were even complete, and just 8 weeks after its maiden flight, a contract was placed for an initial production order of 180 aircraft. By this point, it had been given the name Creasy, and it was with this name that it had been first displayed to the public, albeit with the nose and tail covered so that onlookers could not see the still top-secret geodetic structure. However, on the 8th of September 1936, the name was changed to Wellington upon request by Vickers, who had honoured the name of the Iron Duke in the Wellesley and wanted to do so again with their new bomber. This continued a trend in which the alliterative use of the initial W would be found in all of Vickers' geodetic aircraft. Though it was impressing onlookers left and right, the life of the prototype Wellington was destined to be brief. On the 19th of April 1937, during its final trials at Martlesham Heath, it broke up during a high-speed dive, leading to the death of a test flight observer. The cause of the accident was found to be an imbalance in the elevator, and a revised fin, rudder, and elevator was adopted for use on the first production models that were then under construction. When the Air Ministry placed its initial order for 180 aircraft, it again made alterations to the basic specification in February of 1937. This, combined with other general improvements, made the Mark I Wellington prototype significantly different from the original, and in many ways it represented a significant redesign. As such, the Wellington can be considered to have had two prototype stages, the initial prototype, and then a second that would become the template for the Mark I. Physically, the Mark I featured several differences from the original prototype. Along with the changes to the tail surfaces, the angular flat panels of the cockpit were changed for plexiglass that matched the contours of the fuselage. Windows were installed on the side of the fuselage, 2 in the prototype, but this was increased to 5 for production models, and the faired tailwheel was replaced with a fully retractable model. The crew complement was increased from 4 to 5, and later on this would increase again to 6 in the Mark I-A and C, with 2 pilots, a navigator and bomb aimer, a radio operator, and 2 dedicated gunners. Speaking of which, the production prototype now also featured powered gun turrets in the nose, tail, and ventral positions, with the ventral turrets being fully retractable units that were nicknamed dustbins for their appearance. These turrets, though enclosed, still let in a lot of cold air during flight, and on the earlier Wellingtons, the nose turret was not always occupied, especially at night when temperatures dropped well below freezing, and there was a genuine risk of frostbite as the concept of turret heating had yet to be introduced. The production prototype flew for the first time on the 23rd of December 1937, being powered by a pair of Bristol Pegasus 20s, which drove new 3-blade propellers. The intended power plant was actually meant to be the Pegasus 18, but they were still going through acceptance trials at the time and weren't available. During pre-production trials, the elevator was further modified with horn balances to correct a tendency to be nose-heavy in a dive, and cockpit heating and de-icing equipment was installed, both devices considered a necessity at the 15,000 feet altitudes that the Wellington was expected to operate in. Following further tests, which included the fitting of the Pegasus 18s, which were now becoming available, the Wellington Mark I finally received its service clearance, and on the 10th of October 1938, the first Wellington Mark I to meet a frontline unit was collected by No. 99 Squadron in Suffolk. Further production models reached the squadron during the following weeks, and by the 12th of January 1939, it had received its full complement. Prior to the arrival of the Wellingtons, 99 Squadron had been flying Handley Page Hayfords, which were, incidentally, the last biplane bombers to enter RAF service. The Wellington was a considerable leap forward over the old Hayford, and converting from the aging cloth bombers, as they were called, produced a number of fresh items and procedures to be learned, and sometimes forgotten by the squadron's air crews and ground crews. The experience of 99 Squadron's adjustment period is best summed up in the words of flying officer, and later group captain, A. Montague Smith. As one of the first officers to fly a Squadron Wellington on November the 8th, 1938, I found it to be an exhilarating occasion, albeit somewhat claustrophobic due to the unfamiliar enclosed cockpit. Handling the aircraft required a very different technique from that of the Hayford. For the first time, one had to operate a retractable undercarriage, which could easily be forgotten, flaps had to be used, whilst the instrument panel was a source of wonderment. Until then, one had relied upon the elementary turn and bank indicator. Now, an artificial horizon had to be got used to. Montague Smith's experience was mirrored by many bomber pilots and crews throughout the RAF during this period of transition, and it wasn't just limited to the Wellington. From 1937, 6 different monoplane bombers had begun to enter service, all of which were replacing older, slower, and more basic biplane models. This metamorphosis from old to new was bound to produce the occasional incident where a landing gear might be forgotten about, or flaps may not have been lowered, both resulting in a broken plane and a broken crew, and it was for this reason that the peacetime months of 1939 would be filled with intensive training. Said training sometimes included the often well-received orders to practice low-level daylight flying, which involved Wellington pilots and their crews merrily hugging the countryside of southeast England at high speed, something hitherto forbidden. Though this was considered as much of a treat as it was training, in a morbid sense of irony, it did much to prepare many crews for missions where poor weather would push them down to a dangerously low altitude, upon which they would run into things like flak, fighters, and occasionally trees. Useful as such jaunts were in flying and navigation practice, more intensive, if somewhat unrealistic testing of the RAF's new bombers and crews took place during the annual War Games in August. Wellingtons, alongside 1,300 other RAF aircraft, were put through various mission scenarios, with the aircraft split between friendly Westland forces and the hostile Eastland forces. The prime purpose of the exercise was to not only provide practice for the home-based interceptors, though the so-called enemy bombers had been given approach routes that would have been considered both suicidal and insane in wartime conditions, but also to test the various ground defense units in their efficiency and organization. For the first time, and with a sense of gloomy foreshadowing, London was chosen as the main target for the so-called enemy bombers, the city being blacked out after midnight. As it would turn out, this not only provided training for the bombers flying overhead, but also for the people of London as well, as within a month the city and the country would be at war. This period of training was not without some accidents, of course, but it did provide an early demonstration of the Wellington's durability. One aircraft from 99 Squadron suffered an engine fire just as it was about to take off, and it subsequently survived crashing through a fence, its port wing slicing through a barn, the tail unit demolishing a pair of outhouses from a cottage, before a stone wall stopped its path of destruction. Though the plane was lost in the ensuing inferno, its physical structure had held up remarkably well, and this resulted in no fatalities. In fact, the most serious injuries involved a broken finger, a lacerated arm, and a particularly unfortunate tail gunner who got bodily thrown into a patch of stinging nettles. Of course, this was not the only example of the Wellington's strength. One had survived flying into a flock of several hundred starlings during takeoff in March, with 9 well-roasted birds having to be pried from the engine cowlings later on, and another Wellington lost 6 feet from its wing when it clipped an air raid shelter in a low-level attack, with the pilot not even realizing the loss until after he'd landed. Incidents and optimistic training practices aside, the activity of the first 8 months of the year meant that the Wellington crews were at least acclimatized to their new bombers when war broke out in September. By this point, 10 full squadrons of Wellingtons were now operational. Of these 10, 6 were frontline squadrons, 2 were training squadrons, and 2 were reserves, and between them they had an overall strength of 160 aircraft. The opening stages of the war gave the Wellington little chance to distinguish itself, and thus earn the excellent reputation it was later known for. This was partly due to the general inactivity of the first few months of the war, and partly due to the early preferred tactics of Bomber Command. Though operations during late 1939 were sporadic, barely 24 hours after the declaration of war, some Wellingtons did take part in the first offensive operations carried out by Bomber Command, the dropping of leaflets notwithstanding, and this involved a raid on the battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. In a scene that was soon to be repeated in daylight operations, the Wellingtons flew headlong into a veritable wall of flak, and were subsequently pounced on by a pack of German fighters. The end result of the raid was the vague irritation of the capital ship's crews, and the loss of 2 Wellingtons, one of whom became the first RAF bomber to be shot down by German fighters in the war. Aside from armed reconnaissance operations over the North Sea, Wellingtons didn't mount any further bombing operations until early December. By this point, some of the operational squadrons had already begun replacing their Mark I Wellingtons with the new Mark 1A and Mark 1C variants, the end result being an all-round improvement in defensive armament and general performance. Within weeks of the first Mark Is taking to the skies, the design team at Vickers had begun working on the next development phase of the Wellington. In particular, an emphasis was placed on designing future Marks to be powered by alternative engines, and this resulted in the projected Mark II and Mark III variants being planned to have Rolls-Royce Merlin 10 and Bristol Hercules 3 engines respectively. But, since neither of these power plants was yet in production, a stopgap was needed, and Vickers decided to design some interim variants of the Mark I that would feature improvements in both design and equipment that were eventually intended for the Mark II and Mark III versions. It is for this reason that the Wellington Mark 1A and Cs are not considered a direct successor to the Mark I itself. In terms of size, the Mark 1A was slightly bigger. The fuselage was lengthened by 6 inches, and the wingspan increased by 3 inches. During trials with the Mark I prototype, the effectiveness of the Vickers defensive turrets came under scrutiny. The gun turrets and the upper hatch for the ventral position proved difficult to operate, and gunners complained about poor firing arcs due to a lack of flexibility. At the Air Ministry's insistence, and despite much protest from Vickers, who didn't like their design being declared obsolete without direct evidence of failure in combat, hydraulically powered Fraser-Nash units were installed. Along with the improved turrets, the defensive firepower was also increased, with twin 303 Brownings replacing the single Lewis guns that were originally installed in the nose and ventral positions. To accommodate these new turrets, Vickers had to redesign the nose and tail sections. This, plus the necessary changes to the hydraulic and oxygen systems, to take the new turrets into account, plus a strengthened undercarriage to take the extra weight, raised the all-up weight to 28,000 pounds. This added weight wasn't a problem, as the engines were now putting out in excess of 1,050 horsepower each. What was a problem, though, was the exhaust pipe on the starboard engine, which barely extended beyond the rear of the engine cowling. During startup, it was not unusual for the ground crew to hold a bucket of water over said exhaust, as the flame streaking that occurred during startup had the unfortunate habit of setting the fabric covering of the wing on fire. This was solved with the addition of a flame dampener, and with the aforementioned modifications in place, the first Mark 1As had been delivered just as Britain declared war on Germany in September of 1939. Some of these units took part in the resumption of bombing raids on the 3rd of December, when a force of 24 Wellingtons attacked German warships off Heligoland. During this raid, a Wellington from No. 38 Squadron scored the bomber's first combat victory of the war when it downed a German fighter. Despite heavy fighter opposition, no Wellingtons were lost in this attack, an event that turned out to be the exception rather than the rule, and this appeared to confirm Bomber Command's policy of sending in unescorted, self-defending bomber formations into enemy skies in broad daylight. This was despite the 50% casualty rate of a similar raid carried out by Hamdens earlier in September. This line of thinking quickly led to the inevitable when, on the 14th of December, a flight of 12 Wellingtons from 99 Squadron would also suffer a 50% casualty rate during a raid. Once again, the target was Kriegsmarine ships moored off Heligoland, but a combination of haze, rain, and typical North Sea bad weather forced the bombers down to an altitude of just 200 feet during much of the crossing. It was at this perilous altitude that the bomber formation encountered the destroyers and light cruiser that were escorting the recently torpedoed battlecruiser Nürnberg, who upon sighting the bombers quickly opened up with every flak gun they possessed. While taking evasive action to avoid the incoming anti-aircraft fire, the Wellingtons then came under heavy attacks from the Bf-109s and 110s that had been patrolling the area. In the ensuing combat and chase that lasted approximately 20 minutes, 5 Wellingtons were shot down, and another crashed due to battle damage en route back to base. Attacking in broad daylight held some of the blame for the loss, but subsequent crew reports also pointed no small amount of blame at the Wellingtons themselves. The limited traverse of the nose turret, complete with a total absence of waist gunners, meant that the Luftwaffe fighters could attack from amidships with near impunity. Furthermore, the ventral turret, which had to be extended outwards for use, caused so much drag that it slowed the Wellingtons down by 15 miles an hour at a time when maximum speed was of paramount importance. Additionally, the lack of any armour protection for the crew led to many injuries, and even worse was the fact that the fuel tanks were neither armoured nor self-sealing, which meant that at least 2 Wellingtons had gone down into the North Sea as little more than raging infernos. Bomber Command's reaction to this loss of half a bomber force was to place the blame on bad weather, flak damage, perforated fuel tanks, and the failure of crews to maintain a tight formation. This was something that was repeated 4 days later when a group of 22 Wellingtons, this time flying in perfect formation, in the glittering sun, on a cloudless day, over Wilhelmshaven, suffered a casualty rate of 12 planes shot down and 3 more written off on landing. Despite the commonly held belief that these losses spurred the RAF to abandon daylight raids, they did in fact continue up to and beyond mid-1940. The intensity of night bombing operations certainly increased, but this brought with it the problems of navigation, target spotting, and bombing accuracy. Additionally, RAF fighters at this time did not yet have the range to escort bombers over enemy territory, and this meant that the bombers still had to rely solely on their gunners for protection, who, oddly enough, benefited from the daylight when it came to accuracy. Though daylight bombing would continue, lessons had been learned from December, and this would translate directly into the final development of the Mark I Wellington, which was the Mark I-C. Little evidence supports that any Mark I-Bs were ever built, and if they were so similar to the Mark I-A that they were most likely redesignated as such. The most obvious changes with the Mark I-C were the modifications made to its defensive equipment. The fuselage was slightly cut down behind the nose turret and reshaped to allow the turret and gun a better field of traverse. Along with this, the ventral gun turret, which did better as an air brake than as an actual defensive weapon, was removed, and a pair of waist gunner stations were installed to replace it. Initially, these were equipped with drum-fed Vickers K guns, but after gunnery trials proved them to be too cumbersome, they were replaced by belt-fed Browning 303s, the latter being installed in a new position further aft. Along with the new weaponry, the Mark I-C also featured a completely redesigned hydraulic system, which introduced variable displacement pumps, as well as a new 24-volt electrical system. The experience gained from the Mark I and Mark I-A can be seen in the production history of the C variant, as it proved to be a significant improvement over its predecessors in almost all metrics. As a result, it enjoyed a very long production run, with 2,685 being built, compared to just 183 and 187 of the Mark I and Mark I-As respectively. These high numbers can also be attributed to the efforts of the Vickers design team to get the logistics of production down to an art form, thus allowing multiple factories to work on Wellington production. The biggest challenge, at least initially, had been for Barnes-Wallis to convince the other aircraft manufacturers, who were receiving contracts to build the Wellington, that the geodetic airframes were relatively simple to produce, despite their complex appearance. Their concerns weren't unjustified, as geodetic construction was virtually unknown to most companies at the time, and so Vickers provided a logistical solution. They would produce all of the vital tools and jigs required for the construction of the aircraft, along with detailed documents on the production process. This meant that all the manufacturers had to do was follow the dotted line, use the right tool at the right time, and a new Wellington would pop out of the factory with relative ease. The success of their efforts may be judged by the fact that, ultimately, of the total production run of over 11,000 Wellingtons, almost exactly 9,000 were built in factories other than the parent works at Vickers Weybridge. The Mark 1C did not enter production until April of 1940, and so it missed a lot of the chaotic fighting during the invasion of France, which saw the wholesale massacre of ferry battles and Bristol Blenheims in even more daylight raids. After the French capitulation, RAF Bomber Command now faced the prospect of targets as far afield as Norway, Italy, and, of course, Germany itself, alongside the more immediate dangers of Luftwaffe interceptors now being based off the French coast. The necessity for strengthening and updating the bomber force was wholly recognised, but with the looming threat of invasion, absolute priority was put into fighter production. And so, for the first year of its service life, the Mark 1C spent more of its time replacing older Wellingtons and worn-out ferry battles and Bristol Blenheims, rather than actually forming additional bomber squadrons. In fact, the Wellington was the only bomber in operation that was not being actively replaced, despite entering service within the same time frame as its contemporaries. In October of 1940, Bomber Command had approximately 532 aircraft. Of these were 85 ferry battles, which didn't really count as bombers, 217 Blenheims, which lacked the range to be effective, a mix of 130 Hampdens and Whitleys, and then about 100 Wellingtons. This meant that their effective bomber force, in terms of aircraft that could actually reach German targets, was only about 130 to 160 planes. Moreover, the Hampdens and Whitleys were planned to be replaced by the soon-to-arrive Avro Manchester, Short Stirling, and Handley Page Halifax. Thus, only the Wellington could be relied upon to maintain Bomber Command's meagre offensives over the lean months of 1940 and 1941. During this time, the Wellingtons were kept very busy, and they completed missions over the skies of Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa. The first Wellingtons to arrive in the African theatre made their appearance in September of 1940, with Mark 1As replacing the Bristol Blenheims of No. 70 Squadron. By 1941, 4 squadrons operated a mix of Mark 1As and Mark 1Cs, and these were often moved about, operating from the Suez Canal, Malta, Crete, and Iraq. Apart from No. 38 Squadron, which was transferred off for torpedo duties, these Wellingtons would distinguish themselves in harassing enemy ports and shipping throughout the entirety of 1941, and well into 1942, when at last they were gradually replaced by the newer variants of the Wellington, the Mark II and the Mark III. Work had been underway on these aforementioned variants since the middle of 1940. Other than the installation of 1145 horsepower Merlin 10 engines, there were no external differences between the Mark II and the previous models. Sometimes the windows were blacked out, but this was not a universal occurrence. That being said, the Mark II is notable for a few things, particularly its payload. It came into service during the winter of 1940-41, and this coincided with the RAF receiving the first shipments of what was to become its standard heavy explosive bomb, the cylindrical 4,000-pounder, often known as the Cookie or Blockbuster bomb. Unfortunately, this new bomb was so girthy that it couldn't fit within a regular bomb bay of a Wellington, and so a Mark II was selected for experimental modifications. The central beam of the bomb bay was removed, and parts of the bomb bay doors were cut away, and then eventually removed entirely, with the giant bomb partly sticking out from underneath. After proving that the method worked, several Mark 1Cs were modified in the same way, and they would be the first bombers to use the Blockbuster bomb during a raid on Emden on the night of April 1st, 1941. Though he served on a later version of the Wellington in 1942, Flight Lieutenant Clary Hughes gave a good explanation of what it was like to carry such a bomb. Draft was always a problem, especially when our Wellingtons were adopted to carry a 4,000-pound Cookie bomb. For this, on our unit, the bomb doors were removed, leaving the bomb partly outside the bomb bay and successfully deflecting a stream of icy air into the cabin. When the bomb was dropped, the aircraft bounced with relief, but the back of the bomb bay then ventilated the cabin even more. Though it was effective at both ventilating the cabin, and then more violently ventilating whatever it landed on, the 4,000-pound cookie would represent the upper limit of what the Wellington could physically carry. That being said, it would become somewhat of a hallmark of the bomber, with many airmen viewing the spectacle with a mix of awe, curiosity, and downright astonishment that the aircraft could even manage the load. While the Mark II explored the use of inline engines and explosive cylinders of death, the Mark III Wellington stuck with radials, albeit significantly more powerful ones. In this case, the selected power plant was the 14-cylinder, 1,425 horsepower Bristol Hercules III, and this resulted in the Mark III Wellingtons having an extra 375 horsepower per engine when compared to their predecessors. Other features which soon became standard were more advanced de-icing gear, balloon cutters to slice the cables tethering barrage balloons, and windshield wipers, which, for an aircraft designed and built in England, really should have been installed from the outset. A low-drag ventral turret was tested on the prototype Mark III, which was in fact a Mark I-C which had a pair of Hercules engines in place of the Pegasus, but this was never installed on the production Mark III. Instead, a newer and more powerful 4-gun tail turret was installed, again after being tested on the so-called Mark III prototype, and the waist gunners were retained. Though it had more powerful engines, the Mark III did not enjoy any improvements to its range or bomb-carrying capacity, as for this to happen the fuel tanks and bomb bay would also have to increase in size. But the new engines did provide an additional 3,500 feet in maximum altitude over the original Mark Is. Additionally, thanks to its increased power, the Mark III was the first Wellington that could tow all types of British gliders, including the huge airspeed Horsa. In a pinch, it could also swap out its explosive bombs for less explosive people, serving as a transport for fully equipped soldiers, and a number of Mark IIIs were utilised in the early stages of training the British Army's parachute brigades, having the now defunct ventral turret fairing removed as an exit port. In total, over 1,500 of the Mark IIIs would be built, and with their improved power, they would form the backbone of bomber command forces until the heavier four-engine bombers arrived on the scene. With that statement in mind, the period spanning 1941 and 1942 could be considered the heyday of the Wellington. Although the new generations of bombers, Manchesters, Stirlings and Halifaxes, were being introduced in 41, they were only being done so in small numbers, and often with a variety of teething problems, and so the Wellington continued to be the main long-range bomber, often comprising anything from 50 to 100% of the forces sent over enemy targets on a given night. Also in 1941, the Wellington found itself suddenly involved with a far wider variety of missions than first intended. This was the result of added responsibilities that were saddled onto Bomber Command in the spring of that year. The effects of German U-boats sinking British shipping had reached a critical point, and the Air Ministry ordered Bomber Command to redirect its primary efforts, with a focus on operations against submarine pens, docks, shipyards, and associated factories to try and cripple the maritime threat. Along with this, they also strongly suggested for targets to be selected that would have the greatest moral effect on the civil population that resided in the surrounding area, which was a roundabout way of admitting that the concept of area bombing was now greenlit to be the main tactic of Bomber Command moving forward. These expanded requirements meant that although more Wellingtons were being produced than ever before, only 4 new squadrons would be formed during the year, as most of the new aircraft were absorbed with either upgrading or replacing existing units that were now being spread across half a dozen theatres. As a result of this wide distribution, Wellingtons encountered a variety of combat situations that saw them pitted against ground-based flak batteries, naval anti-aircraft guns, day fighters, night fighters, and even some exceptionally brave naval float planes. This they did over the North Sea, the skies of France and Germany, the fjords of Norway, the sands of Africa and the Middle East, and the atrociously humid conditions often found in India, Burma, and the surrounding regions. Though the missions they were sometimes sent on strained credulity, especially the decision to send them on anti-shipping missions in broad daylight in 1942, one thing quickly became a constant across all squadrons, and that was the legendary ability of a Wellington to absorb heavy damage and keep flying. Though by now the Wellington was looking decidedly old school with its fabric-covered surfaces compared to the new all-metal bombers that were beginning to arrive on the scene, its geodetic structure kept many a damaged airframe from falling apart. Some of the more outstanding examples included a Wellington that survived an almost direct flak hit on its tail, which tore off the rear turret, half the tail surfaces, and stripped a good deal of fabric from the rear fuselage. Another involved the crew of a Wellington dealing with 3 fires at once, courtesy of a Ju-88 night fighter that peppered them repeatedly, and they eventually nursed the smouldering half-wreck back across the channel, narrowly missed landing on a barn, with the Wellington coming to rest in a field almost fully intact, save for a shattered undercarriage. Indeed, a large number of Wellingtons fared surprisingly well with hard landings and sudden jolts, and this can be attributed to the flexibility of the geodetic structure. And perhaps a good example of this is the fact that it became a pastime for experienced crews to invite raw airmen to sit on the main spar and watch it flex with remarkable motion when the engines were first started up. A special mention of the Wellington's strength, and the strength of its crew, must be made for a Wellington flown by No. 75 Squadron. It was made up of service members from New Zealand, and its bombers had meant to be delivered back home in the autumn of 1939, but the outbreak of war led to the bombers remaining in England and the crews offering their services. Eventually, the squadron of Kiwis became fully operational, and in 1941, one of these men would be among the 32 airmen from all services to receive a Victoria Cross during the war. Sergeant James Allen Ward, better known as Jimmy Ward, was the man in question. On the night of 7th of July 1941, he was serving as second pilot aboard Wellington L-7818, whose bombing target that night was Munster. With squadron leader R.P. Widderson at the helm, they proceeded on what was shaping up to be a textbook mission. Clean takeoff, easy passage to target, minimal turbulence, clear weather, and a clear bombing run. Things then took a bad turn when they were attacked by a Bf-110 night fighter. Though the tail gunner managed to take it out, emptying a heavy fire into it at point-blank range, the 110 had riddled the Wellington with cannon fire, and the starboard engine was now belching flame from split fuel lines. Widderson wasn't keen on himself or his crews spending the rest of the war in a prison camp, and so he turned the stricken Wellington for home. By throttling the plane back, the flames had diminished, but they still threatened the fabric covering of the wing, and so he then instructed Jimmy Ward to cut a small hole in the side of the fuselage and try to smother the fire with whatever he could get his hands on. Ward ended up finding a canvas cockpit cover, but instead of trying to beat on the flames as Widderson had expected, he decided the best thing to do would be to climb out onto the wing and fully put out the fire that way. After failing to convince him against such a reckless move, the navigator persuaded Ward to put on a parachute, and then insisted on tying a rope around his waist as well. And so, tethered, Ward squeezed through the small hole they had made by removing the Perspex astrodome on the fuselage, and over a breathless period of minutes, he slowly edged towards the burning engine, punching holes in the fabric of the wing with his fingers for grip against the buffeting wind. Though the bomber had slowed down, it was still doing just over 100 miles an hour, and it took all of his strength to reach the engine and stuff the canvas cover into the hole that was venting the flames. Unfortunately, the slipstream triumphed moments later, and the canvas cover was ripped away. However, the engine fire had diminished for one reason or another, and so Ward slowly and gingerly made his way back to the fuselage. With the fire mostly gone, Widderson nursed the bullet-riddled Wellington back to England, where it made a rough landing at Newmarket. This, of course, is a very cut-down version of the event. But for his bravery, Ward's wing commander recommended him without hesitation for the Victoria Cross, and on the 5th of August 1941, the London Gazette officially announced the awarding of the VC to the young New Zealander. Following this, Ward was given his own crew and aircraft, and he completed his first raid as captain on the 13th of September 1941. Then, on the 15th of September, over the target area, his aircraft was seen in the cone of a searchlight and surrounded by flak bursts. Then it was seen falling out of the skies in flames, and a few weeks later, news filtered through that he had been buried at Hamburg. Jimmy Ward's would be the only VC awarded to the member of a Wellington crew, but many other stories of bravery, genius, and often good old-fashioned luck surrounded the Wellingtons and their crews, many of whom got home purely on the strength of the airframe. By the end of 1942, the Wellingtons were now being joined on Bomber Command's frontline strength by Lancasters, Halifaxes, and Stirlings in growing numbers, and they were now officially reclassified as medium bombers. Even so, the opening days of 1943 would still see 15 full squadrons of Wellingtons in operation, along with numerous training and reserve units. 1943 would also see the introduction of the penultimate version of the aircraft in its dedicated bombing configuration, the Wellington Mark X. Like the Mark III, the Mark X represented a general across-the-board improvement. Powered by either the Hercules 6 or 16 engine, it made use of recently introduced light alloy components, which were lighter than steel but matched its strength, and this greatly increased the performance and endurance of the Mark X over its predecessors. The Mark X was popular, and it being the most produced variant of the Wellington is no coincidence, with over 3,800 being produced. By March of 1943, 12 squadrons of Bomber Command were either partially or fully equipped with the Mark X. However, their use in Europe was relatively brief, as by the end of the year, most of these squadrons had re-equipped with 4-engined bombers, specifically Halifaxes and Lancasters. Outside of Europe, things were different. The Mark X's deployment in the Middle East, Africa, Italy, and Burma ensured its continued importance right up until the closing months of the war. That being said, the steady replacement of the Wellingtons in Bomber Command's frontline squadrons in 1943 did not mean the end of their actual use within the command itself. They were used on various secondary missions throughout the final 2 years of the war, sometimes dropping pamphlets over Europe, sometimes performing decoy missions over the North Sea to bait out night fighters, and sometimes they were still sent out to drop the occasional object of an explosive nature. One particular unit of Wellingtons would see constant use in the so-called specialist duties starting in May of 1944. No. 69 Squadron was re-equipped with Wellington Mark XIIIs and was sent on specialist night missions over the continent in the lead-up to the invasion of Normandy. Its prime role was reconnaissance, but also included target illumination for the new frontline squadrons of 4-engine bombers, as well as nighttime photography. In September of 1944, the squadron moved across the Channel to a new base in Normandy, and after a short stay there, it was relocated again to Belgium. Here, the Wellingtons would stay, performing various missions until the end of the war, surviving the strafing runs of German fighters during Operation Bodenplatte, and still occasionally dropping bombs right into the spring of 1945. In fact, the squadron did not officially cease operations until the 7th of May, meaning that Wellingtons had given frontline service in Europe for the entirety of Britain's participation in the war. Its longevity in service, far outlasting the other bombers that were built at the same time, can be attributed to the strength and flexibility of the Wellington's airframe, but good timing also came into play. The Wellington was developed right at that watershed moment when wooden-framed, fabric-covered airframes were beginning to give way to all-metal designs. But stressed skin or metal monocoques weren't completely perfected in the mid-1930s, and with a sudden need for general rearmament, the geodetic frame of the Wellington provided the perfect solution for a strong, mass-produced bomber. The strength of the airframe also allowed it to fulfill a number of auxiliary roles without major redesigns, and because of this, the Wellington must be considered much more than just a frontline bombing aircraft. But Rex, I hear you say, why haven't you talked about this yet? Why haven't you talked about the GR8, or the humpback whale, or the hula hoop variant? And what about the ones that saw use after the war? Fear not, I shall certainly talk about these Wellingtons as well, but in the second part of this video, as I expect we are coming up on an hour-long runtime as it is. The second part will be uploaded within the next fortnight, providing there are no disasters in the editing process, and there we will look at the other models of the Wellington, including some one-off experiments. Last time we looked at the development and operational history of the Vickers Wellington as it was originally envisioned, that being a long-range medium bomber. But although it is primarily remembered as such, the Wellington also distinguished itself in a multitude of other roles, some of which were remarkably different from what it was originally designed for. A majority of these other Wellingtons served with Coastal Command, so I think starting with these makes the most sense, and what better way to start than with the weirdest Wellington of them all. In the opening months of the Second World War, British shipping losses from sea mines began to rapidly escalate. Alarmingly, many of these ships had been sunk in waters that had been recently swept and declared clear of mines, only to be sunk anyway. The cause of this loss was a new type of magnetic sea mine, one that was being rapidly laid in the coastal waters surrounding the major ports of southeast England. These were deadly and effective weapons, which, unlike traditional contact mines, didn't need to float on the water's surface to be effective. They could simply lie in wait on the seabed of shallow waters, being practically undetectable whilst doing so. Eventually, a ship would pass overhead, and the magnetic field of its hull triggered the detonator, upon which the presence of the mine would become suddenly and violently obvious. Their effectiveness quickly pushed shipping losses to a critical level, and top priority was placed on finding a way to neutralize this threat as quickly as possible. Fortuitously, a solution arrived earlier than anyone could predict. In a rare moment of early war good fortune, an intact mine was recovered from the mudflats of the Thames estuary, having been laid at low tide. It was subsequently disarmed, disassembled, and analysed, and from this came two solutions to the problem. The first was a passive method of neutralising the mine's effectiveness, a process called degaussing, which nullified the magnetic attraction of the ship's hull. But perfecting this method, and then employing it aboard all relevant vessels, would take some time. Until then, an immediate and more aggressive solution was called for. Attempts were first made using ships fitted with electromagnetic generators to detonate the mines from a distance, but the mines proved to be very good at their intended jobs, and these ships were seriously damaged. It was then suggested that a low-flying aircraft could be used to trigger the mines remotely instead. Now, an aircraft possessed nothing like the same magnetic field as a several thousand-ton merchant ship, but with the right equipment, this field could be generated, and thus the detonator of the magnetic mine could be tricked. For this, Vickers was approached to modify a Wellington and fit it out with the required equipment. This consisted of a large aluminium coil, housed inside a giant ring of balsa wood, and an electric generator, the current of which, running through the coil, would generate the magnetic field. The result was a Wellington that was quickly referred to as the Flying Donut, the 51-foot diameter ring being somewhat of a dominating feature. Within this ring was an aluminium coil, and this was connected to a 35 kilowatt Maudsley generator, which itself was driven by a Ford V8 engine. When the V8 was turned on, it would drive the generator, which would send an electric current through the coil, which would generate a magnetic field and trigger the mine. Work progressed on this strange-looking prototype throughout December of 1939, and amid rising losses of Allied shipping, permission was quickly given to convert another 3 Wellingtons to this configuration by the end of the year. Together, these were known as the Vickers Type 418, and given the codename Directional Wireless Installation, or DWI for short. The first of these was complete by mid-December, and it was delivered to No. 1 General Reconnaissance Unit, which had been specially formed to operate these highly experimental aircraft. With the ring installed, but without the aluminium coil, it flew for the first time on the 21st of December. It handled remarkably well, and the anticipated aerodynamic problems of this design proved less than originally feared. Indeed, it actually took off more easily than a regular Wellington due to the angle of attack of the ring providing a level of additional lift. This was traded off during landing, where the same ring now provided an equal amount of extra drag, but it wasn't enough to be dangerous, and following these flight trials, the aluminium coil was installed for practical testing on magnetic mines. The first of these tests were carried out on the magnetic trigger of a defused mine, and these were done at the experimental airfield at Mosscombe Down. These provided encouraging results, but they also highlighted several factors that had to be considered before practical results with real mines could be realized. Firstly, there was the consideration of tidal depth, which affected how far the magnetic field would have to reach to trigger the mine, something that was compounded by the fact that the magnetic fields generated thus far were felt to be a little on the weak side. Secondly, there was the consideration of altitude, or how low could the aircraft safely operate at before it ran the risk of being damaged by the very mines it was meant to destroy. Eventually, an altitude range of 35 to 60 feet was settled upon. Thirdly, there was the consideration of speed. The aircraft had to be slow enough that the magnetic field peaked around the mine for long enough to trigger it, but also fast enough to not be over the mine when said event happened, a tricky calculation. The complexity of the problem was highlighted in an incident that also further confirmed the strength of the Wellington airframe. The first successful detonation of a mine, in live trials, happened on the 8th of January 1940, but during the second test on the 13th, the aircraft strayed too low at the critical moment, going well below 35 feet. Once again, the mine was successfully detonated, but the proximity subjected the Wellington to well over 10 Gs of sudden and violent acceleration. Following this, the crew made a hasty retreat to their airfield, but despite themselves being quite rattled, an examination of the Wellington showed the airframe hadn't been compromised. In fact, it was cleared to fly again the very next day. Thankfully, this was the only major close call experienced by the Wellingtons of No. 1 GRU, and through perseverance, the art of effectively and safely detonating these magnetic mines was perfected throughout the rest of the month. By mid-February, 2 DWIs had already completed several minesweeping operations, and they were then joined by a third, improved version, which would become the template for the DWI Mark II. Thus far, the rate of mine destruction had been described as steady rather than spectacular, a consequence of limited power. This had already been realized before the first DWIs were even operational, and the third and fourth prototypes had been held back for modification. The Ford V8 was replaced by a more powerful de Havilland Gypsy engine, and this allowed the Maudsley generator to be replaced by a more powerful and more efficient model built by English Electric. The end result was an increase in electrical power from 35 to 95 kilowatts, a 50% increase in the magnetic field, and a weight reduction of 1,000 pounds owing to a simplified installation system. With these improved models in company, the DWIs of No. 1 GRU made numerous successful sweeps throughout March and April of 1940. Sometimes these were done with individual aircraft, but often they were done as a coordinated group to improve the effectiveness of the sweep. This was particularly common in areas of coastal water where there was a lot of sea traffic, which thus made them a bigger target. Though these Wellingtons were mostly without escort on these missions, a perilous situation given their complete lack of defensive armament, they had not yet come under attack by intruding Luftwaffe patrols. In fact, the first time they were fired upon was a case of misidentification. They had been sent to sweep the local waters ahead of the planned evacuation of the Dutch royal family by the Royal Navy, and the local air defences, understandably a little trigger-happy owing to the invading Germans, looked into the sky, saw what appeared to be a bomber adorned with a glorified hula hoop, assumed it was some sort of German wonder weapon, and promptly opened fire. Thankfully, no damage occurred. During their time in the coastal waters around southern England and in the Channel, the crews of these ringed Wellingtons found them to be, on the whole, easy to handle. They praised the Wellington's well-harmonized controls, no doubt a comfort when you're 40 feet above mine-infested waters, and they reported minimal aerodynamic effects on the handling when the mines detonated, providing they weren't too low, of course. Takeoff was still easy, and landing was still somewhat sketchy, with the crew essentially being committed once they were below 500 feet on their final approach. On the whole, they were well liked, and they provided a startling sight for the coastal inhabitants and the various ships' crews that saw them skimming across the water at almost 200 miles an hour. But owing to the rapid development of degaussing equipment aboard British vessels, the need for these aircraft around British coastal waters was relatively short-lived. They did, however, serve for longer in the Mediterranean theatre. In late May 1940, GRU No. 1 was transferred to Egypt, as the involvement of Italy in the war was a matter of when, not if, and after Italy's declaration of war on the 10th of June, minesweeping operations immediately began the following day. Initially, 5 DWIs operated in this area, but this number was increased by a handful of Wellingtons that were converted to the type in Egypt, courtesy of supplies sent over from Britain. Their first operational sweeps covered the coastal approaches to Alexandria, followed in the next few days by the Suez Canal and its ports, all of which being of vital importance. This was a task that the Wellingtons were to continue for the entirety of the African campaign, following the fighting back and forth along the coastline, and clearing ports of mines laid down by both sides when called for. The last known DWIs in use in this theatre are thought to be single examples operated by 162 Squadron, a radio countermeasures unit, which still had at least one on strength in Africa as late as 1944. Though the career of the DWI Wellington was brief, the other examples operated by Coastal Command enjoyed a much broader and longer service life. As the need for DWIs waned in the autumn of 1940, Coastal Command, in close liaison with the Admiralty, was urgently preoccupied with another problem, one that had been haunting them from the beginning. How did they deal with the U-boats that threatened Britain's maritime supply lines? Part of the answer was already there, as in August of 1940 they had improved their capacity to destroy U-boats thanks to the addition of around 700 Mark VII depth charges. But finding a satisfactory way of locating said U-boats to then use said depth charges on was proving to be a challenge. This would change with the Wellington GR Mark VIII. By 1941, airborne radar, particularly air-to-surface vessel radar, or ASV, was now becoming available in quantity. It was shaping up to be a promising tool against enemy surface vessels, and there were great hopes that it could also be used against U-boats as well, but it had a limitation. U-boats rarely surfaced during the day, for obvious reasons, so most of the time the radar would have to be used at night. But due to the surface echoes of the water, a surfaced U-boat would drop off radar at a distance of approximately 1 mile. This would force the aircraft to shoot off flares to illuminate the area, which would then spook the U-boat into evasive maneuvers, usually culminating in a crash dive, and the chase would be over. Coastal Command's AOC&C, Air Chief Marshal Sir Frederick Bowhill, cast around his broad command in the hopes of finding a bright mind that might solve this problem. Funnily enough, it would be a member of his own headquarters staff that would provide the solution, an administrative officer, Squadron Leader Humphrey de Verde Lee. He envisioned, and then formally proposed, the fitting of a powerful searchlight to an anti-submarine aircraft that was equipped with ASV. His plan was to home in on the sub's location using the radar in complete darkness until the final mile where it dropped off scope. The searchlight would then be switched on, illuminating that final mile of sea and showing the U-boat stark against the water. As this illumination would be instant, unlike the gradual burn of a flare, he believed the aircraft would be able to bear down on the U-boat before the crew had time to react. His proposal received a certain amount of skepticism from the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough, but Lee had the full support of his superior, Sir Frederick, and he was assigned to work on the project full-time. A redundant DWI Wellington was selected as the testbed. Its giant ring was removed, but the electric generator was left in place, to power both the radar and the searchlight. Initially, Lee wanted to use the 90cm searchlight operated by the Army, but this proved to be too bulky and it generated too much heat, so he settled for the smaller, but still very powerful 60cm unit most commonly used by the Navy. In a stroke of luck, this smaller unit fit perfectly into the confines of a converted Fraser-Nash turret, which made it much easier to operate. This also meant that the searchlight turret could be easily installed in the underbelly, it being lowered through the hole which had been originally designed for the Mark I Wellington's dustbin turret. During its development, it was called the DWI Mark III to hide its real purpose. As work progressed, Lee made changes to improve its performance, replacing the bulky generator with an array of batteries, and upgrading to the ASV Mark II radar. He then had the privilege of witnessing his success firsthand, being aboard the Wellington when Royal Navy submarine H-31 was tracked by its radar and then illuminated by its searchlight. After the exercise, naval officers aboard the submarine testified that the bomber was not detected until the searchlight was switched on, at which point there was almost no time for them to avoid any attack. This fully confirmed Lee's design, and the aircraft was ordered into immediate production as the Wellington GR Mark VIII. No. 172 Squadron was formed as the first official unit to operate the Mark VIII, and on their very first mission they proved its effectiveness wasn't just the lucky fluke of a well-executed exercise. Flying a patrol off the coast of Spain on the night of the 2nd to 3rd of June 1942, they successfully located, tracked, engaged, and damaged the Italian submarine Luigi Torelli. A few days later, on the 5th of June, they scored their first kill, sinking U-502 in the Bay of Biscay. Although the number of successes was destined to be small, the effect on German naval morale was significant, and until the development of mobile radar units, the U-boats had almost no protection against this new weapon system. A drop in Allied shipping losses from 600,000 to 200,000 tons per month in 1942 was directly attributed to the combined use of this system aboard Vickers Wellingtons and B-24 Liberators. Though the Lee Light Mark 8 saw action in the Channel, the North Sea, the Bay of Biscay, and the Atlantic, another version saw concentrated use in the Mediterranean. Developed in parallel with the Lee Light Wellington, a daytime variant had been designed for the purpose of hunting enemy shipping, a critically important resource for the campaigns in Africa. Though it was equipped with 2 torpedoes in place of depth charges, and fitted with gun turrets in the nose and tail, this was still classified as the GR Mark 8, despite being converted for a totally different purpose. Based on the island of Malta, these Wellingtons would be kept perpetually busy throughout the majority of 1942, particularly around the Battle of El Alamein, but their use would continue in this theatre throughout the entirety of the war. The reason why both of these fairly different aircraft were lumped under the same designation was because they were more of an impromptu allocation of hastily converted equipment, rather than a dedicated series that had been designed from the outset. But this would be corrected with the next series of Coastal Command Wellingtons. Encouraged by Coastal Command's experience with the GR Mark 8 thus far, both as a torpedo bomber and as a submarine hunter, the RAF and Vickers worked together to develop updated versions of both. These were developed from the newly arrived Wellington Mark 10, and this time they were built specifically for Coastal Command use from the outset. This led to the production of a quartet of Coastal Command, or Webfoot Wellingtons, and the first of these was the GR Mark 11, an updated torpedo bomber. Like the GR Mark 8, this came equipped with the ASV Mark II radar, which featured 4 large aerials that were mounted along the spine of the fuselage, as well as 2 rows of T aerials mounted along the side. Other than this change, the Mark 11 was essentially the same as the Mark 10 bomber, and this was for good reason. German merchant vessels were now sailing in heavily protected convoys, and these often included merchantmen modified as flagships. Because of this, the nose turret was kept on the Mark 11 to provide some modicum of forward firepower, to try and dissuade enemy gunners during a torpedo attack. In total, 180 of these Mark 11s would be produced, but that would be a small number in comparison to their successor, the Mark 13. This was essentially similar to the Mark 11, but it had one major difference, and that was the power plant. From the outset, there had been complaints about a lack of power, both with the GR Mark 8 and the Mark 11 and the Mark 12, the latter I will come to in a moment. The provision of radar equipment and the bulky generators or batteries required to run them added up to a lot of weight, almost 2 tons in fact, which was the equivalent of a full bomb load for an early Wellington. Not only did this make them a bit on the slow side, but it also meant that they could not fly on just one engine, a terrifying prospect on any occasion, but even more so when you're flying hundreds of miles over open sea. To correct this, the Mark 13 was powered by a pair of 1735 horsepower Bristol Hercules 17s, which were the highest rated engines to be equipped on a wartime Wellington. Provision was also made to carry the ASV Mark III radar on some models, but this required a redesign of the nose, and it was mostly reserved for use aboard the anti-submarine version. In total, 844 of the Mark 13 would be built, and they would see operations in the Mediterranean, the Channel, and the North Sea. The second half of the Coastal Command Quartet was dedicated to the anti-submarine Wellingtons. Deeply impressed with the Lee Light-equipped Mark 8, Coastal Command was eager for more, and this led to the GR Mark 12. This came with the ASV Mark III, which had been fitted to some of the aforementioned Mark 13s. This new radar system did away with the external aerials, with all of the equipment being installed in a nose-mounted teardrop fairing, and the upper section covered by a clear canopy. But as mentioned before with the Mark 11, some sort of forward-firing weaponry was required, as the U-boats had also taken to fitting themselves with various anti-aircraft weaponry and were readily engaging the very aircraft sent to destroy them. In place of the nose turret, which couldn't be reinstalled due to the radar, a pair of machine guns on flexible mounts were fitted to the clear canopy of the upper nose. Standard battle practice was to blind the gunners on the U-boat with a liberal blasting from the lee light, while the nose gunner made use of said light to better sight his guns. The U-boat Tactica remaining on the surface, and duking it out with Allied aircraft, inevitably led to the loss of some Wellingtons in one-on-one fights. One remedy to this was for a Wellington to shadow its target whilst calling up support, and then a coordinated attack could be used to overwhelm the enemy. Eventually, this forced the U-boats to switch back to the tactic of crash diving to evade attacks, something which itself became self-defeating with the deployment of the Mark 24 homing torpedo. As with the Mark 13 being an improved version of the Mark 11, the Mark 14 was an improved version of the Mark 12. Again, this featured the much more powerful Hercules 17 engine, and again, these were built in much greater numbers, with 841 being produced in total. These aircraft in particular saw a busy spell of activity in the weeks leading up to, and immediately after, the Allied landings at Normandy. Here, they flew a great number of sorties to destroy, delay, or otherwise prevent enemy submarines from sinking the vast convoys that supplied the beachheads. Owing to their wide use, Coastal Command Wellingtons gradually earned a multitude of nicknames for one reason or another. Many in the RAF called them Webfoot Wimpies. Wellingtons equipped with the ASV Mark II were called Sticklebacks, owing to their spine-like aerials, and Coastal Command crews often referred to their aircraft as Goofingtons rather than Wellingtons, a vocabulary that was then expanded to include Fishingtons when they started to carry torpedoes. Though never designed with these roles in mind, Wellingtons put in a lot of work with Coastal Command, and some of their more interesting exploits on various missions, some of which are rather strange indeed, will be covered in a future video on specific Coastal Command operations, so keep an eye out for that in the semi-distant future. Moving on from Coastal Command Wellingtons, we come to one that, ironically, looked like it operated with Coastal Command. But although it had the appearance of a Wellington crossbred with a humpback whale, its design was about as far away from the sea as you could get, as it was built for high-altitude flying. One of the biggest challenges faced by Bomber Command was how to get through the lines of German air defences without taking heavy losses. In the earlier years of the war, the Kammhuber line was the main obstacle to overcome, and as this line grew in length, depth, and effectiveness, it became increasingly obvious that the German defences would have to be penetrated rather than circumvented. This is where the Mark V and 6 Wellingtons come in. As early as 1938, it had been theorised that bombers flying at the highest altitude possible would have the greatest chance of survival in a hypothetical war with Germany. They would avoid the worst of the flak batteries, and night fighters were not yet the effective, radar-equipped nightmares that would be seen in later years. The idea was appealing enough that Vickers proposed the development of 2 prototype high-altitude Wellingtons. One would be equipped with the Bristol Hercules engines, and the other with Rolls-Royce Merlins. The proposal was quickly approved, and both prototypes were ordered in May of 1939, with the Hercules model developed as the Wellington Mark V and the Merlin model as the Mark VI. The Mark V flew first, taking off for the first time in September of 1940. This first model was powered by a 1425 horsepower Hercules 3, and later on a second model was built with the more powerful 1600 horsepower Hercules 7. Its whale-like upper nose, fed flush with the fuselage, became a hallmark of this design, and it got this shape from the cylindrical pressurized cabin that would house the crew and keep them safe at high altitude. This crew was much smaller than a standard Wellington, due to a lack of defensive guns, and it consisted of just 3 men, a pilot, a radio operator, and a navigator, who also served as bomb aimer. This cabin was not exactly roomy, and with nothing but a bubble canopy to see out of, the visibility for the pilot for takeoff and landing was not ideal. The canopy was slightly offset to port to help with this, but it still proved tricky to land and taxi on the ground, with many a near miss during the testing phase. Claustrophobic elements aside, it would at least keep the crew alive, with a cabin pressure set at a bearable 10,000 feet, compared to the estimated operational altitude of 36,000 feet. Despite still being in the testing phase, the need for a high-altitude bomber had grown following the fall of France, and an order was placed for 132 high-altitude Wellingtons, with the production to be split between the Mark V and the Mark VI. Following its initial test flights, the more important high-altitude test flights began with the Mark V, and without trying to sound like a broken record when it comes to highly experimental aircraft, this is where the problems began. Flying at high altitude brought its own unique set of challenges, ones that quickly made life incredibly difficult for the Wellington. Some of these challenges were minor, trifling things, but others were downright alarming. During extended periods at high altitude, the pilots had the diverting experience of watching his canopy completely ice up, thus reducing all visibility, and this was believed to be caused by high humidity in the cabin. Other scenarios not to be associated with happiness or low stress levels included the complete seizing of control surfaces owing to frozen grease, and one incident involving an engine leak led to the propeller sending frozen bullets of engine oil into the fuselage and cabin, which threatened a violent decompression. While many of these problems were eventually addressed, the unreliability of the Hercules engine at high altitude was not, and in the end it proved so troublesome that the Mark V was cancelled in favour of the Mark VI. The Mark VI carried a slightly larger crew of 4, a pilot, navigator, radio operator, and a dedicated bomb aimer. These aircraft also had their wingspan extended by 12 feet to improve high-altitude performance, which also increased the maximum altitude to 40,000 feet. Unfortunately, the problems that plagued the Mark V also came to haunt the Mark VI, with the prototype suffering from problems with ice accumulation, frozen lubricants, and a want of heat retention. By the time testing of the Mark VI prototypes was concluding, the need for high-altitude bombers was being reassessed, partly due to shifting changes in air staff policy, and partly due to the many problems encountered thus far. As a result of this, not a huge number of these bulbous high-altitude Wellingtons were built. Of the original order for 132, only 67 were ever completed. 3 were the Mark V prototypes, 28 were Mark Vs taken from production line and converted to Mark VI standard, and the rest were built as Mark VIs from the outset. By the time that the Mark VI was rolling out of the factory, the idea of using the Wellington as a high-altitude bomber had been dropped entirely. Unwilling to view them as a complete loss, Vickers and the RAF repurposed the aircraft for use as trainers for, or operators of, the blind target marking device codenamed Oboe. For this, the Wellingtons were redesignated as the Mark VI-G, and they were put into service in the autumn of 1942. In this role, they provided extremely precise results for Bomber Command's pathfinding force, particularly when used as target markers for the winter raids of 1942 through to 1943. But their use in this role was doomed from the start. The de Havilland Mosquito was already entering operational service, and it was better at this role in every way. It was lighter, faster, could climb better, and it could reach an altitude that almost equaled the Wellington without the need for a pressurized cabin. Once again, the high-altitude Wellingtons were without a purpose, and this time it was the end of them. Converting the aircraft back to normal Wellingtons would have been prohibitively expensive, and besides, the Wellington was now being replaced by larger bombers anyway, and so the entirety of these strange-looking aircraft were gradually scrapped between 1943 and 1945. Though mostly remembered for its offensive roles, the Wellington also found itself useful in non-combat duties as well. The roominess of its fuselage, the general sturdiness of the geodetic airframe, and its long range led to considerations for the Wellington to be used as both a civil and a military transport. These considerations were made before the outbreak of war, and were subsequently shelved as the need for pure bombers took priority. But eventually the idea of a Wellington transport was revived in 1941. At the start of the year, Vickers were ordered to convert a number of older Wellingtons into troop and equipment transports to be sent over to Africa. Since all this required was essentially the removal of all combat and ancillary equipment, most of these conversions were done locally as the need for transports arose. Because of this, the exact number of Wellingtons converted for use in Africa is unknown. As a transport, they could carry up to 18 fully equipped soldiers, or their equivalent weight in supplies, over a distance of approximately 2,000 miles, or 3,200 kilometers. These aircraft were unarmed, but as they often travelled through areas that didn't enjoy total air superiority, this weakness was disguised. Most commonly, this was done by painting on fake turrets and sticking on a couple of broomstick handles in place of the machine guns. The Wellingtons performed well in this new role, and this led to multiple conversions in every theatre they served in. Some were used as troop transports, but many performed a variety of other duties as well. Some served as ambulances, some as equipment transports, and some, particularly in India, were used for training paratroopers. Eventually, all of these various conversions, usually from Mark 1As or Mark 1Cs, were ratified into an official designation, either being listed as the Mark 15 or Mark 16 respectively. Additionally, the RAF was ordered to provide 4 Wellingtons to the British Overseas Airway Corporation in 1942, and this collection was unofficially known as the Wimpy Airline. Initially, these were flown by contracted airline captains, but this posed legal difficulties as the aircraft were not civil registered, nor did they come with an official certificate of airworthiness, and so they were handed over to a dozen or so ex-Wellington second pilots. This miniature air fleet was operated for approximately 9 months, and although they were a bit rough and slow compared to some of the other sleeker transports of the BOAC, they got the job done, just. These Wellingtons were earlier models that didn't benefit from the more powerful engines that were installed on the Mark III and the Mark X. As such, there were quite a few near misses. Though they managed to not actually break anything, and maintained a 100% safety record, a former pilot remembered observing one of these Wellingtons, which had been seriously misloaded, make multiple attempts to get down to its airfield without either stalling, overshooting, or slamming into the barriers due to a crosswind. After a landing that would put even Ryanair to shame, the pilot apparently got out, bone white and visibly shaken and trembling, only to be congratulated by one of the passengers, who warmly said to him, "Thank you, Captain, for a delightful flight." Another vital, non-combat role of the Wellington was that of a trainer. Though it remained in operational service with Coastal Command and in the Far East until the end of the war, on the home front it had been phased out as a frontline weapon by mid-1943. By this point, the Mark X Wellington, considered the peak of its design, was available in large numbers, and many believed it was the perfect candidate for an operational trainer. A multitude of these Mark X Wellingtons were subsequently converted into the T Mark X. Occasionally, they were used to ease bomber crews into operational service by flying leaflet raids over Europe, but they were mostly used for training newer crews up to a standard where they would then graduate onto the newer, larger 4-engine bombers. This was a role they filled throughout the rest of the war, and for many years afterwards. Along with the T Mark X, there were 3 other variants of training Wellingtons. The T Mark 17 was used for training in the operation of air interception radar. The T Mark 18 was used to train radio operators and navigators. And the T Mark 19 was an improved version of the Mark X, with more powerful engines and modernized equipment. These saw extensive use after the war, and were still in service as late as 1953. Along with the various marks of Wellingtons that saw service before, during, and after the Second World War, there are also some one-off examples that deserve an honourable mention. The first is Wellington L-4250. Following its use as the prototype for the Rolls-Royce-powered Mark II series, it was selected at the end of 1938 to be a testbed for the installation of so-called ultra-heavy armament. This was done to gather data to assist with the development of aircraft that were to be designed to specification B1/39. This had initially called for a heavy bomber that mounted a series of 20mm cannons for defense, but then somebody had the crystallizing idea of fitting 40mm cannons instead. Installation on the Wellington was limited to a single gun mounted in the dorsal position, as the idea of adding more was considered both laughable and suicidal. As it turned out, adding just one of these heavy guns was enough to cause all sorts of problems. Not only was the recoil and rate of fire a concern, but it caused severe and dangerous vibrations due to turbulence, and it played havoc with the airflow over the tail fin. To try and fix the perilous instability, the tail was reshaped to a twin-tail configuration, which brought the tail fins in line with the slipstream of the engines. In this guise, the testing continued, but the stability of the aircraft was still nowhere near acceptable. A new streamlined housing for the turret was tested, but this had minimal effect, and it didn't address the biggest problem, which was the constant change in roll trim every time the gun was traversed more than a few degrees. After this, a second Mark II Wellington was used to test a different arrangement, this time with a cannon mounted in the nose. But this did not progress very far, as the original specification that had prompted the experiment had been cancelled, which was probably for the best. Other Wellingtons played more successful roles in the testing of other weapons and devices as the war progressed. One became the first aircraft to test the famous bouncing bomb developed by Barnes-Wallis, which would go on to fame as the weapon used in Operation Chastise, aka the Dambuster Raid. Another trio of Wellingtons played a vital role in the practical development of the early jet engine, specifically the power plants developed by Frank Whittle. In each case, a Whittle engine was mounted in the tail section of a Wellington, and these performed practical tests from 1942 all the way through to 1945. Their use as various testbeds, transports, minesweepers, submarine hunters, ambulances, and other roles far outside their original design specification speaks volumes to the versatility of the Wellington. An aircraft designed in the mid-1930s would usually find itself obsolete and replaced by the start of the Second World War, but this was one of the rare exceptions. Not only did it serve throughout the war, but it even soldiered on in various places well into the 1950s, not only with Britain, but with other countries such as France and Greece. Its success spawned a series of derivatives, one of which being the Vickers Viking, and an example of this aircraft would go on to become the world's first purely jet-powered transport in 1948. And so an aircraft built from the principles taken out of airship design would eventually go on to become one of the pioneers of the jet age. And if that isn't an impressive legacy, then I don't know what is. Today, we're taking a look at the Tupolev TB-3. This chunky beast was a 4-engine Soviet heavy bomber developed in the late 1920s. It was the first all-metal, 4-engine monoplane bomber to enter service in the world, and it transformed the capabilities of the Soviet Air Force. Its story begins in 1925 with the Soviet Air Force. Having requested Tupolev to produce what would become the TB-1 in 1923, the Soviet Union's first mass-produced bomber, and an all-metal one at that, they then returned with another request in 1925. They wanted a 4-engine all-metal bomber built along similar principles to the TB-1. It had to be both viable as a land plane, a seaplane, or a ski plane for winter operations, and it must have a power output of at least 2,000 horsepower. After initial testing of a simple wind tunnel model was complete, Tupolev was approved to launch a project to fully develop the new bomber, which at the time was designated as the ANT-6 by Tupolev, and later the TB-3 by the VVS. The project was to be managed under Tupolev's overall direction by Petliakov, who was also busy working on the TB-1 project. In fact, the two aircraft went through their prototyping and construction process almost in parallel. That being said, it took a while for both projects to build up momentum and actually get underway. The TB-1 suffered from material shortages, which led to production delays, something I talked about in the video that covers that plane, and the new 4-engine bomber also suffered this problem. However, this was not the only cause for its long development time. On the one hand, the VVS was being typical of most interwar air services and kept changing its requirements for the new bomber, and on the other, there was the problem of logistics. For most of the 1920s, the Soviet Union did not possess the required facilities in which it could build the TB-3 airframes, nor supply them with the required equipment in the numbers requested. As a result of this, development on the bomber was so slow that several other Tupolev projects took to the air despite being started after it, namely the ANT-7, 9, and 10. Finally, on the 3rd of December 1929, the first detailed model of the ANT-6 was tested in a wind tunnel, and in March of 1930, a full-scale mock-up and then a prototype was ordered, almost 5 years after the initial commencement of the project. Much like its predecessor, the TB-3 prototype would become the largest aircraft built in the Soviet Union at the time, and it was among the largest aircraft in the world in terms of wingspan. The wing repeated the profile of that found on the TB-1, but the ailerons, extending from the outer engines to the tips, did not project outwards. Structurally, the wing was made out of a 7-meter central section that was built integrally to the fuselage, and 4 outer sections that could be removed for rail transport. The wing was built up around 4 spars that ran from tip to tip. These comprised upper and lower booms that were joined by vertical and horizontal box and channel sections, and these were reinforced by gussets of sheet metal and steel connectors at the joints. The end result was an unappealing, but undeniably strong internal structure. Much like the wing, the fuselage was a direct extrapolation of that of the TB-1, with the main difference being that it had a more rectangular cross-section with far less taper towards the tail. 2 prominent top hat longerons projected on each side from nose to tail, and 6 of the 13 A-frames used in the structure were also formed into corrugated sheet bulkheads, and they were large enough to accommodate 1.5 meter tall doors that connected each section of the fuselage. In the initial design of the TB-3, that the prototype was built around, it was to have a crew of 6. In the top of the nose, there was an open cockpit for the gunner, and below this was a lower compartment, well supplied with windows, for the navigator and bomb aimer. Next came the side-by-side open cockpits for the pilots, again free to take in the icy cold Siberian winds, followed by a compartment for the engineer, with separate engine and instrument consoles on each side of a central gangway. Next came the bomb bay, with 2 pairs of flat rectangular doors in the belly, between the bulkheads to which the undercarriage struts were attached. In the initial design, the aircraft was to be mounted on a similar undercarriage to the TB-1, but this would be changed several times over the aircraft's history. Lastly, behind the wing on the upper section of the fuselage were 2 open cockpits for the central gunners, one of whom also acted as a radio operator. Like the nose cockpit, these were fitted with scarf rings for the machine guns, but the prototype had no armament or military equipment. By the time construction of the prototype had begun, its design requirements had changed, owing to the passage of time and the changing moods of the Soviet Air Force. Tupolev and Petlyakov's work was made easier by the dropping of the seaplane requirement, as that was now being met by the ANT-8 flying boat. Power plant requirements had also changed several times, and while the Soviet-built M17 engines were being worked on, they were not yet ready, and the decision was made to fit the prototype with 4 600-horsepower Curtiss Conqueror water-cooled V12s. The engines were mounted on steel trusses ahead of a firewall on the front wing spar. The wing was deep enough that, when needed, an engineer who didn't suffer from claustrophobia could crawl through the wing and gain access to them with relative ease. This was something they would have to get used to, as the only way of checking the fuel levels was to also crawl through the wing and check the fuel level indicators, and the bomber had 14 of them, so it was quite a tedious affair. Supporting what was rapidly becoming a large, heavy, engineer-filled plane was an undercarriage that shared much of its design, again, with the TB-1. The weight of the aircraft was taken by a vertical strut from the axle to the second spar, and triangular bracing was provided by a third strut between the axle and the bottom of the fuselage. The vertical strut featured housings for the 12 rubber bungee shock absorbers, which, along with the huge 2-meter diameter wheels, would support the massive bulk of the airframe. Production of the prototype was rapid, and it was completed in just under 6 months. Ground tests began on the 20th of November 1930, and on the 22nd of December it was prepared for its first flight. This flight almost ended in disaster for the testing crew, when heavy vibrations from the engines, and the skids on the ground, caused the starboard throttle levers to gradually be moved to the closed positions. This caused the aircraft to slew to the right, where it narrowly avoided returning to its hangar in a most unplanned and violent fashion, before test pilot Mikhail Gromov was able to hold the throttle open to complete the takeoff in relative safety. Following this, the rest of the flight was problem-free and deemed a success. By February of 1931, the prototype was successfully taking off, flying and landing with its wheeled undercarriage, and as its performance was within the VVS requirements, it was ordered into production as the TB-3. This made it the world's first all-metal, 4-engine cantilever wing bomber to enter full-scale production. Though the M17 engines were now available, pressure on these going into the TB-1s, which were already in production, led to the first TB-3s being re-engined with BMW 6 engines. The armament and military equipment was now also installed, for obvious reasons. The internal bomb bay still resembled that of the TB-1, but it now had a central gangway installed, each side of which was a series of horizontal bomb racks. These could carry up to 28 100-kilogram bombs. If the internal bomb bay wasn't used, external bomb racks could be added to the wings and fuselage. This would allow the TB-3 to carry various loads with a maximum bomb load of 5 tons, which for 1931 gave it the largest bomb-carrying capacity for any production aircraft in the world. The TB-3's defensive armament consisted of a series of twin-mounted, drum-fed DA machine guns in each gunner station. In addition to this, production TB-3s introduced a new feature that Tupolev was to later suggest for several even larger bomber projects: extendable wing turrets. This sort of turret design is often referred to as a dustbin turret, sometimes because of their appearance, and sometimes because they were considered to be literally rubbish on some designs owing to various problems. These turrets had already been successfully tested on the ANT-6, and several TB-3s now had them installed as well. Their location required the unfortunate gunner to crawl through the wing structure to reach the turret, which was located near the outer engine. Because of their location, these turrets were manned by assistant engineers charged with supervising the engines and reading the gauges on the fuel tanks. For operation, the turret could be manually cranked down until it was wholly below the wing, and then cranked to the left or the right while the gunner aimed his machine gun. Probably quite the workout, as this all had to be done by hand. The turret had side windows, and the gunner was provided with 14 magazines for the gun, and in an emergency the turret could be jettisoned, ideally with the gunner not being inside. Subsequent tests showed that whilst they caused some level of drag, posed a frostbite risk to the gunners, and in general looked positively hideous, the turrets were useful for defense as the bomber lacked a tail gunner, so the design stuck around, at least for a time. The first production aircraft rolled out of the factory on the 4th of January 1932. Unfortunately, by this point, the production aircraft had grown rather heavy, and this resulted in poor flight performance when these first units were delivered. The cause of the weight gain was from numerous things: the switching from imported to locally produced alloys for much of the airframe, the addition of combat equipment not accounted for in some places, steps, brackets, partitions, and seats not found on the prototype, the use of heavy electric cables, despite currents being trivial, and the poor quality of inexperienced factory workers. As a result of this, an urgent weight reduction program was initiated, apparently with complete disregard to safety. Wherever possible, the structure was simplified, wing ribs were removed, and in some extreme cases, the thickness of the fuselage structure was reduced. Despite these measures, when the plane flew again, these changes did not result in any catastrophic structural failures, merely various cracks that were then arrested by drilling holes into various parts of the airframe. I wish I was making that up. Disaster apparently avoided, production went full steam ahead, and by 1933, factory number 22 was producing 2 TB-3s every 3 days. By now, they were powered by the M17 engine that had finally entered mass production, and by the start of the year, nearly 400 TB-3s had already been built and delivered. This meant that the Soviet Union now had the most powerful bomber force in the world, a distinction that they would hold for most of the 1930s. Despite having a potent bomber force, the VVS was still hungry for more improvement, specifically range. The Soviet Union itself was vast, and it had potential enemies on both its eastern and western borders. Because of this, range was considered more important than payload among many senior officers. Tupolev engineers were faced with a choice on how to provide said range: increase power or reduce drag. The latter option was explored first. In early 1933, a production aircraft was modified for special trials. Everything possible was done to reduce drag. All armament and bomb racks were removed, as well as antennas and other drag-inducing objects, and the main wheels were housed in streamlined fairings. The result was a disappointing gain of just 4.5% in speed and range, in exchange for costly modifications that made a bomber basically combat ineffective. Experiments with increasing power eventually yielded better results, though at first this was not the case. Initially, trials were done with the new Mikulin M34 engines. Again, these were water-cooled V12s, but with improved 4-valve cylinders and the addition of a supercharger. Though they boasted increased power over the old M17s, the increase in speed and range was negligible. A follow-up test was conducted, with the aircraft stripped of its dustbin turrets and a reduced crew to save weight, but this was equally disappointing. Though the M34 was more reliable than the M17, as well as being more powerful, the only performance advantage was a higher top speed at lower altitudes. Climb, ceiling, range, and handling were worsened, and the engine's heavier weight and higher RPMs led to uncomfortable vibrations and excessive noise, all of which made for an intolerable experience for the pilots, whose open cockpits were closest to the engines and their propellers. Salvation was found in the M34R engine, which featured a reduction gear. It was hoped that driving a larger propeller at a slower speed would both improve performance and solve the noise and vibration issues. It did. Despite the added weight of the improved engine and large propeller, the takeoff run was reduced. The climb to 3,000 meters went from 29 minutes down to 17, the top speed increased by almost 20 kilometers an hour, and the noise from the propellers was significantly lessened, much to the relief of the pilots. Following successful trials, this new engine and propeller arrangement was installed on all future TB3s, and many existing models were also modified to the updated configuration. Two other distinct modifications that were made in the 1930s was the fitting of 4-blade propellers to the inboard engines, which improved takeoff performance, and the addition of a tail gunner. Previously, the fuselage had terminated at the sternpost, but this was now modified for additional width to support the gunner and their equipment. The rudder was redesigned, the entire lower part being removed, and the upper section extended. Initially, this station also featured twin guns, but with the new Chikas machine guns arriving in large numbers, a single version of this unit would replace the old twin arrangement. These new belt-fed guns boasted a fire rate of 1,800 rounds per minute, and so a single Chikas machine gun had more firepower than two of the old drum-fed DA guns. Though they were amongst the heaviest and largest bombers employed in the 1930s, the TB3s are most remembered for their more unconventional experimental roles. Many TB3s were used to test new equipment and procedures, and from 1932 onwards, this was done with frightening rapidity. Among being used to test a new autopilot system, they were used to test blind flying instruments. Apparently, this was once done in blizzard conditions with the world's bravest test pilot. They were used to test the feasibility of transporting light tanks by air, and one even had 76mm field guns installed. No photos of this latter event can be found, but apparently a pair of 76mm guns were installed on the wings of a TB3, with a pair of gunners crammed into said wing taking firing orders from the pilot, who had the task of somehow aiming the things. The fact that this was done to only one plane speaks volumes as to its actual success and feasibility. A slightly saner experiment involved the installation of spherical, power-driven gun turrets in 1941, along with the testing of an advanced fire control system that allowed 3 powered turrets to be operated remotely, but the most spectacular and most famous experiments to feature the TB3 were the ones involving parasite fighters. Vickers Wellington, and I hope I pronounced that right, organised a series of experiments between 1933 and 1935 that were conducted in numbered stages that increased in complexity. Z2 comprised a TB3 carrying an I-5 fighter above each wing, and a third above the fuselage. Z3 involved IZ fighters being suspended underneath each wing, and Z5 involved an IZ fighter taking off independently and docking with the mothership, something it did in a world first on the 23rd of March 1935. All of this culminated with a TB3 taking off in 1935 with no less than 4 planes attached to it, 2 I-15s above the wing, 2 I-16s below, and then a fifth plane then flew up and attached to the bottom of the fuselage once the TB-3 was airborne. After climbing to operational altitude, all 5 planes successfully detached from the mothership without incident, in what could only have been a very interesting spectacle. Amazingly, this party trick was actually used in action during the Second World War. Operational missions flown by the I-16s of the 32nd Regiment often involved said planes dropping from the wings of a TB-3 to carry out dive bombing attacks. Most of these missions were conducted around Romania, with some notable successes in striking bridges across the Danube River. Unfortunately, not a great deal of information is readily available about the service life of the TB-3, but what there is paints a good picture. With over 800 being built, they would see service throughout the 1930s, and in fact all the way up to the end of the Second World War in some cases. TB-3s featured at the Battle of Khalkhin Gol against Imperial Japan, and the Winter War with Finland. A couple of TB-3s were captured by Finnish forces, and their photos contribute a fair amount to the total number of photos that exist for the aircraft. But the TB-3's biggest military involvement was in the Second World War following the German invasion of the Soviet Union. By the summer of 1941, the TB-3 was well and truly showing its age, with numerous more advanced bomber designs already in service. In fact, it had been withdrawn from service in 1939, and many TB-3s had been converted into a transport variant that was known as the G2. Some of these transports were used to haul cargo and equipment between the many remote communities of the USSR, but some were also being actively used to train Soviet paratroopers. But so numerous was the TB-3's production run that the VVS still had 516 operational aircraft in reserve when Operation Barbarossa kicked off. As most of these aircraft were stationed with reserve units, or in storage, far to the east, they avoided the calamitous losses experienced by other air units in the opening weeks of the war with Germany. This meant that for a good while they were some of the most numerous bombing aircraft available to the VVS, and TB-3s were employed in night bombing missions during much of the conflict. They were also sometimes used for day bombing when things got desperate, but their obsolete design and slow speed led to appalling losses by a combination of enemy fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Though they were outperformed by more modern, sleeker designs, the TB-3's contribution as a bomber, troop carrier, and logistics aircraft was significant. So much so that a trio of them featured in post-war victory parades in the Soviet Union. Though no examples of these metal giants survive today, a fate sadly shared by many other large aircraft of this time, their contribution towards the development of Soviet aviation has cemented them as one of the most important heavy aircraft of the interwar period. The Martin PBM Mariners. These aircraft were beautiful, they were majestic, and they were big. So big, in fact, that they served as a floating home for the crews that operated them. Heck, not many military planes can boast their own kitchen. But unless you're an aviation enthusiast, you probably don't know too much about the Mariner. Despite distinguishing itself during the Second World War, it would never reach the popularity of its slightly older cousin, the PBY Catalina, and its post-war legacy was marred by a series of accidents. One of the reasons for its obscurity is the lack of surviving models. There are numerous examples of the Catalina to be found today, including over a dozen airworthy examples, but if you wanted to get your hands on a PBM Mariner, you'd have to steal the one and only example from the Pima Air and Space Museum, which I don't really recommend as stealing priceless World War II era aircraft is usually frowned upon. By the mid-1930s, the flying boat had established itself as an essential tool for the US Navy. Their size and versatility made them suitable for a large number of roles, and as they did not rely on the use of a runway, they could operate in any remote area as long as there was a body of water nearby. The consolidated PBY Catalina had recently entered service in 1936, replacing the less capable P2Y and the Martin P3M, but within 18 months the Navy was already looking for an upgrade. Members of the top brass had been impressed by the deep-hulled flying boats operated by Pan American Airways, the so-called Pan Am Clippers. Sikorsky had built the S-40 and S-42, Martin's first M130 was flying by 1935, and the Boeing 314, still under development, showed great promise. The influence of these aircraft can be seen in the naval requirements for the next generation of flying boats, calling for a larger, stronger, more seaworthy successor to the Catalina, clearly an insult to Catalina enthusiasts everywhere. This new generation comprised of 3 aircraft: the consolidated PB-2Y Coronado, the Sikorsky XPBS-1, and the Martin PBM Mariner, which is the star of today's video, and by far and away the most successful of the 3. To meet the Navy's requirements, Martin got to work on a brand new design, under the company designation Model 160. It was a clean-lined, 4-engine, all-metal flying boat with an exceptionally deep hull that was wider at the bottom than at the top. There was, however, a problem: money, or rather, a lack thereof. Martin had sunk a considerable amount of funds into the aforementioned Clipper aircraft, only to lose out to Boeing in the long run. They couldn't afford to gamble the cost of building a full-scale prototype, and instead offered to build a quarter-scale flying model as a proof of concept. Their main competitor, Consolidated, took issue with this, and put pressure on the Navy to stick to their rule of accepting full-scale prototypes only. This backroom squabbling caused delays, but it actually gave Martin the opportunity to alter their proposal to be more appealing. Redesignated as the Model 162, Martin changed their design from a 4-engine to a 2-engine flying boat in the hopes of winning the Navy over with a more cost-effective aircraft. Several other changes were made as well, the most radical being a gull-wing configuration that was adopted to keep the engines as far above the water spray as possible, while still allowing the wing to be attached to the top of the fuselage rather than as a parasol mount. Satisfied with Martin's amended proposal, the US Navy issued a contract to build a prototype, and the aircraft was given the designation XPBM, Experimental Patrol Bomber Martin. Once again, the cost of building a full-scale prototype was prohibitive, and once again Martin offered to build a scale model, arguing that less time and materials would be wasted if major redesigns were needed, and this was completed to 3/8 scale and was called the Model 162-A. Affectionately nicknamed the Tadpole Clipper, it was used to evaluate the hydrodynamics of the hull for takeoff and landing. Since no radial engines were small enough to fit into the scaled-down cowlings, a single engine was installed in the fuselage that drove both the propellers by a pair of belts. Testing of this scale model proved extremely useful, allowing alterations to be made to the prototype before construction had even begun, and the Navy was so impressed by its performance that they placed an order for 20 production PBM-1s on the 18th of December 1937, a full 14 months before the full-scale prototype would even fly. Construction of said prototype occupied the entirety of 1938, with the XPBM-1 being completed in the early weeks of 1939. It made its first flight on the 18th of February, and then went through the usual routine of flight trials, service evaluations, and so on. During these trials, members of the Navy's Bureau of Aeronautics were impressed with what they saw. With a wingspan of 118 feet, or 36 meters, unique bomb bays in the engine nacelles that could carry 4,000 pounds or 1,800 kilos of ordnance, and a double-deck hull replete with all the facilities needed for long-range missions, the PBM was an imposing sight to behold. It was also well defended, with provisions made for 5 defensive positions, each holding a .50 caliber machine gun. One was in a nose turret, another in a dorsal turret, 2 were installed amidships in waist positions, and the final one was in the tail. Originally, Martin designed it so that a 20mm cannon could replace the machine gun in the nose, but later on this was dropped as the Navy decided that installing 2 .50 caliber machine guns instead was a more reliable option. Lifting this bulk into the air was a pair of newly introduced Wright R2600-6 Cyclones, each one putting out a generous 1,600 horsepower and driving 3-blade Hamilton standard propellers. Flight testing of the prototype went relatively smoothly, other than some tail problems and some porpoising which had been accurately predicted by the scale model. Flight characteristics were deemed as good. To solve the tail problem, a dihedral was added to the horizontal tail surfaces that matched the dihedral of the gull wing. The vertical fins remained at a 90-degree angle to the tailplane, which resulted in the characteristic tail layout that set the PBM apart from its contemporaries. Following successful completion of its evaluations, the ex-PBM was accepted by the Navy in December of 1939, with the first production PBM-1s being delivered the following autumn. Outwardly, the PBM-1 was almost identical to the final version of the prototype, except for some contour changes in the turret areas and the top hull forward of the tail. These entered service with the VP-55 and VP-56 patrol squadrons, and by the summer of 1941, all 20 of the original order had been delivered. It was around this time that the tradition of officially naming aircraft was introduced, a decision made by government who figured it was easier for the general public to recognize an aircraft by a name, rather than an arbitrary series of letters, dashes, and the occasional number. Manufacturers were given the option of choosing a name themselves, or having the Army or Navy do it for them, and Martin went with the name Mariner. Mariners quickly found themselves operating in near wartime conditions, as the US was expanding the range and scope of naval patrols to help protect shipments of material to Britain against the German U-boats. These activities were ostensibly described as neutrality patrols, intended to keep the US out of a European war, though in practice they were effective violations of neutrality that antagonized the German leadership and military, and whose details were concealed as much as possible from the American public. Despite seeing no actual wartime combat by this point, the Navy was happy enough with the PBM-1 to order an improved version of the aircraft in the autumn of 1940. The initial order for what was to become the PBM-3 amounted to 379 units, but the final production run would be almost double that figure. To help Martin cope with this sudden spike in demand, the US government helped finance the construction of a new production plant in Maryland, and production got underway. Though they were built in the smallest numbers, the PBM-1s were perhaps the most recognizable owing to their retractable floats. Though helpful in reducing drag during flight, they were not up to the task of withstanding the repeated buffeting of water operations. When VP-55 Squadron was reformed as VP-74 and sent to Reykjavik, Iceland, they suffered multiple problems with these floats when taking off and landing in rough seas. This inevitably led to accidents, and some serious ones at that, and all subsequent models would be fitted with larger, fixed floats instead. Against the recommendation of the squadron's commanding officer, VP-74 was kept in Iceland during the winter months, with the basic seadrome exposing the PBMs to extended periods of weather that would have tested any aircraft at the time, and this unfortunately led to the unit's first operational loss, when a PBM slammed into the side of a mountain in heavy fog on the 1st of November. The aircraft had been kept at Reykjavik for the benefit of range, for although the Mariners could cover a vast amount of ocean, they couldn't cover all of it from their coastal bases in the US. Because of this, a PBM-1 was heavily modified to test the feasibility of an extreme long-range variant. Fuel capacity was increased from 2,700 to 4,815 US gallons, or just over 18,000 litres for metric enthusiasts. Attachments for catapult launching were added, and the structure was reinforced to cope with the added weight and launch loading. Known as the ex-PBM-2, this experimental Mariner was successfully launched from a specialized catapult ship in 1942, but by this point America was already in the war, the raiding of Allied convoys in the Atlantic was already reaching a critical level, and the pressing need for anti-submarine aircraft meant that all energy was put into the production of the PBM-3 instead. The PBM-3 came in several different subvariants. In fact, only 32 were ever built to the original configuration, and those would never see service in this guise, as the first 50 production units were stripped of their defensive armor and armament, and modified as transports, known as the PBM-3R. All of these were given over to the Naval Air Transport Service, which was going through a rapid expansion to keep up with the ever-growing logistical needs of the Navy. Reinforced flooring, cargo doors, and hoists were added, and operational seating was provided for up to 20 passengers, although Mariners were often configured to carry as many as 30. Once the transport models were out of the way, the next major production subvariant, the PBM-3C, made its first appearance in September of 1942. This new frontline model boasted a series of improvements. Defensive armor was increased, powered turrets were installed, the tailgun position was improved, and twin 50 caliber machine guns were mounted in the nose and dorsal positions. Some PBM-3Cs were also equipped with search radar. Mounted in a large housing atop the spine of the hull just behind the cockpit, this became a highly recognizable feature and was put to good use in anti-submarine warfare. These were the first mariners to see extensive use in the war, and their crews quickly realized that life aboard a mariner was much more like that of being aboard a ship rather than a plane. This was because they spent a lot of time aboard. Missions could go up to 14 hours depending on fuel and weather, and when at sea aboard a seaplane tender, half the crew was required to be aboard their mariners at all times in case of an emergency. Because of this, the aircraft came with a suite of facilities that, while not luxurious by any means, at least made life aboard bearable, and even comfortable. There was a sleeping cabin that held 4 bunks. This also doubled as a general restroom for off-duty crew, and the Mariner had a full-on galley, complete with a small stove, pantry, etc., where one of the crewmen would act as cook and prepare meals to be served out. The toilet facilities were less advanced, with the head consisting of a can with a seat, a paper bag, and a tube. In essence, it was a flying barracks, and its 9 occupants spent many hours, days, and months in each other's company, and this meant that they were amongst the most tight-knit and family-like crews of the service. The arrival of these new aircraft in the Atlantic and Caribbean waters was well timed. German U-boats had recently changed tactics. Rather than suffering air attacks from beneath the waves, many had refitted with better anti-aircraft weaponry. Expecting to tangle with the relatively weak patrol aircraft that they had encountered thus far, they got a nasty surprise when the enormous bulk of the Mariner descended upon them, much like a steel whale brandishing a pair of machine guns and dropping high explosives with extreme prejudice. The Martin Mariner saw plenty of action in this theatre, particularly when the U-boats launched a new campaign that targeted Allied shipping in the Caribbean. Looming overhead, the PBMs became a welcome sight for Allied convoys, and along with other aircraft and destroyers, the type assisted in 10 U-boat kills during 1942 and 1943. One famous PBM-3C, named Nickelboat, sank 2 U-boats, one on the 17th of May 1943 and the other on the 19th of July. Ongoing experience in anti-submarine patrols led to reports that most of the Mariner's defensive armament was superfluous, as they were rarely in a location that risked an encounter with enemy aircraft. As a result of this, 94 PBM-3s were modified to become the PBM-3S, a dedicated sub-hunting variant. The top turret was removed and fared over. The nose turret was replaced by a simple mount for twin Brownings. The tailgun installation was simplified but retained a single 50 cal, and one waist gun was removed, with the navigator sitting in the position previously occupied by the gunner. These anti-submarine Mariners were painted in overall white with grey upper surfaces, much like the schemes found on aircraft operated by the British Coastal Command. They operated exclusively in the Atlantic, some being allocated to the Coast Guard in 1944, while others continued to patrol the zone of the Panama Canal for the entirety of their service life. Now, speaking of Coastal Command, as the war in the Atlantic raged on, the British Admiralty contemplated the use of the Mariner within their own ranks. Coastal Command already had a commendable flying boat, the Short Sunderland. In fact, the Mariner and Sunderland were similar in many ways, both having exceptional range, versatility, and both came with a range of facilities to accommodate their crew. But there was a lingering concern that the supply of British aircraft may not keep pace with the demands of Coastal Command, and so the Mariner was considered. 32 PBM-3Cs were converted to a new standard, the PBM-3B, and sent to Britain under the Lend-Lease programme. In British hands, they were known as the Mariner GR Mark I, with the first arriving in August of 1943, and all were assigned to the specially formed No. 524 Operational Training Squadron. Unlike the Catalina, which was used in great numbers by the British, the Mariner was flown for only a few months before the decision was taken not to adopt it. Apparently, one large flying boat was enough to manage as it was. Some of the aircraft were sent back to America, but 12 were retained, converted into transports, and given over to the Royal Australian Air Force. Flying with No. 41 Squadron, they provided long-range support for the RAAF during the island-hopping campaigns against the Japanese, and they remained in service until 1946. While they were doing sterling work in hunting down the U-boat menace, the Martin Mariner had yet to make an appearance in the biggest theatre for the flying boat, the Pacific. This changed with the PBM 3D. Intended to take part in the multitude of planned island assaults, it was improved in almost every way to make it stronger, faster, and more survivable. Defensive armament was increased to 8 50-caliber machine guns, 2 in the nose, 2 in the dorsal position, 2 in the tail, and 1 on each side of the waists. Armor protection was significantly increased for the crew, particularly the pilot cabin and nose, and Martin introduced a new type of bullet-resistant fuel cells, which was the single largest boost in the aircraft's survivability. Testing on the prototype model, a converted C variant, showed that the existing engine was not up to the task, and so an upgraded version of the Cyclone was installed that put out 1900 horsepower. Unfortunately, early production models of the new Cyclone engine came with faulty valve seats, and any of the PBMs fitted with this power plant were plagued with engine problems until the early engines were phased out. One PBM 3D equipped with these recalcitrant engines had a remarkable adventure while it was being ferried over Arizona in the spring of 1944. The aircraft suffered an engine failure, and the pilot, Patrol Plane Commander Scott Fitzgerald, set it down neatly on Wilcox Dry Lake, east of Tucson. The ground was smooth, with the landing causing some scraping to the hull but no significant damage. The Mariner was stripped down of all non-essential items, fitted with specially modified beaching gear, turned into the wind, and then took off from the dry lake bed, finally arriving in San Diego with no further trouble. After this incident, the aircraft was known as the Mirage of the Wilcox Dry Lake, and this was a nickname that stuck with it for the rest of its time. PBM 3Ds were in action in the Pacific by the time Operation Forager, the Marianas campaign, kicked off in mid-1944. In the Pacific Theater, PBMs primarily flew anti-submarine patrol, surface patrol, and Dumbo air-sea rescue missions, although they also carried out anti-shipping missions as well. And by the time the Marianas were secure, the PBM 3D was joined by the penultimate version of the Mariner, the PBM 5. Before the PBM 3D, or even the 3Cs, had rolled out from the Martin plants, it had been recognized that the performance of the Mariner was being held back by its engine. A new PBM 4 series was planned, with the power plant being the Wright R3350-8 Cyclone, which was more powerful at over 2,000 horsepower. Initial orders were placed with Martin in 1941, but then the limited supply of the engines became a bottleneck for potential production lines, and the order for the PBM-4 was cancelled. In its place came the PBM-5. Authorized by the Navy in 1943, the PBM-5 was an even more powerful improvement on the Mariner design. It was now powered by a pair of new, larger Pratt & Whitney R2800-34 twin Wasps. These put out 2100 horsepower and drove a pair of 3-blade propellers, though later on these were replaced by steel 4-blade units built by Curtiss. Along with the more powerful engines, the PBM-5 was the first Mariner to have the provision for jet or rocket-assisted takeoff. Flying boats have to reach a certain speed to get on the plane of the water, so that the majority of the hull is out of the water and thus not causing hydrodynamic drag. The application of rocket-assisted takeoff allowed mariners to get up to this speed with higher loads, which meant they could bring either more fuel, more payload, or both, depending on mission requirements. Deliveries of the PBM-5 began in August 1944, with 589 delivered before the end of the war and the abrupt termination of production. The PBM-5 was a mainstay of naval patrol squadrons in the last year of the conflict. As the Allies island-hopped their way toward Japan, PBMs were never far from the forward areas, often moving into the waters around islands that hadn't even been secured yet. In order to operate PBMs in such far-flung locations as these, the Navy built or converted scores of destroyer and escort-sized ships into seaplane support tugs, AVPs, destroyer seaplane tenders, AVDs, and seaplane tenders, AVs. The majority of these ships provided bunk space and limited maintenance support to PBM crews in austere locations with protected anchorages. And to deal with the more serious repair needs, the larger purpose-built seaplane tenders were equipped with heavy lift derricks, capable of hoisting the flying boats out of the water entirely and onto the deck. These ships were definitely needed, as the PBM started to take a beating in the Pacific, and not all of it was due to enemy action. Martin's initial decision to go with a 2-engine design was now starting to haunt them. Even with the improved Pratt & Whitney engines, the Mariners still felt somewhat underpowered. This was not only a performance issue, but a safety issue as well. The lack of power meant that the aircraft needed more sea room to take off, and this was compounded in rough weather. The battering from large waves sometimes led to structural failures in the hull, and sometimes it led to the aircraft violently nosing over, often with fatal consequences. A former ordnance specialist aboard a Mariner remarked that when they took off in rough weather, the decks of all the nearby ships would be lined with men, waiting to see if they'd even make it. It was around this time that the Mariner had also earned the ominous nickname of Flying Gas Tank, as the fuel tanks often leaked so many fumes into the hull that crashes sometimes resulted in violent explosions. There are even reports of unexplained mid-flight explosions, both during the war and after, and for wartime mariners this may have been caused by a number of things, the lighting of the galley stove being one of them. Now, while this sounds like the Mariner had a proclivity for detonating like a fuel bomb, it really wasn't all that common. It was just a case of a few incidences giving it an overly dark reputation. The engine problems were more of an issue, but with the use of the aforementioned rocket-assisted takeoff pods, the issue was somewhat rectified, and it meant that the Mariners remained in the Pacific for the most important year of their service, 1945. In the spring of 1945, Mariners saw some of their most active service in support of the invasion of Okinawa. Operating from Kurama-Reto, a small island group southwest of Okinawa, they carried out anti-shipping operations against small enemy convoys and rescued the crews of Boeing B-29s lost whilst bombing Japan, as well as those of carrier planes downed in combat between Formosa and the Japanese home islands. Some were painted black for night operations, similar to the famous Black Cat Catalinas. Known as Night Mariners, their name was shortened to the nickname of Nightmare. And whether this was a reflection of the crew's experience of torpedo missions at night, or the enemy's experience of a flying canteen dropping high explosive ordnance on their heads, is a matter of debate. They were also used to bomb shore installations on a number of smaller islands as the campaign progressed, and as they got closer to the home islands, this meant more frequent encounters with enemy fighters. Bristling with defences, the Mariners proved quite difficult to knock out of the sky, when they weren't full of highly explosive vapour. Many returned to their floating base at Kurama with flak and bullet holes by the score, sometimes missing significant chunks out of the hull or tail, and while some did partly break up on landing when the sea got rough, many more were patched up to fight another day. Though they were often tangling with the Japanese fighters sent to intercept them, Mariner crews also had to deal with an unwelcome amount of fire from their own team. During the Okinawa invasion, ships and night fighters became very touchy about plane identification. Kamikaze attacks were making any aircraft that came near the fleet suspect, even when its IFF was showing, and all too often it seemed the PBM's IFF wasn't showing. The cause of this problem was the nature of the PBM Mariner's environment. As it turned out, taking off and landing in seas with a 10 to 15 foot running swell produced bumps and jolts that weren't overly kind to delicate equipment. Sometimes the radar could be knocked out, and other times the IFF registered its protest in the form of complete failure. This problem became a considerable headache for those in command, with one task group commander stating that our effort to perfect the PBM IFF continues unremittingly. The equipment has become a fetish with the pilots and electronic maintenance personnel. The following incident, however, indicates that PBM IFF does not show effectively to fight aircraft. He then proceeds to describe an incident where an agitated night pilot offered to fire a volley of warning shots into a PBM, whose IFF he thought was switched off, but in fact turned out to be faulty. But despite the efforts of the enemy, the elements, their own ships, and the occasional unwelcome appearance of a shallow reef, many PBM Mariners survived the war. They were used extensively in the early occupational responsibilities from northern Japan to coastal China, and many islands across the vastness of the Pacific. As a lot of these islands now had convenient runways, courtesy of both the Japanese and US island hopping campaigns, the Mariner's lack of amphibious landing gear became somewhat of a liability. This led to the last production model, the PBM-5A. 40 of these amphibious models were eventually delivered, 4 were factory conversions, and 36 built as such from the outset. When the last of these rolled out of the Martin plant in 1949, it represented the culmination of nearly a decade of production. 1,366 of these large aircraft had been built, which by flying boat standards is not an inconsiderable amount, and their work was by no means over. During the nuclear tests of Operation Crossroads at Bikini Atoll, mariners of VBB-32 Squadron were assigned as support aircraft, being nicknamed the Atomic Airline. Mariners were also used on Admiral Byrd's high-jump expedition to explore the Antarctic, and made the closest approach to the South Pole by a seaplane at the time. And when the Korean War kicked off, mariners found themselves in wartime service once again. 6 squadrons, including some activated reserve units, rotated deployments during the conflict, with mariners flying patrol routes of 9 to 12 hours, often along the coasts of China, North Korea, and Manchuria. They also patrolled the Tsushima and Formosa Straits, performing a role new to mariner crews, and a delight to their gunners, where they detonated sea mines with the use of their defensive machine guns. Including service with Argentina and Uruguay, which reached into the 1960s, the PBM had a service life that lasted over 2 decades. It was a patrol aircraft, a naval bomber, a submarine hunter, a transport, a rescue plane, and it was a flying, floating home away from home for its crew, most of whom regarded the Mariner warmly. Despite this, and its not insignificant contribution to the war effort in both the Atlantic and the Pacific, it has fallen into obscurity, which is a shame. The tail end of its service life being fraught by a series of fatal accidents certainly didn't help, and it gained the reputation of being somewhat of a widowmaker in its final years. According to the Aviation Safety Network database, between 1945 and 1959, no less than 18 major accidents involving mariners occurred. Many of these appear to have been from engine failures, but at least 2, according to records, were the result of mid-flight explosions. And one mariner, flying for a Portuguese airline and laden with 30 passengers, simply disappeared. Its last radio message was the ominous QUG, which meant, "I am forced to land immediately." Some of these accidents were a relic of the old problems, underpowered engines and leaky fuel tanks. But others were the result of old, worn-out aircraft that simply weren't maintained to the standards required. But regardless of the cause, the damage to its reputation was almost irreparable. As mentioned at the start of this video, only one PBM Mariner survives today, a situation not helped by the aforementioned accidents. It's owned by the Smithsonian, but currently on loan at Pima. Also in the Smithsonian inventory is the legacy of its development, the original 3/8 scale model. After its usefulness was over, an enterprising hand at Martin put the model into storage, and some years later it was donated to the Smithsonian Air and Space Facility in 1953. Though it replaced the PBY Catalina in many of its frontline roles during the last year of the Second World War, it was the Catalina, not the Martin Mariner, that would survive for decades and lodge itself in the hearts and minds of the general public. Was this because the Catalina was objectively better than the Mariner? I don't think so. I think their designs were different enough that they suited slightly different niches in the post-war era. Did the Catalina offer more flexibility than the Mariner? Probably, and it certainly had a better safety record. But Catalina versus Mariner arguments aside, the many aircrews who called this aircraft their home for countless missions during the war almost unanimously believe that the old Mariner doesn't get the credit it deserves. So hopefully this video did a little to rectify that. The Warhawk, the Tomahawk, and the Kitty Hawk. These were all names given to one aircraft, the Curtiss P-40. Behind the P-51 Mustang and the P-47 Thunderbolt, it was the third most produced American fighter of the Second World War. Over 13,700 were produced between 1939 and 1944, and they came in a multitude of variants. This aircraft played a crucial role in the first half of the war. As America was not directly involved until the end of 1941, many of the early P-40s saw service with foreign countries, particularly those of the British Commonwealth. These were the toughest days for Britain and her allies, and the P-40s brought much-needed relief. By the middle of 1942, P-40s would be serving in the Middle East, Africa, India, Burma, China, the Southwest Pacific, and the Soviet Union. But its absence over the skies of Western Europe often denied it the glory enjoyed by its younger cousins, the P-47 and the P-51. The P-40 did not perform well at high altitudes, and Western Europe was one of the few places where aerial combat routinely took place above 20,000 feet. Because of this deficiency, and partly due to some inaccurate post-war bias, the P-40 has often been labelled as mediocre. But this was certainly not the case. The P-40 proved to be a remarkably competent fighter when operated to its strengths, and the fact that over 200 Allied pilots became aces in the P-40 is certainly a testament to this. The P-40 also earned an excellent reputation for its survivability. It was by far one of the most durable single-seat fighters of the war, and this allowed it to adapt to other roles when its time as a frontline fighter had finally come to an end. Today, we're going to take a closer look at the remarkable history of this often underappreciated fighter. But to truly do it justice, to understand its strengths and weaknesses, we need to understand its origins, and this means taking a quick look at the P-40's ancestors, the Curtiss Hawks. The Curtiss Hawks were some of the most successful fighter aircraft from the interwar period. Between 1924 and 1938, Curtiss produced over 700 Hawk biplanes. These were built in 6 different models, with over 30 variants between them, serving as interceptors, carrier fighters, fighter bombers, trainers, and some were even used as highly experimental airship-based scout aircraft. The Hawks were incredibly successful, both domestically and overseas. Hawk biplanes were operated by over a dozen different countries, and the constant supply of orders helped Curtiss survive the worst of the Great Depression. The merger with Wright Aeronautical in 1929 also helped, with the newly formed Curtiss-Wright becoming the largest manufacturer of aircraft and aero engines in the United States. In the mid-1930s, Curtiss-Wright modernized their Hawks with the development of the Model 75, an all-metal monoplane fighter which became known as the P-36. This was a huge leap forward over the old biplanes. It was highly maneuverable, easy to maintain, and it was significantly faster. Once again, it proved to be popular at home and abroad, securing multiple orders from overseas customers, and like the biplane Hawks, it was shaping up to enjoy a long and fruitful service life. Ironically, its successor, the P-40, which became notorious for its lack of high-altitude performance, can trace its origins back to an aircraft that was designed with this very thing in mind. In mid-1937, before the first production contract for the P-36 had even been signed, its designer, Donovan Berlin, was already seeking a way to dramatically increase its performance. He had gotten wind of the new prototypes that were emerging in Europe, the Supermarine Spitfire and the Messerschmitt Bf-109, and he realized that American fighter aircraft were about to be considerably outclassed. The US Army Air Corps had no desire to fall behind, and they were not without options. The Allison V-1710, a powerful liquid-cooled V-12, was now becoming available, albeit after a slow start courtesy of the Great Depression. This engine was intended to power many of America's newest combat aircraft, but in 1937 none of these were yet available. Indeed, many of these only existed on the drawing board, but there was one exception. In a moment of foresight, Donovan Berlin had designed his P-36 so that it could be easily modified to take newer, more powerful engines, and he submitted a proposal to fit the Allison V-12 to the original Hawk 75 prototype. This was known as the Hawk 75I, a design that looked more like a 1930s racing aircraft rather than a pursuit fighter. It kept the wings, landing gear, and most of the tail of the original Hawk 75, but drastic changes were made to the fuselage and the nose. To maintain performance at high altitude, the Allison V-12 was turbocharged, and this necessitated the lengthening of the fuselage to not only fit the engine, but also its radiators and the intercooler. This pushed the centre of gravity further forward, and to correct this, the cockpit was moved further back. The result was a very sleek airframe that promised much speed, but also one that offered pretty atrocious visibility, as the pilot had over 20 feet of plane in front of him. Despite concerns over said visibility, the estimated performance of the design was good enough that the Army Air Corps ordered a test aircraft to be built under the designation of XP-37. Though it seemed simple enough on paper, converting the Hawk prototype to this new configuration proved to be a challenge, and an expensive one at that. When the XP-37 was completed, the build cost had topped out at just over $104,000, which is about $2 million in today's money. Considering the production model of the P-36 only cost $23,000, this was a worrying development. The aircraft made its maiden flight in April of 1937, and the test pilots immediately complained about poor visibility, especially during taxiing when the nose and wing completely blocked forward vision. But the XP-37 did achieve a top speed of 340 miles an hour during its trials, and it promised to go even faster. As a result of its promising performance, the US Army ordered 13 test aircraft as the YP-37. Unfortunately, the XP-37 was let down by its turbocharger. As the development of multi-gear superchargers was somewhat behind those being developed in Europe, turbocharging was viewed as the easiest way to get high-altitude performance. But Donovan, Berlin, and Curtiss had underestimated the developments required to make such a high-power unit reliable. Metallurgy had not yet advanced enough to make a turbine wheel that could withstand the high RPMs required, and these early turbochargers had manual controls that had to be operated by the pilot, which was not exactly ideal for combat aircraft. As a result of these problems, the XP-37 project would ultimately fail, but lessons taken from this expensive experiment directly contributed to the P-40's development. In 1938, while the YP-37s were busy blowing up their turbochargers, the Army Air Corps announced a new competition for the development of a brand new pursuit fighter, with bids to be received in January of 1939. By this point, global tensions had become considerably more heated. The Sino-Japanese War had escalated, leading to a sharp decline in relations between the US and Japan, and Europe was becoming equally spicy, with increased Italian aggression and the recent German Anschluss of Austria. In response to this, the US Congress approved funds for a major build-up of the nation's military strength, and this included the acquisition of modern pursuit and bombing aircraft. Next-generation aircraft are seldom produced overnight, the development of the Spitfire and the Bf-109 being prime examples of this. But the Army needed something that could compete with the fast fighters coming out of Europe, and the rumoured ones being developed by Japan. Because of this, they considered their initial specification as one for a stopgap fighter, one that could be produced quickly and buy time for more advanced models to be developed. The Army specification certainly reflected this line of thinking, but it also portrayed a lack of appreciation for what constituted an effective pursuit fighter. The specification called for a fighter with a top speed of 310 to 370 miles an hour, which was just enough to be competitive, but it only required this top performance to be achieved at 15,000 feet. This was anathema to the prevailing line of thought over in Europe, where high-altitude performance was king, but this was not surprising when the potential military use of such an aircraft is considered. At the time, when the specifications were drawn up, the US did not consider a bombing attack on its own territory to be a major threat. After all, the major powers that could be considered a threat were well beyond the range of conventional bombers, and it would be many years before that would change. The presumed task of the fighter arm of the Air Corps was to patrol America's vast coastlines, and this meant an emphasis on range and reliability rather than high-altitude performance. There was also the consideration that many senior officers in the Air Corps were advocates for the bomber rather than the fighter. They believed that fast, heavy, high-altitude bombers, bristling with defensive guns, would be the main weapon of war in the future, and these aircraft would not require escorts. This line of thinking also appears to have not considered foreign service. Even though the Curtiss P-36 was already receiving export orders for European nations, few paused to consider that this new fighter might benefit from higher altitude performance, and if they did, they were in the minority. And so, when Donovan Berlin submitted his design plans for a new fighter, one that would become the P-40, its greatest weakness, ironically, would be viewed with approval. Once again, he based his design on the airframe of the P-36, and once again he made use of the Allison V-12. But this time, owing to the modest altitude requirements, he did away with the complicated turbocharger and selected a single-stage supercharger instead. Like the XP-37, it looked fast when compared to the more compact and stubbier-looking P-36, but there were some significant changes. The most eye-catching was the fitting of the coolant radiator to the underside of the fuselage, just aft of the wing trailing edge, a look that would later be replicated in the P-51. The liquid cooling unit itself was installed underneath the fuselage rather than within, and this, combined with the lack of a bulky intercooler, meant that the pilot and the engine were once again within the same postcode. This design was submitted as the Model 75P, and once again its estimated performance was impressive enough for the Army to order a prototype as the XP-40. A contract was signed at the end of April 1938, authorizing Berlin to take the 10th production P-36A and convert it to this new specification. The prototype made its maiden flight on the 4th of October 1938, with test pilot Edward Elliott at the controls. Initial tests of the XP-40 were disappointing. It proved to be unstable during takeoff, owing to the long nose and a narrow undercarriage, and its rate of climb was almost a third slower than that of the old P-36. Even more troubling was the top speed, as it barely managed to exceed 300 miles an hour at 12,000 feet. Following wind tunnel tests on scale models in November of 1938, the XP-40 was quickly modified to a new configuration. The air scoop from the top of the cowling was removed, and in its place the machine gun fairings were enlarged to double as air ducts. These then merged further back before feeding into the carburetor. The radiator was moved forward and reinstalled under the nose, changing the outline of the aircraft considerably, and a two-pipe exhaust system was installed that gave a slight boost to engine power. In this new guise, the XP-40 was ready just in time to compete in the competition trials, which had been delayed until March. The only other competing aircraft was the Seversky AP-9. Other, more advanced aircraft were in development, some utilizing turbocharged engines, but none of these were far enough along in their development to warrant full consideration. Though the XP-40 had yet to fully satisfy the performance requirements, its low cost and ease of production secured it the win. The victory resulted in the largest order for fighter aircraft in the US at the time. The US Army placed an order for 524 aircraft, under the designation P-40, with the contract valued at $12.9 million. Before production got underway, further changes were made. The XP-40 had outperformed its competitor, but it was not living up to its own performance expectations. A top speed of 360 miles an hour had been promised, but the prototype was barely managing 340 miles an hour, even after all the modifications to improve its streamlining. Subsequent tests showed that with some further modifications, the required speed could be achieved. A collection of minor changes were made to the airframe, mostly focused around reshaping the radiator, and the XP-40 was then re-equipped with the more powerful Allison V1710-33. Following these changes, in December of 1940, it finally achieved a top speed of 366 miles an hour at 15,000 feet. The Army was satisfied, and 14 months, and many modifications after the XP-40's first flight, the aircraft was officially put into production as the P-40 Warhawk. Known in-house as the Model 81, the aircraft went into full production in March of 1940. As no service test aircraft had been ordered as the YP-40, the first 3 P-40s from the production line were used for military evaluations. With a top speed of just 357 miles an hour, when fully fueled and armed, the P-40 didn't meet the official speed goal set by the Army, but it was close enough. The Army was desperate for fighters, Curtiss was able to deliver said fighters at least a year sooner than its competitors, and there was always the promise of improvement. Additionally, foreign orders were already piling up from Europe, which meant that Curtiss would be keeping up its production regardless, so the Army might as well make use of it. The P-40 officially entered service with elements of the 8th Pursuit Group, based at Langley Field in Virginia, in June of 1940. Shortly after this, the 20th Pursuit Group in California received their P-40s, and by the end of September, over 200 had been delivered, the last going to the 31st Pursuit Group in Michigan. For pilots who were upgrading from the old P-36, the P-40 often proved to be an initial disappointment. Though the P-40 was faster, its wing area had remained the same, with the only change being the reinforcement of its internal structure. Because of this, the wing loading had increased, going from 22.9 pounds per square foot on the P-36 to just under 29 pounds per square foot on the P-40. This, of course, had a detrimental effect on its handling. That was not to say that the P-40 handled poorly. In fact, it was comparatively nimble compared to many other monoplane fighters being built at the time. It just had the misfortune of following an aircraft that was particularly well known for its responsiveness, and thus was felt to be a bit heavy. Though the complaints from US pilots were justified, they were only experiencing the P-40 in its raw first iteration, and some of its greatest virtues would not become apparent until it saw actual combat. Moreover, an improved version of the P-40 was already on the way. After accepting delivery of the first 200 P-40s, the Army Air Corps deferred the rest of their order so that Curtiss could complete an urgently needed batch for the French. These were known as the H-81-A, and they featured several improvements over the original P-40. Changes included a redesigned landing gear, where small doors were added to provide a smooth fairing for the struts, and a plate covered the wheel recess during flight to improve streamlining. Short, curved exhaust stacks replaced the manifold exhaust. A dedicated carburetor intake was reintroduced, allowing the blast tubes for the guns to be shortened, and the oil and coolant radiators were redesigned and clustered together. This increased the size of the P-40's so-called chin, further contributing to the outline that makes it so recognizable today. Originally, the P-40 came equipped with 4 machine guns, 2 50 caliber machine guns in the nose, and a 30 caliber machine gun in each wing. But the French Air Force believed it was undergunned. They requested a redesign to have 4 wing guns, with the 30 cals being replaced with their own 7.5mm FN Brownings. All of these changes represented a significant improvement on the design, and as such they would be applied to the US production models under the designation of P-40B. What would have been the P-40A was most likely the configuration of the XP-40 after winning the pursuit competition, but before it had been modified, and seeing as that variant was never built, the latter was skipped, though it would be retroactively added to a single reconnaissance aircraft later on. The French P-40s was still being built in the factory when the country fell, and the order was quickly taken over by the British, equally desperate for aircraft, who also placed their own order as well. These were known as the Tomahawk Mark I. The RAF retained the 50 caliber guns in the nose for most models, but the wing-mounted guns were exchanged for 303 caliber weapons as they were easier to source. Despite going on to serve with distinction with British and Commonwealth forces later on, the P-40s made a very poor impression when they were first delivered. Much of the batch still had French instrumentation, and was thus in the heretical metric system, and the Tomahawk lacked any of the protection expected in a frontline fighter. It had no armor plating, no bulletproof canopy, and worst of all, no self-sealing fuel tanks. They also proved difficult to handle, as the RAF pilots were used to performing 3-point landings in their Hurricanes and Spitfires. A 3-point landing in the Tomahawk was not advised, as it would either lead to a collapsed landing gear or an equally unfun ground loop. This was because the landing gear of the P-40 was somewhat of an outlier. It retracted rearwards, as opposed to those found on many other World War II aircraft which retracted laterally towards the fuselage. This was a legacy of the design of the P-36, and it was something that would never be changed, which made the P-40 difficult to transition to for pilots who had flown other aircraft previously. Though the arrival of any additional fighters was highly welcome to the RAF at this critical juncture, the Mark I Tomahawks were not used as frontline fighters in Europe. Unwilling to have their pilots perforated or immolated due to a lack of protection, the RAF used them predominantly as trainers. Additionally, they had quickly realized that the Allison engine, with its single-stage supercharger, lacked the high-altitude performance that was needed in this theatre. Sorties often took place at 20, 25, or even 30,000 feet, and the Tomahawk's engine started to struggle above 15,000. Because of this, the only combat operations intended for the Tomahawk at this time would have been as close air support in the event of a German invasion. During their early service, some Tomahawks received various upgrades, or sometimes had their nose-mounted 50 caliber guns swapped out by 303s, and these were all covered under the generalized designation of the Tomahawk Mark II. Because of this, the next true iteration of the Tomahawk was the Mark II-A, and it was a step in the right direction. Ostensibly a P-40B, it came with 6 machine guns as standard, pilot armor, armor-plated fuel tanks, a bullet-resistant canopy, and the provision for underwing bomb racks. This last modification did have an impact on the overall top speed, but the trade-off for ground strike capabilities was considered worth it. All that being said, the RAF still felt it lacked the range and survivability to be used long-term, and they only placed a modest order for just 110 aircraft, whilst Curtiss worked on an improved version. This came in the form of the P-40C, known in-house as the Model H-81A-2. It inherited all the improvements made in the P-40B, and it also featured new radio equipment, and most importantly, it now came with an improved fuel system. Not only did this feature self-sealing fuel tanks as standard, but it came with the provision of a 52-gallon drop tank that greatly improved the aircraft's range. In Britain, this version of the aircraft was known as the Tomahawk Mark II-B. After an initial order of 9 aircraft was received in early 1941 for testing and service evaluation, the British quickly placed 3 more, with 930 aircraft being ordered in total. This would seem like a large order for an aircraft that was apparently useless in European skies, but these were not intended for Europe. These were going to North Africa. By mid-1941, the RAF's main fighter in this theatre, the Hawker Hurricane, was beginning to struggle. The arrival of later models of the Messerschmitt Bf-109E and early models of the Bf-109F had shifted the balance of power, and the Hurricanes were starting to take heavy losses. Worse still, the Italians were taking delivery of their first Macchi C-202s, which would quickly prove to be an effective and deadly dogfighter. As most of the combat over Africa took place at altitudes below 15,000 feet, the Tomahawk would not be hampered by its biggest defect, and the RAF quickly twigged onto the idea of using them to replace the Hurricane. Approximately 300 Tomahawk Mark II-Bs were shipped to Africa in May of 1941 to serve with the newly formed Desert Air Force. The first unit to receive them was No. 250 Squadron of the RAF, who quickly relocated to Egypt to bolster the air defences around Alexandria. Shortly after this, Tomahawks joined No. 3 Squadron of the Royal Australian Air Force and No. 2 Squadron of the South African Air Force. In June, No. 112 RAF Squadron, who had been operating Gloucester Gladiators, also exchanged into the Tomahawks, probably not without a sense of relief. It was 250 Squadron that would finally give the P-40 its combat debut. On the 6th of June, Flying Officer Jack Hamlin claimed to have shot down a CAD Z-1007, but the kill was not recognised as there were no witnesses. Then, on the 8th of June, Hamlin shot down another Z-1007, and once again he was in danger of not getting the credit. In truth, he had set the bomber on fire, and it had then been finished off by an anti-aircraft battery. But as he had done most of the damage, he was credited with the kill. Following their arrival, and after a brief working up period, the Tomahawks found themselves getting very busy very quickly. Operation Battleaxe, the new British offensive in Egypt, and Operation Exporter, the Allied invasion of Vichy-controlled territory in the Middle East, had both been launched in June. Both campaigns saw Tomahawks take part in their first major engagements, and they did not disappoint. Pilots quickly realised that the P-40 was not only excellent in a dive, but it could take a remarkable amount of damage. This made them ideal for ambushing formations of lumbering bombers, something pilots quickly learned to do with the ease of a peregrine falcon chasing a pigeon. Interestingly, one of their first victims during Operation Exporter was a flight of American bombers. On the 28th of June, Tomahawks from No. 3 Squadron savaged a flight of Vichy-operated Martin Marylands, shooting down all 6 of them in the span of just a few minutes. The Tomahawk also had the occasional fight with the WWII D-520, which was considered by many to be the best fighter built by France up till that point. But most were either destroyed on the ground or didn't get a chance to fight before the local armistice, so their combat capabilities against the P-40 are not fully known. In both the Middle East and Africa, the victory tallies quickly climbed, and on the 7th of July, Australian pilot Clive Caldwell became the first Tomahawk ace. He would not be the last, and he himself would go on to achieve much more. Not only would he become the highest-scoring P-40 ace from any air service, but he would become the highest-scoring Allied ace in Africa, and the highest-scoring Australian pilot of the entire war. It wasn't long before the P-40s attracted the ire of German pilots, and soon enough there were multiple encounters with the Bf-109Es. The P-40 had 3 advantages over the Bf-109E. It was much faster in a dive, it was more manoeuvrable in a dogfight, and it had a much sturdier airframe. Conversely, the Bf-109E had 3 main advantages over the Tomahawks. It was much faster in a climb, it had a much higher service ceiling, and it was equipped with a pair of hard-hitting 20mm cannons. As the P-40 performed best at lower altitudes, Allied pilots were often forced to give up the initiative. Usually, they would endure an initial attack from above, trust in the airframe to take the hit if they didn't evade quickly enough, and then turn into their opponents and bring their guns to bear in a head-on pass. It was an incredibly risky tactic, but when used correctly, the Tomahawk was able to hold its own against this German foe, and in the right hands it could give as much trouble as it received. Out of all its virtues, it was the Tomahawk's ability to soak up damage that endeared it most to many pilots as the fighting intensified in the latter half of 1941. There are numerous accounts of P-40s making it back to their airfields with countless bullet holes riddled throughout their airframe, and one of the best examples of this involved Clive Caldwell on the 29th of August. On that day, he had the misfortune of flying back to base alone when he was pounced upon by a pair of Bf-109s. One of these was flown by Werner Schroer, a young German pilot. He had recently scored his 5th kill, making him an ace, and he intended to make Caldwell his 6th. But Caldwell was having none of it. Despite himself sustaining 3 separate wounds from shrapnel in the initial attack, he turned his Tomahawk into the attacking Messerschmitts. After a heated engagement in which Caldwell shot down the other 109 and damaged Schroer's, an unlucky hit set his Tomahawk on fire. Schroer broke off, hoping to limp back to base and claim a kill, but the fire aboard Caldwell's P-40 put itself out just before he was about to bail. Despite being hit by more than 100 bullets and 5 20mm cannon shells, his Tomahawk carried him safely back to base, and he lived to fight another day. This example of durability was one that was often repeated, as the Tomahawk bore the brunt of the fighting throughout the rest of 1941. And although their effectiveness received a notable check in October, as the Bf-109F became available en masse, they continued to be vital tools in the Allied war effort. Though they were now significantly outclassed in one-on-one fights, Tomahawk squadrons made the most of their advantages with attacks of opportunities, and of course they were still superior to many other aircraft operating in this theatre. By this point, they were a confirmed menace to Axis bombers and heavy attack aircraft, and they now had a look that matched their reputation. In September, Tomahawks of No. 112 Squadron started appearing with shark mouths painted on their nose. This was not the first use of this paint scheme, and it was most likely inspired by the shark-mouthed Bf-110s encountered over the Mediterranean, but it was the P-40s that became the first Allied aircraft to feature this paint scheme on a regular basis. This quickly caught on with other air units, and by the end of the year it had become a hallmark of the Tomahawks in Africa. The last major operation of 1941, Operation Crusader, saw some of the Tomahawk's greatest exploits, but it would also signal the beginning of the end. As the campaign to reach and break the siege at Tobruk rapidly evolved, the use of fighter-bomber tactics quickly took on an important role. Tomahawks and Hurricanes flew ahead of the ground forces to attack Rommel's lines of supply and communication at the rear. Typical missions would involve 2 squadrons, one providing top cover while the other sought out enemy columns, truck convoys, and supply dumps. These were strafing missions. The aircraft didn't usually carry many bombs, but they still proved to be moderately effective. Other missions included fighter sweeps and bomber escorts, with large air battles occurring on a regular basis. Owing to the low altitude of the strafing runs, and the presence of superior enemy fighters, losses were heavy. No fewer than 9 aircraft were lost on one day alone in November, but the Tomahawks also scored some of their greatest victories during these final bloody weeks. On the 25th of November, 15 Tomahawks from numbers 3 and 112 squadrons encountered no fewer than 70 aircraft during a sweep. This formation included Bf-110s, Ju-87s, Ju-88s, and even some Italian CR-42 biplanes, all escorted by Bf-109s providing top cover. Despite being outnumbered by the escorts, the Tomahawks attacked with success. 112 Squadron claimed 2 destroyed and 2 probables for the loss of 1 aircraft, and No. 3 Squadron claimed 7 destroyed, 1 probable, and 8 damaged, again for the loss of just 1 fighter. On the 5th of December, another huge air battle occurred when 22 Tomahawks from 250 Squadron encountered a formation of 40 Ju-87s escorted by German and Italian fighters. 14 Stukas were shot down, with Clive Caldwell himself claiming no fewer than 5, and the escorting fighters only shot down 5 Tomahawks, giving 250 Squadron a victory ratio of 3-1. Combats continued throughout the month, but time was running out for the Tomahawks. Their numbers dwindled with each combat loss, and the surviving aircraft were logging combat hours at an alarming rate. What is more, operations in desert conditions caused considerable wear on the engines. At times, less than half of the Tomahawk force was combat-ready, as the rest were grounded for various mechanical reasons, usually involving heat and/or sand. Their numbers could not be replenished. The last Tomahawk had been delivered in August, after which production had ceased. But this was not the end of the P-40's involvement in Africa, or indeed with Commonwealth forces in general. The Tomahawk's production was only terminated because Curtiss had begun producing a newer, more powerful version of the P-40, one that would become known by many as the Kitty Hawk. But we're not quite ready to discuss that yet. The Tomahawk's active, violent, but successful service life with Commonwealth forces contrasted sharply with the experiences of those operated by the United States. Before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Warhawk, as it was known in the United States, had enjoyed a relaxed service life. As the US was not yet at war, Curtiss had prioritized deliveries to the British, and as a result, not a huge number of early Warhawks had entered US service. There were the 200 of the original P-40 order, which had since been upgraded with better protection and fuel tanks. Then there were the 131 P-40Bs, and then 193 of the P-40Cs. Not considering training accidents and the like, this meant the US had just over 500 Warhawks on strength by the end of 1941. Some were stationed on the continental United States for coastal patrol, but the majority went to various bases in Hawaii, the Caribbean, Panama, and the Philippines. Hawaii was considered an especially cushy deployment, with short workdays, comfortable accommodation, and plenty of fun to be had when off-duty. Pilots were trained in their Tomahawks, but it was the kind of offhand training conducted by a country that wasn't expecting to go to war for some time, if at all, and certainly not by the end of 1941. While the Tomahawks were flying combat duties over the sands of Libya, the closest thing the Warhawks had to active service were a series of passive missions. The first deployment of US P-40s outside routine patrol work was in August. P-40s of the 33rd Pursuit Squadron were deployed to Iceland via the carrier USS Wasp. Their mission was to enforce the neutrality of Iceland by denying its use to the warring powers, thus showing the public back at home that America was maintaining its policy of isolation. Of course, they were in fact denying its use to the Axis powers only, and allowing the Allies free use, but that was kept under wraps for as long as possible. Despite being the most advanced fighter in the US inventory, the first 6 months of the P-40's wartime service with America was nothing short of disastrous, something that greatly soured its reputation in the eyes of both the public and the service members who had yet to appreciate its qualities. The P-40's poor service record was not due to some inherent design defect that made it unsuitable for the Pacific, but it was rather due to a combination of Japanese aggressiveness, poor pilot training, inept military leadership, and one unhealthy dose of bad luck. The combat debut of the Warhawk, if you could call such a disaster as such, was of course the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Despite having a defense force of 231 fighters, 115 of which were P-40s or late-model P-36s, only a handful survived to get off the ground. Of these, 5 were P-40s flown by pilots from the 44th and 47th Pursuit Squadrons. None of these were based at Wheeler Field, and were thus spared the first wave of the attack. But despite the warning signs that war was coming, the defenders at Pearl Harbor were so caught unawares that some of their P-40s took off without ammunition loaded in their guns. Nevertheless, by day's end, the P-40 had claimed its first 6 kills at the hands of American pilots, for the loss of just 2. The pilots credited were Second Lieutenants John Daines, Kenneth Taylor, and George Welch. Taylor and Welch tend to get most of the fame, with Daines being unfairly left out. This might have been because he had the least combat time of the 3 that day, but it was more likely because he was shot down and killed by a friendly anti-aircraft battery, and this of course would spoil the romantic story of the valiant defenders of Pearl Harbor, defenders who were placed against insurmountable odds, mostly as a result of complacent leadership. Following shortly after Pearl Harbor, the P-40s stationed in the Philippines fared even worse. On paper, the defending air force was considerable. The 24th Pursuit Group had approximately 227 fighters, including 100 P-40s, and many of these were the newer P-40Es, which we will come to later. But in practice, it was another matter entirely. Many of the pilots were fresh out of flight school, and those that had flight experience had mostly practiced the basics and did not have a firm grasp of combat tactics. Many of them were unfamiliar with the P-40s, and the newer P-40Es were still presenting teething problems. Additionally, much of the 24th Pursuit Group was still flying the obsolete P-36, some of which had been in service for over 2 years and were thoroughly worn out. In direct contrast to this was the overwhelming Japanese aerial assault force. The combined strength of Army and Navy air units totaled some 541 aircraft, and this included at least 100 of the formidable A6M20s. Unlike their opponents, many of the men who flew these aircraft were already veterans from combat over China, and they had been brought to a high state of training. Despite ample warnings of impending attack, the air units in the Philippines were all but wiped out on December the 8th. Unlike Pearl Harbor, this was not a complete result of poor planning by the defenders, but rather the intervention of poor luck and poor weather. That morning, heavy fog had delayed the takeoff of the Japanese strike forces by several hours. The US air units were unaware of this. They took off as planned, performed their patrols, encountered no Japanese aircraft to their surprise, exhausted their fuel supplies, and returned to base, just in time to be caught on the ground by the delayed Japanese assault. This factor was of course unknown to the general American public, and the decimation of the P-40s at both Pearl Harbor and the Philippines left a permanent scar on the aircraft's reputation. But this unhappy start was quickly offset by the exploits of another American unit flying P-40s. This was the 1st American Volunteer Group, who began flying alongside pilots of the Chinese Air Force in late 1941. But by the spring of 1942, the newspapers had given them a new name, the Flying Tigers. Contrary to some popular opinions, the Flying Tigers did not see combat before America's entry into the war. The latter half of 1941 saw them going through a period of intense training as they got to know their aircraft. These were 100 Tomahawk Mark II-Bs that had been diverted from their original British delivery to be shipped to Burma. Based in southwest China, the AVG commenced operations on the 10th of December. The 3rd Pursuit Squadron was sent south to take part in the defense of Rangoon. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd Pursuit Squadrons were stationed further north to defend Kunming, one of the key points along the Burma Road. Japanese fighters presented a new challenge for the P-40, and a decidedly different set of tactics were employed compared to those used in Africa. Its main opponents, the Ki-27 and the more advanced Ki-43, were far more maneuverable at lower speeds, so the P-40s now employed the same boom and zoom tactics that they themselves had defended against when fighting the Bf-109s over Libya. The Flying Tigers got their nickname for two things: the painted shark nose that adorned almost all their fighters, and the extreme aggressiveness in which they engaged their opponents. So long as they didn't get dragged into a protracted dogfight, they frequently came out as the victors in most engagements. The Japanese fighters were slower in a straight line, and their light airframes lacked the endurance for high-speed dives, be it for attack or defense. And they were, of course, far more susceptible to damage compared to the sturdy P-40. During the 7 months of operations, from the 10th of December 1941 to the 15th of July 1942, the Flying Tigers claimed the destruction of 297 enemy aircraft. 229 of these were destroyed in air-to-air combat, for the reported loss of just 4 P-40s. That was the official US record, though nowadays multiple researchers believe this number to be considerably inflated. But although the true figures may never be known, the AVG did dominate the skies above Burma, which was a stark contrast to the disastrous situation on the ground. July did not mark the end of the Flying Tigers. The AVG was reorganized to form the nucleus of the 23rd Fighter Group, and they would continue to establish and maintain air superiority throughout the region for the rest of the war. But by this point, they were using the P-40E, a thoroughly different beast, and the time of the original P-40 Warhawk had long passed. These original P-40s, which were based on the Curtiss Model 81, spent most of their time fighting for the British and Commonwealth forces. By the time they saw action in the hands of American pilots, they were old and outclassed in many respects, and indeed they were technically obsolete airframes. They had been a product of necessity. As much of their airframe was based on the old P-36, they could be designed and built at a faster rate, and at a cheaper price than the other aircraft that were being proposed to the Army Air Corps. In 1939, this became a matter of great importance as Europe went to war, and the export orders started flooding in. But it also meant that the P-40 inherited some weaknesses. But by the middle of 1940, long before the first Tomahawks flew over Africa, Curtiss was already hard at work on correcting the biggest weakness that held the P-40 back, its underpowered engine. Though this problem was never fully solved, it did result in the development of a newer version of the P-40 under a new model designation as the Hawk 87. From late to 1941, these would begin to appear in greater and greater numbers, forming the bulk of the P-40's total production run. Like the first-generation P-40s, these would serve in most major theatres of the Second World War, and it is because of this that I am splitting this video into two parts. Not only does it keep things simple, but it gives me a chance to give my poor voice some time to recover, as I'm still dealing with all of the fun that is long COVID. You will notice that I have omitted the P-40s that were operated in the Soviet Union. The vast majority of these were later models, with only about 10% being the P-40Cs or P-40Bs. Because of this, I will combine the summary of their operations in the second part of the video to keep things from getting complicated, so don't panic, I have not forgotten them. Previously, we looked at the origins and the early service life of the Curtiss P-40, an aircraft considered by some to be one of the most underrated fighters of the Second World War, and today we're going to continue our exploration of its history. Additionally, we're also going to briefly touch on why the success of the P-40 wasn't exactly good for Curtiss-Wright in the long run. This is, of course, part 2 of a single long video, so if you haven't seen part 1, I highly recommend you do so before watching this, otherwise some things probably won't make a lot of sense. So, last time we looked at the Curtiss Hawk 81, the early model of the P-40. This was known in America as the Warhawk, and pretty much everywhere else it inherited the British name of Tomahawk. These early P-40s were built in modest numbers. Only 525 were built for the US Army, and just under 1,200 were exported as Tomahawks. Built as a stopgap, simply to fill the ranks until more advanced fighters arrived, they saw little use at home. The US P-40s led a quiet life before being decimated at Pearl Harbor and in the Philippines, but the Tomahawks saw far more active service, and they quickly showed that the P-40 was a far more promising design than originally thought. They saw extensive use with Commonwealth forces in North Africa and the Middle East, the American Volunteer Group in Burma, and with the Soviet Air Force on the Eastern Front. They were a much-needed relief for many air units, many of whom were using outdated aircraft that were little more than flying target practice for their enemies. But there was room for improvement. This led to the development of the XP-46, a potential replacement for the P-40 itself, which ultimately failed, something that we'll get to in a later part of this video. But at the same time, the Air Force also asked Curtiss to find ways to improve the current P-40s as they were. Improving the P-40 meant addressing its biggest weakness, the engine. Currently, the P-40s were powered by the C-series of the Allison V1710, usually the -19 or the -33 variant. These produced around 1,090 horsepower, which was enough to keep them competitive at the start, but only just. Almost all its rivals had lighter airframes, particularly the Germans, and the P-40 struggled at high altitude. The Allison engine utilized a single-stage supercharger, and while most P-40s had a service ceiling of 29,000 feet on paper, in reality they were woefully ineffective above 15,000. Because of this, they saw little or no service in Western Europe, the only theatre that saw widespread high-altitude combat, but to remain competitive elsewhere, the P-40 needed to increase power. Unfortunately, this wasn't as simple as beefing up the existing engine and its supercharger. The C-Series engine used an internal spur reduction gearbox, and this was rated to handle just over 1,100 horsepower. The current engine was already pushing this limit, and with Curtiss asking for even more, Allison was left with little choice but to redesign it. The result was the F-Series of the V1710. The D-Series was an experimental pusher variant, and the E-Series featured a remote gearbox for the P-39. This new engine featured an external reduction gearbox that was bolted onto the crankcase. It was sturdier than the previous unit, being able to handle up to 1,150 horsepower from the engine, and it significantly reduced the overall size of the power plant. Now, I'm not an expert at explaining mechanical things when it comes to engines. Understanding aerodynamics and astrophysics has always been my strong suit, but these illustrations do a good job at explaining the size difference between the C and the F-Series. These are taken from the official operating manuals, which can be found on the Air Corps library. I'll put a link down below. So if you want to dig a bit deeper into it, I heartily recommend checking that website out. But in a nutshell, the new engine was 10 inches or 25 centimeters shorter than the previous model, despite the reduction gearbox being mounted externally. This was because the gearbox was mounted between the cylinder banks. Now, this did come at the cost of raising the thrust line by a fair amount, but the benefit of increased power and weight reduction was considered more than worth it. Though an improvement on the previous model, there was one major problem. The engine retained the single-stage supercharger, meaning its peak performance altitude was almost unchanged from the previous model, being a mere 15,000 feet. There were a number of reasons for this, which probably go beyond the scope of this video as we're focusing on the plane and not its engine, but two big ones were time and manpower. A two-stage supercharger could be done, and indeed this was eventually tested in a small capacity later on, but developing and testing it would take time, and in 1940 time was a scarce commodity. Additionally, Allison was not a huge company, and they had their hands full with developing and mass-producing the engine as it was, and diverting resources away from the production line at such a critical juncture couldn't really be countenanced. As the new engine didn't conform to the existing nose of the P-40, thanks to its shorter length and raised thrust line, Curtiss engineers had to make some alterations, and they took the opportunity to make some improvements to the P-40's airframe. This resulted in a completely redesigned nose and fuselage, and the change was large enough to have the aircraft redesignated from the Hawk 81 to the Hawk 87. Despite the changes, the Army retained the military designation of P-40, and the new version would be ordered as the P-40D. It featured a number of improvements over the old model. Not only was the fuselage shorter, courtesy of the redesigned engine, but it was also slightly shallower, which improved its streamlining. The radiator intakes were moved forward almost in line with the spinner, with the installation of new radiators resulting in a further deepening of the aircraft's chin, and because the propeller was raised slightly higher, the landing gear was shortened, which improved handling on the ground. Along with changes to the airframe, the P-40's protection and armament was also improved. To improve visibility for the pilot, the cockpit opening was deepened, with a larger sliding canopy, and this had an enlarged windshield with flat bulletproof glass in the center. The nose-mounted guns were deleted, with all armament being moved to the wings. Initially, this consisted of 4 50 caliber machine guns, but for later models of the P-40 this was increased to 6. There was also a provision in the design for mounting 2 20mm cannons in the wings instead, but this was never adapted. The new guns were mounted in large bays in the wings and aimed so that they would fire outside the propeller arc, removing the need for an interrupter gear, and the new P-40 could also carry a greater payload, one 500-pound bomb or a 70-gallon drop tank under the belly, and 2 100-pound bombs, or an equivalent in smaller bombs, underneath the wings. On paper, the Hawk 87 was an improvement over the Hawk 81. Just. While it boasted a more impressive armament and better ground strike capability, this came at the cost of added weight that impacted performance. Despite being more streamlined and having a more powerful engine, if only by about 60 horsepower in the end, the P-40D was only 5 miles an hour faster than the old P-40C. Still, it was technically better, and the first orders for the aircraft began to come in during the spring of 1940. And now we get onto the long and sometimes complicated line of P-40 variants that followed the approval of the Model 87. As there was such a large number of P-40 variants, developed over a fairly short period of time, I'll go over their details first and then cover their service history. If I were to cover the P-40D and its service history, and then the P-40E and its service history, and so on, it would get far too messy far too quickly, as multiple versions fought in multiple theatres at the same time. So, to keep things simple, let's first get a rough overview of each variant. The P-40D was produced in the smallest numbers, at least for the United States, with the Army taking delivery of just 23 in July of 1941. The British took over an old French order, which eventually totaled 560 aircraft, and they decided to rename their P-40s as the Kitty Hawk, to differentiate it from the old Model 81 Tomahawks. The first 20 or so were delivered as standard, however the rest of the order were delivered with 6-wing mounted guns, and this brought them much closer in specification to the P-40E. Approximately 1,500 of the P-40Es were built, with about a third being sent to Britain and her allies as part of the Lend-Lease. On the whole, it was fairly similar to the P-40D, however it had a beefed-up wing structure to carry larger external bombs, including 250-pounders, and the wing's fixed armament now consisted of 650 caliber machine guns as standard. As they were produced using US funds, the Lend-Lease aircraft had to come with standard US Army designations, but as they would have British equipment, their designation was altered to become the P-40E-1. Their British name was also amended, owing to the improved armament, and the new aircraft flew as the Kitty Hawk Mark 1A. After this, P-40 production took an odd but promising turn with the P-40F. Frustrated at the lack of progress in improving the performance of the Allison engine, the US government had begun to seek out alternatives. In September 1940, they chose the Packard Motor Company to build a version of the Rolls-Royce Merlin under license, and just under a year later, the Packard V1650-1 was fired up for the first time. The engine quickly proved itself to be superior to the Allison, and as it was also very similar in size, it was the perfect candidate for injecting some much-needed performance into the P-40. Curtiss converted a P-40D into the XP-40F, one of the rare times that a P-40 was actually put through a prototyping phase. The design team experimented with several locations for the radiator before settling on a layout almost identical to the Allison-powered P-40s. Because the Merlin was fitted with an updraft carburetor, the intake scoop was removed from the top of the cowling, and the radiator opening was enlarged to provide room for an air duct. This made the new P-40 easy to distinguish from its siblings. If it had a flat nose, it was powered by a Merlin. The Packard engine made a marked improvement to the Warhawk's performance. The P-40F was rated at 1,240 horsepower, which gave it a top speed of 364 miles an hour, or 585 kilometers an hour, the best yet for a P-40. Better still, it could achieve this speed at a higher altitude of 20,000 feet. It wasn't quite up to its European counterparts, but it was much better than what it could do before. Impressed by the performance, the US Army quickly placed an order for 699 P-40Fs in the autumn of 1941, and this eventually grew to a production run of 1,311 units that were delivered in 5 versions between 1942 and 1943. The P-40F could have become even better, but it had its fate prematurely cut short. Packard eventually developed an excellent 2-stage supercharger that would allow their Merlins to produce power at much higher altitudes. But despite being the potential ultimate cure for the P-40's woes, it was never installed. Instead, in the spring of 1943, the Army decided to allocate all further Merlin production to the P-51 Mustang, and that was the end of that. This also affected a later model, the P-40L, which was a continuation of the F variant with a general aim of weight reduction. Designed in 5 subvariants, they each featured attempts to combat the ever-increasing weight of the P-40. Some had reduced armament and armor for weight saving, some had electrical trim tabs and engine controls, and some had revised intakes and cooling systems. Approximately 700 were built, with at least 100 going to the British as the Kitty Hawk Mark II, but their production was also curtailed when Merlin production was diverted to the P-51. This left over 100 unfinished P-40Fs and Ls without an engine. They were later refitted with Allison engines, but as they were a mixed bag of different versions, many were converted to trainers as the P-40Rs. The next production variant was the P-40K, essentially an improved P-40E. It was built in 4 major subvariants, the K1, K5, K10 and K15, and export models were known as the Kitty Hawk Mark III. It featured a newer version of the Allison engine, the V1710-73. This pumped out 1,325 horsepower and allowed it to almost match the top speed of the P-40F, which, to its credit, was an achievement. Unfortunately, it came with the old caveat of rapidly losing power once it reached altitudes above 15,000 feet, but the demand for fighter aircraft was so great that 1,300 of these were built, with deliveries beginning in August of 1942. It was around this time that various models of the P-40 began to appear with changes made to their fuselage and tail. This was to address a problem that had only become apparent once the P-40 had begun to see extensive combat service. In a dive, it suffered from poor directional stability, often wanting to roll over. This was obviously an undesirable trait, as it's difficult to aim at a target if your plane won't stop gyrating, and the risk of losing control was equally disconcerting. This unhappy trait led many pilots to comment that the speed and angle of a dive wasn't decided by the airframe, but rather the strength of the pilot's arms and legs at the controls. Curtiss designers tried several modifications to solve this problem. The first was a dorsal fin that was attached to the vertical stabilizer of the P-40K, which did apparently improve things in a dive, but not to the level expected. One airframe was fitted with a large triangular dorsal strake, but that made zero improvement and was quickly abandoned. And finally, when modifying a P-40F1, they found a solution. They added half a meter of length to the rear of the fuselage, moving the fin back but leaving the horizontal stabilizer where it was, and that seemed to mostly fix the problem. The first production P-40 to officially feature this new change was the P-40K-10, and all others moving forward would do the same. The last two variants of the P-40 were the M and the N series. The P-40M was a follow-up to the long fuselage P-40Ks. It featured the slightly improved -81 version of the Allison engine, and could be visually identified by the addition of a cooling grill ahead of its exhaust stubs. Unfortunately, the improved engine, though more reliable, had less power, which was a bit unfortunate as the M was the heaviest model of the P-40 thus far. Even with a healthy 1125 horsepower, it barely managed 360 miles an hour, and this was considerably reduced when carrying ordnance or drop tanks. Because of this, weight reduction was once again looked at in the penultimate version of the Warhawk, the P-40N. Like the earlier versions of the P-40L, the N1 only carried 4 machine guns, and it had some of its fuel tanks removed. But its weight loss program went even further. The oil coolers and radiators were replaced by lighter aluminium models, and the internal engine starter and battery was also removed. This latter choice was highly unpopular when the N1 was operated by frontline squadrons, especially in poor weather, and many squadrons chose to reinstall both the engine starter and the missing guns, thus negating the supposed performance improvement. Said improvement was noticeable when the configuration was adhered to, and the P-40 could now reach 378 miles an hour, or 608 kilometers an hour, but many pilots felt that the loss of range, convenience, and firepower was too high a price to pay. Following this, the P-40N5 featured the return of the lost armament and equipment, which increased the weight once more, but it also included some improvements that made it much more popular amongst pilots than it had been previously. Forward visibility was significantly improved thanks to a new frameless canopy, and rear visibility was also made better with the installation of clear plastic above the decking in place of sheet metal. Other improvements included better radio equipment, a new pilot's seat, and a lighter but stronger undercarriage, which was especially useful in the rough airfields of the Pacific. There were other subvariants after the N5, but they were all variants on a theme and didn't feature any significant changes. All in all, Curtiss built over 5,200 P-40Ns, making them the most numerous of the P-40s by far. It was a P-40N that would mark an important milestone for Curtiss in 1944. On November the 22nd, a P-40 rolled out of the Curtiss-Wright factory in Buffalo with a very strange paint job. Completed as the company's 15,000th Hawk fighter, it was adorned with the roundels of the 28 nations that had operated the various Hawk fighters since the 1920s. Additionally, it had 20 German crosses and 18 Japanese flags to signify the scores of the top P-40 aces in both the Army Air Force and the Royal Air Force. It was both a symbol of Curtiss-Wright's ability to churn out vast numbers of reliable aircraft, and also a statement of the P-40's unexpectedly long service life. something I had begun discussing in the previous video, and will continue to do so now. I'm going to start off with the P-40s that served with the Soviet Union. I didn't mention them at all in the last video, as the vast majority of Soviet P-40s were variants of the Model 87, and I thought covering them together would make more sense. Behind Britain, the Soviet Union was the largest foreign operator of P-40s during the Second World War, though many would not know it. When people think of Lend-Lease aircraft fighting on the Eastern Front, they usually think of the Bell P-39, which was beloved by pilots there, but just under 2,200 P-40s would also find their way into the ranks of the VVS. Of these, only 247 were old models of the P-40, the Tomahawk Mark IIB, and the rest were various models of the P-40E all the way through to the P-40N. The first unit to receive the Tomahawks was the 126th Fighter Regiment, and they did not have a good start. On the 1st of October 1941, the regiment began their brief period of training, and things on the P-40s started to break, fall off, or otherwise misbehave almost immediately. Some of their early Tomahawks and Kitty Hawks had been delivered in a used state, some were damaged in transit, and some were even delivered without functioning engines, or engines at all. Or guns, actually. Yeah, some of them were missing their guns. Some had no ammunition, some had the wrong ammunition. Honestly, the first few batches of the P-40s were pretty chaotic, and it established a poor reputation with the Soviet pilots, one that never fully recovered. Unfortunately for the 126th Regiment, their training had barely begun before they were thrown into the defense of Moscow. Between October 1941 and April 42, they logged over 900 sorties, and although most of these were to cover troop movements on the ground, they did get in the occasional scrap with enemy fighters. On paper, the numbers looked pretty good. They claimed 29 enemy aircraft destroyed for just 2 of their own. But that was only because their non-combat attrition rate was so high that the Germans never got a chance to do their job. As with many things on the Eastern Front, tanks, trucks, people, the thing that brought the P-40s down was the Russian winter. The oil, hydraulic fluid, and coolant froze rock solid, causing the radiator honeycombs to swell and crack. The rubber tires shattered, the batteries went flat, and the engines often seized. Apparently, the cooling systems of the P-40s were so seriously affected that Soviet personnel had to raid nearby villages for silverware so that they could solder the broken radiators back together. Along with grounding many aircraft, the harsh conditions also led to a number of fatal crashes. Engines would suddenly seize mid-flight, or the wings would ice over in poor weather, and they would fall from the sky like frozen coffins. The winter was so brutal on the Soviet P-40s that only 9 were airworthy in mid-January. After this horrific start, it's not surprising that many Soviet pilots viewed the P-40s with suspicion, if not dread. But by the time of the spring thaw, the next batches were arriving, usually in better condition. Engineers had figured out how to somewhat winterize the P-40 against the elements, and their luck began to improve. At the beginning, much like with the RAF, many pilots were not impressed with the P-40's handling. They valued speed and maneuverability over the P-40's strengths of steadiness, firepower, and range, and the fighters required some getting used to. But after a time, and a change of habits, most pilots grew to like their P-40s, though many admitted that they could not love them. As a fighter, it was viewed as superior to the I-16 and the Hawker Hurricane, but inferior to the P-39 or their own Yaks or Lavochkins. Because of this, the P-40 served most of its time as an interim or training fighter. A pilot's performance in the P-40 was often used to determine whether they were sharp enough to progress to the more advanced fighters as the war progressed, or whether they had to stay back for more training. Of course, most famously, the Soviet P-40s eventually proved themselves useful in ground attack and long-range escort missions, their durability serving well in the former, and their range in the latter. They were used to strike bogged-down tank columns, forward supply dumps, and trenches. Some P-40s returned to base with considerable damage, often missing entire sections of wing, but sadly little photos of Soviet P-40s survive today, and we have to rely on pilot reports if we want to learn about its durability. One pilot who certainly valued the P-40's toughness was Alexei Klobystov. I think I've pronounced that right, apologies if I haven't. Flying a Tomahawk in 1942, he was able to ram not one, but two aircraft in the same sortie. The first was a Bf-110, and the second was a Bf-109. Both times he used the starboard wing of his P-40 as the impromptu bludgeon, and enough of said wing remained after the aerial melee for Alexei to safely land in one piece. He supposedly rammed a third enemy later on, this time in a Kitty Hawk, but various source material seems to widely conflict on the circumstances. Some say he rammed a Bf-109 intentionally, others say it was a collision during a head-on pass. One declares he was bodily thrown from his cockpit by the impact. Another states that he bailed out. A few say he sustained injuries from shrapnel and an engine fire. Yet others say he parachuted into a tree. Because of this, I'm inclined to give Alexei 2 confirmed rammings and a probable, owing to the dubious reports. But either way, it serves as both an excellent demonstration of the P-40's airframe and the tendency for Soviet pilots to engage in ramming maneuvers, something that could almost be classified as a national sport for them. The P-40's ruggedness served it equally well as a training aircraft. Many an inexperienced pilot was preserved from hard landings, ground loops, and the occasional collision with a parked truck, or even their own hangar, thanks to the ruggedness of the airframe. The P-40 proved easy to learn, which was just as well as many units were rushed into combat on minimal training, often with incorrect information courtesy of poor translation. During the course of the war, Soviet P-40s saw service patrolling convoys over Norway and the Arctic, defending the cities of Moscow, Stalingrad, and Leningrad, and performing countless strike missions in Kuban and during the offensive around Kursk. On the whole, though, their performance was mixed. They were sturdy, but they suffered terribly in the winter months, and many burned through their engines before their time was done, though this wasn't helped by the tendency of Soviet pilots to run them on emergency power for long periods of time. They never got the love that the P-39 received, and their reputation soured even more when they were moved to more defensive roles when they became obsolete. Many were stationed as interceptors, but most of the German bombing raids came by night, and the P-40s lacked the night fighting equipment and high-altitude performance to be truly effective. Because of this, most of the P-40s were phased out in 1944, being replaced by various Soviet and Lend-Lease fighters, and the Kitty Hawk's time in this theatre was mostly forgotten. While the Soviets dealt with the teething problems of their aircraft, the P-40s operated by the Allies in Africa, and the Mediterranean afterwards, were having much better luck. The Desert Air Force began taking delivery of its first Kitty Hawks in December of 1941. No. 3 Squadron of the South African Air Force was the first to receive them, and thanks to the many similarities with the Tomahawk, it only took them 11 days to complete the transition. They quickly got their combat debut on New Year's Day 1942, shooting down 4 Stukas and 1 Bf-109, in a rare case where they actually held the altitude advantage. The pilots of the Desert Air Force were disappointed that the Kitty Hawk's performance barely exceeded that of its predecessor, but on the other hand, they were proving to be just as sturdy as ever, and this led to the Kitty Hawk into one of its most famous roles of the war. The Kitty Hawk could carry a much heavier bomb load compared to its predecessor, a 500-pounder under the belly and up to 6 50-pounders under the wings. This quickly led to its use as a fighter bomber, and it was something that it did so well that it was soon given a new nickname, the Kitty Bomber. Clive Caldwell, P-40 ace and newly appointed commander of 112 Squadron, made the first test drop from a Kitty Hawk in March of 1942. 2 months later, the squadron was fully operational in this new role, and the Kitty Bombers would quickly find themselves at work. On the 26th of May, General Erwin Rommel began his new offensive, and for the next 6 weeks, Kitty Bombers of 112 Squadron were heavily involved in attacking the advancing Axis forces. Dive bombing was usually done from altitudes between 6,000 and 8,000 feet, often followed by low-altitude strafing runs on soft targets, such as trucks and supply dumps. The P-40's effectiveness in this role soon endeared it to pilots and commanders alike, and the number of operational Kitty bombers quickly grew. By the end of the summer, the Desert Air Force had 8 squadrons of Kitty bombers on strength, and some of these were used to train the new American squadrons that were starting to appear on the scene. The first of these, part of the 57th Fighter Group, became operational in October 1942, just in time for the major Allied offensive at El Alamein. Within 2 days of being operational, they had scored their first victories. This was an interesting time for the P-40s in Africa, with their fortunes changing on any given day. On the one hand, they were proving themselves to be thoroughly effective in the ground attack role. Their pilots were becoming more accurate with their bombs, and the large number of P-40s being delivered provided an ample supply of replacement airframes and spare parts. But, on the other hand, as a fighter, they were showing their age. The P-40 scored many victories between the summers of 1942 and 1943, but many of these were the result of circumstances and luck, rather than the merits of the P-40 as a fighting machine. The earlier Tomahawks had mostly been equal to the early German and Italian fighters they faced, but the Kitty Hawks were heavier, and this hurt their maneuverability. That being said, the German Bf-109 was suffering the same problem. The Gustav series was more powerful than the old Friedrichs, but they were also heavier, which made them more difficult to handle at low speeds and low altitudes. If the Kitty Hawks caught them in this situation, the odds were in their favour, but if the 109s had the altitude advantage, it was a different story. Technically, the old Bf-109Fs were a bigger threat, as they were lighter and more nimble, but this threat was slowly being offset by the overwhelming number of Allied aircraft that were being funneled into the African theatre. Following the landings of Operation Torch in West Africa, the Kitty Hawks enjoyed a high degree of air superiority, which did much to offset their shrinking performance against enemy aircraft. During the first half of 1943, especially in the spring months, they completed a series of missions where this superiority allowed them to rack up huge tallies against the retreating Axis forces. One of the most notable was the so-called Palm Sunday Massacre. This event involved P-40s from all 3 squadrons of the 57th Fighter Group, along with elements of the 324th Group, and those of RAF 92 Squadron. On the evening of the 18th of April 1943, they were performing one of many anti-transport patrols, part of a larger operation to prevent the retreat of Axis forces and supplies from Tunisia to Italy. Just before sunset, they sighted a massive formation of low-flying enemy aircraft, at least 60 Ju-52 transports that were escorted by about 21 fighters. 46 P-40s and 11 Spitfires descended upon them, coming in from the sun, and by the coming of darkness, 59 transports and 16 fighters had been sent into the Mediterranean Sea. After the Axis surrender in North Africa, the P-40s found themselves as part of the aerial vanguard in the push towards Italy. Before the landings, much of their time was spent in keeping enemy fighters across the Mediterranean occupied, so that they could not be used for the defense of Sicily. Because of this, P-40s were deployed across a vast area of coastline and saw extensive use throughout the summer. Of all the units involved, it was the P-40s of the 325th Fighter Group that became the most notorious during this period. In June, they had begun painting the tail surfaces of their P-40s with distinctive black and yellow checkers, and by the end of the summer, the checker tails had established a strong reputation through a string of stunning aerial victories. Between May and September, they claimed no fewer than 102 aerial victories in 37 missions, for the loss of just 16 of their own. They also developed a talent for finding new ways of blowing up or setting things on fire. Captain Joe Bloomer and his ground crew of the 318th Fighter Squadron turned his drop tank into a makeshift incendiary bomb by adding on a set of fins, a hand grenade, and a detonator. When the tank ran dry, he'd find a target of opportunity, drop the tank, and the remaining bit of fuel and the grenade would do the rest. Unsurprisingly, this tactic did not go on for too long, and it was ordered to be stopped for safety reasons. Apparently, commanders weren't too keen on the idea of somebody just sellotaping a grenade onto a fuel tank. When they weren't dropping dollar store fuel bombs on the enemy, the P-40s carried on with conventional explosives after the landings at Sicily and mainland Italy. But by this point, they were starting to have their thunder stolen, literally. Near the end of 1943, the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt began to appear in growing numbers. It quickly started to replace the P-40s in US squadrons, and by the following summer, the only ones in service were those operated by the Commonwealth forces. It was in service to these forces that the P-40 saw the most success. Outside of Africa, where Kitty Hawks were flown by Australia, South African, and New Zealand squadrons, their other big theatre of operations was in the Pacific. Most of the action was focused in the Southwest Pacific, and so naturally most of their use would be with pilots from Australia and New Zealand. Canada did operate the P-40, with 13 squadrons operating various models of Tomahawks or Kitty Hawks, but their service was either uneventful or short-lived. Canada's proximity to Britain and to the United States meant it was easier to ship newer and more advanced fighters over, and most squadrons had converted to Spitfires or Mustangs by 1943. However, some Kitty Hawks did see a brief bit of service during the invasion of the Aleutian Islands, an often forgotten campaign where Alaska found some of its territory being invaded by Japanese forces. But overall, the P-40's time with Canada was brief, whereas with Australia and New Zealand, it was extensive and long-lasting. At the start of 1942, many veteran pilots from Africa were returning to Australia. They were desperately needed to bring the lessons of real combat experience to flight schools that were hastily expanding their training following the outbreak of war with Japan. Things quickly grew dire following the first Japanese strikes on Darwin in February. These attacks, followed by those on Broome and the fall of Java, stirred a wave of invasion panic throughout the country. The rate of the Japanese advance was shocking, and Australia had few modern fighters to defend itself should the invasion come. But at the critical moment, like a knight in vaguely camouflaged armour, the P-40 came to save the day. The US Army Air Force transferred the first of many batches of P-40s to the Royal Australian Air Force on the 8th of March 1942. They were immediately assigned to No. 75 Squadron, which had been formed a few days earlier, while two more Kitty Hawk squadrons would come together over the next week. Australian Kitty Hawks would not wait long before they saw action. Japan launched its invasion of New Guinea on the 11th of March, and 1 week later, No. 75 Squadron began moving its equipment up to Port Moresby on the southern coast. The first Kitty Hawks arrived there on the 21st, and just 2 hours after officially becoming operational, a pair of them were sent to intercept and shoot down a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, their first aerial victory of the campaign. At the beginning of fighting around Port Moresby, 75 Squadron was the sole air unit available to defend against Japanese air attacks. Though led by a veteran of the Africa campaign, Squadron Leader John F. Jackson, they were mostly inexperienced. Only 4 of the 21 pilots had seen combat, including Jackson, and they had only completed 9 days of training before being deployed. From the 21st of March onward, the squadron saw action almost every day until the end of April, often against superior numbers, and the inexperience took its toll. 3 aircraft crashed on the second day of operations, and the rookie pilots were shocked by the aggressiveness and skill of their opponents. They often encountered the dreaded A6 M20, and some of their best pilots were veterans from combat over China, the Philippines, and Java. The instincts of an inexperienced pilot did not play well to the P-40's strengths. A desire to outmaneuver, rather than outrun, gave the advantage to the Zero and led to a sharp rise in casualties. This was further exacerbated by the spread of disease, which, combined with everything else, became a real hit to morale. This was then made even worse when Squadron Leader Jackson himself was shot down and killed on April the 28th, with command passing to his younger brother, Squadron Leader Les Jackson. When the squadron was finally relieved at the end of the month, they had just 3 serviceable aircraft left, and 7 more were in urgent need of repairs. In this first tour of duty, the squadron had 35 confirmed victories, another 4 probables, and had damaged a further 44 Japanese aircraft. But they had paid a high price. The squadron had lost 22 aircraft and 12 pilots. Taking his brother's place, Les Jackson helped to reform the squadron during its 2-month refitting period back in Australia. Many lessons had to be taken to heart, as well as an appreciation for the P-40's strengths. This respite allowed the squadron to complete the training that had been cut short in March, And this, combined with their harrowing combat experience, led to the development of new tactics, maintenance procedures, and flying habits. After their 2-month respite was finished, 75 Squadron went back to New Guinea for frontline duties once again, but this time they were far more confident with their aircraft. Joined by the Kitty Hawks of No. 76 Squadron, they redeployed to Milne Bay at the end of July. It was during the Battle of Milne Bay, and those that followed, that the Australian Kitty Hawks, and those flown elsewhere by New Zealanders, would accomplish some of their highest achievements. Not only did they fend off the Japanese air attacks that threatened Allied troops and their limited supplies, but in turn they conducted multiple strikes against Japanese ground troops, and this had a significant impact on the battle. Japanese troops had limited anti-air defences, and the Kitty Hawks were able to absorb large amounts of small arms fire as they completed numerous bombing and strafing runs. They also had the range and endurance to conduct multiple missions a day with minimal service work needed between sorties, unless something managed to fall off. This meant that the Kitty Hawks were in an almost constant state of action, providing much needed support to the defenders and putting extreme pressure on the invading Japanese. Unlike their previous outing, the Australian Kitty Hawks fared far better against Japanese fighters when the combats resumed, especially against the Zeros. This was not due to any serious upgrade or modifications, but rather due to a correction of doctrine. Veteran Kitty Hawk pilots had often complained that the aircraft was rarely allowed to be used to its strengths. In Africa, the training given to pilots had never been fully suitable for the P-40, being more suitable for a Spitfire or a Hurricane. The P-40 was a high-speed, low-altitude, 6-gun sledgehammer of a plane, and the Desert Air Force had tried to wield it like a fine sabre. The Royal Australian Air Force had no sort of illusions, and after 75 Squadron's disastrous beginning, they soon learned to fly the Kitty Hawk in the ways that suited it best. The result was not a complete tipping of the scales, with the P-40 reigning supreme, but rather a balancing of forces. The Kitty Hawks continued to take fairly heavy losses, but they also inflicted an equal amount of loss on their opponents. It was often a question of pilot discipline, as the strengths and weaknesses of the two aircraft were often their polar opposites. The P-40 turned better at high speeds, the Zero at slow speeds. The P-40 was slower in a climb, but faster in a dive, and the Zero was lighter and considered easier to handle, but often lacked firepower and sturdiness. Basically, if the P-40 was strictly used for boom and zoom attacks, diving on its opponent, squeezing off a burst of machine gun fire, and zooming away, they'd be fine. If they got dragged into a slow dogfight, they'd lose. Milne Bay ended with victory for the Allies, and the first time that the Japanese forces were driven into a total withdrawal. The use of P-40s in ground attacks made a decisive impact. On the first day of the invasion, the Kitty Hawks of 75 and 76 Squadron did much to blunt the initial advance, denying air superiority to the enemy and buying critical time for the defenders. Afterwards, their daily strafing runs made up for the local deficit in manpower, until more reinforcements could be funneled in, and at the same time they assisted in denying the same reinforcements to the enemy. Milne Bay was a major chapter in the history of the Australian Air Force, but the P-40's work was far from over. Air combat over New Guinea would continue for almost 2 years, with multiple sorties over Port Moresby, Milne Bay, and other parts of the island. Though the Spitfires did begin to make an appearance, most of the action was fought with the Kitty Hawks. They were the most numerous fighter operated by the Australians, and they were generally very popular with their pilots. Kitty Hawks would end up flying with 8 Australian squadrons in total, seeing action mostly over New Guinea and Borneo, and they would remain in service for the entirety of the war. But it was those early actions during the invasion of New Guinea that would establish its long-lasting prestige with the Australian Air Force, and the Kitty Hawks over Milne Bay are treated with the same reverence as the Spitfires and Hurricanes that fought in the Battle of Britain. That's how important the P-40 was. Eventually, the Japanese were pushed back farther north, and most of the Australian squadrons settled down for a life of home defence and patrols over the southwest Pacific. Though it was an Australian Kitty Hawk that would score the aircraft's last victory for the Commonwealth forces, shooting down a Key 61 on June 10, 1944, it would be the P-40s in service with New Zealand and the US that saw out some of its last major operations. The Solomon Islands was the last Pacific campaign that saw the P-40 used in large numbers. The 44th Fighter Squadron of the Army Air Force arrived on January 20th, 1943. Racking up 117.5 confirmed kills, they became the highest-scoring P-40 squadron of the year. Just under half of these victories were scored over a 2-month period during the invasions of Wendover Island and New Georgia. Not far behind them were the New Zealanders. P-40s from No. 14 and 15 Squadron claimed 99 kills between mid-1943 and 1944, with over half of these being Mitsubishi Zeros. Despite these stunning results, particularly against newer and more advanced Japanese fighters, the P-40's major service was pretty much done by the end of the year. The New Zealand Kitty Hawks were being swapped out for Vought F4U Corsairs. The Australians were replacing theirs with the P-38 Lightnings, as were the Americans, and in the ground attack role, the P-47 and the P-51s now reigned supreme. The transition was mostly complete by the summer of 1944, and by September, no P-40s were operated by dedicated fighter squadrons in the Pacific Theatre. They continued to see frontline use until the end of the war, though, but this was mostly in the service of reconnaissance or training squadrons. Some did see action during the retaking of the Philippines, scoring the P-40's last aerial victories in January of 1945, but their numbers were few and their usage was brief. Despite this mild anticlimax, it did mean that the P-40 had remained in frontline service for the entirety of the Pacific War. The only other US fighter to match this achievement was the Grumman F-4F Wildcat. Following the war, a huge number of P-40s still survived, but their post-war service was brief and mostly boring. The only US P-40s still in service were with training units, and these were all struck off charge and placed into storage. The P-40s in Australia and New Zealand were put into storage, or auctioned off, with a few being retained by collectors, and the same happened over in Canada. In smaller air forces, the P-40s found post-war use as trainers or reserve aircraft, and the last military P-40s remained in service all the way into the mid-1950s. These were the P-40s of the Brazilian Air Force, and when the last unit was officially retired, it brought an end to a long, varied, and surprisingly successful service history. Over 13,700 P-40s had been built. They had served with over a dozen different nations, and between them, over 200 pilots from these nations had become aces flying the P-40. It had proven itself to be a competent fighter when flown to its strengths, and its sturdiness allowed many inexperienced pilots to make mistakes that would have killed them in other aircraft. But even more importantly, it performed its role as a fighter bomber so well that, in many operations, it had a significant impact on the outcome of battle. El Alamein, Burma, New Guinea, Borneo, all of these battles saw Warhawks and Kitty Hawks hitting the enemy on the ground, blunting their advance, and often bringing much-needed relief. But, putting aside the physical impact of the P-40, be that as a fighter or a fighter-bomber, its biggest impact on any front was the psychological change it brought to the Pacific. The first 6 months following Pearl Harbor had been a low point for Allied pilots in that theater. Japanese fighters and bombers reigned supreme, the Zero was practically a flying boogeyman, and they always seemed to outnumber and outfight their untrained and unprepared opponents. The Kitty Hawks over New Guinea did much to dispel this illusion of invulnerability, and its exploits there, and in subsequent campaigns, brought a much-needed morale boost. This was perhaps most true for the pilots of the Royal Australian Air Force, whose small numbers had been decimated by the Japanese at the start of the conflict. In fact, it's probably not a huge stretch to say that the Australian pilots loved their P-40s far more than any others, and there's good reason for that. The P-40 was the first mass-produced fighter to see extensive service with Australia, and it was sorely needed. They were short on fighters when the Pacific War began, promised shipments of British aircraft were being absorbed by the needs in Europe, and their air forces would have been completely overwhelmed if not for the timely arrival of the Kitty Hawk. It came just in time to make just enough of a difference to tip the balance in the Allies' favour, and in many ways that is a good summary for the P-40's success. It wasn't the best aircraft of the war. It was flawed, its engine was underpowered, it didn't like high altitudes, the early models had stability problems, and the later models were a bit fat. But they were good enough. They weren't amazing, but they weren't bad either. They were good, a solid 7 out of 10, a B average. They were what was needed at the crucial hour. But was that also a bad thing? Just a few weeks after Curtiss-Wright rolled out its 15,000th fighter in 1944, production of the P-40 would cease. Despite their best efforts, they would never win a contract to produce a fighter ever again, and just 4 years later the company walked away from aircraft production for good. In a cruel sense of irony, the long-lasting success of the P-40 had its part to play in the company's downfall. From the outset, the effectiveness of the P-40 as a frontline fighter was expected to be brief, and as early as 1939, before the first production model had even left the factory, Curtiss was already considering its replacement. The company had two choices. They could radically improve the design of the P-40, or come up with a new aircraft to replace it. With the outbreak of the war in Europe, and further funding from Congress, they had the luxury of pursuing both options. But in the long run this would actually do more harm than good. The P-40's success as an export model far exceeded the expectations of both Curtiss-Wright and the Army. Because of this, attempts to either improve or replace it were hampered by the pressing need to keep the existing production line going. This in turn had a knock-on effect on engine development. Allison fully appreciated the drawbacks of the V1710, but any attempts to improve the design had to be done in a way that wouldn't interfere with P-40 production. Additionally, and as mentioned earlier, Allison wasn't a huge company. They didn't have the manpower to spare on adventurous design projects, and as it was, they were barely expanding fast enough to keep up with the growing demand for existing engines. The fact that the last P-40s to be built were only somewhat better performing than the first speaks volumes to this particular problem. Things were then further complicated following the attack on Pearl Harbor. Not only did Curtiss-Wright have to continue supplying Tomahawks and Kitty Hawks to overseas customers, but they now had the US Army breathing down their neck, with a blank check and a desire for superhuman production levels. This had a direct impact on the development of the P-40's replacement. Between 1939 and 1942, 3 aircraft were designed as potential replacements of the P-40, the XP-46, the XP-53, and the XP-60. The XP-46 was an attempt to make do with the limited power of the Allison engine by reducing the size and weight of the airframe. The result was a small, agile-looking aircraft that initially held much promise. In fact, the British Purchasing Commission placed an order for the XP-46 and were originally going to give it the name of Kitty Hawk. Things changed when the aircraft was actually put through testing, and its low firepower, short range, and lack of armor protection made it totally unsuitable as a frontline fighter. The final nail in the coffin was the fact that it couldn't exceed the current speed of the existing P-40s, and the project was abandoned. The XP-53 was another failed attempt. It was larger than the XP-46, was meant to have superior range to the P-40, and with its laminar flow wings it was hoped to handle better as well, but this time it was let down by a new engine, the Continental 1430. Following this came the XP-60. Combining the wing design of the XP-53 with the fuselage of a P-40D and a Packard Merlin engine, this aircraft looked promising, but it was deemed too heavy to make efficient use of the Merlin engine, and the solution was to fit a turbocharged version of the Allison V1710 instead. This required a major redesign of the fuselage, but it could be done, and the concept was sound, though this is where the P-40's success does come back to haunt it. Allison had made some progress in the development of turbocharged engines, but it was still an emerging technology for them, and most of their resources were put into producing the current supercharged engines for the P-40. The result was a mostly untried and untested power plant that had an alarming tendency to catch fire. Equipped with this temperamental engine, the XP-60 became the XP-60A, and although it was a flying fire hazard, it did fly faster and higher than the existing P-40s. Additionally, another P-60 was built with a Pratt & Whitney R2800 Cyclone, and this became the XP-60C. By the time the XP-60A had flown, the US Army was losing interest in the project. Curtiss quickly provided them with estimated performance figures for the XP-60C, and this was enough to renew their interest, which even resulted in an order for 500 aircraft as the P-60. Following a series of experiments, this version was selected in favour of the Merlin-powered variant, though there was a concern about the supply of contra-rotating propellers. Because of this, another prototype was developed, known as the XP-60E. Unfortunately, a string of bad luck, delays, and other engineering problems would stop the P-60 from ever entering production. Eventually, the order for 500 was cancelled, and only 5 prototypes were ever built. I'm only providing a quick history on this aircraft, as it will be getting its own video in the future, though I do want to mention that if Curtiss could have spared more manpower on this project, it could have had a brighter future. One last attempt to breathe new life into the P-40 itself was the XP-40Q, and even though this was technically successful, it was too little too late. It was a heavily modified P-40K. It had a thinner nose, with the cooling system relocated into the wing roots, it had a new bubble canopy, its wings were eventually clipped, and further modifications to the fuselage and intake system gave it a strong resemblance to the P-51 Mustang. With a vastly more powerful engine, the 1800 horsepower-121 version of the Allison, it was much faster than the old P-40s. But this experiment took place in mid-1943. By now, the P-38, P-47, and P-51 were all entering service. The P-38 could fly further, the P-47 could carry more bombs, and the P-51 was faster. And so, the XP-40Q, like the rest, failed. The P-40 was not the direct cause for the failure of Curtiss. Indeed, poor management decisions and some highly questionable design choices in other aircraft did most of the work for them. But it is ironic that the company's most successful aircraft had a hand in its departure from the world of aviation. Thankfully, this fact does little to tar the reputation of the P-40 in the grand scale of things. Though that being said, the P-40 has often been treated more harshly than it deserves. Today, that seems to be changing. The more reflective research that is done on the P-40, the more it's appreciated that it was in fact a very capable aircraft, just one that was often let down by outdated or unsuitable combat doctrine. After all, if you don't fly a fighter to its strengths, how can you rightfully judge its performance? A lot of the P-40's early heavy losses have since been put down to a combination of poor training and poor combat tactics, something that makes even more sense when you compare the victory and loss ratios of the P-40s later in the war. Despite being more outclassed in 1943 than ever before, the P-40s over the Mediterranean and the Pacific brought down far more enemy aircraft per loss than at any other period. Thankfully, the P-40's huge production run meant that, despite their heavy losses, a good number of them do survive today. A surviving example of most major P-40 variants can be found, including the sole surviving P-40B that was present during the attack on Pearl Harbor. Because of this, they are often a regular and popular sight at airshows, big and small, thus continuing the 80-year legacy of a plane that did far more than it was ever expected to achieve. And that concludes today's look at the P-40. The Douglas TBD Devastator. This was a torpedo bomber from the late 1930s that, despite the name, didn't actually do much devastating at all. In fact, it's often remembered for its own devastation in one of the most famous battles of the Pacific War. Yet, despite having a reputation for being one of the worst aircraft of the Second World War, and despite being built in relatively small numbers, the TBD is remarkably famous for an aircraft that, in the grand scheme of things, didn't really achieve much. Or did it? Much like the other videos I've done on some World War II heavyweights, we'll go over the development of the TBD first, and then take a look at its service history. In 1934, the US Navy's carrier force consisted of just 3 ships: USS Lexington, USS Saratoga, and USS Ranger. The air groups aboard these were equipped with a mix of scout, fighter, and torpedo aircraft, all of which were biplanes. Some of these aircraft were already beginning to show their age at the beginning of the 1930s, and by the middle of the decade, they were completely obsolete. But things were about to change. This was a period that saw the beginning of a massive naval expansion program, and the US Navy had 4 new carriers, either under construction or on the drawing boards. These ships, USS Yorktown, Enterprise, Wasp, and Hornet, were all scheduled to be fully operational by 1941, and to outfit the air groups of these new carriers, as well as the existing trio, the Navy wanted brand new aircraft. In June 1934, the Bureau of Aeronautics sought out design proposals for a new torpedo bomber to replace the aging Martin BM-2 and the Great Lakes TG-2. Their specification called for an aircraft that could carry the Bliss Leavitt Mark 13 torpedo, the first specifically designed to be dropped by naval aircraft, or up to 3 500-pound bombs, or a combination of 100 and 500-pound bombs. The specification also called for the use of the 900 horsepower Pratt & Whitney XR 1830-60 radial engine. This engine had just completed its development tests and had been cleared for production. The Bureau also sought out designs for new scout aircraft and dive bombers as well, which resulted in over 10 aircraft submissions being received by them in a very short span of time. This can get a little confusing for those wishing to learn about which aircraft was developed for what, and to keep things simple, we will just focus on those that appear to have been considered for the torpedo bomber role. 3 companies, Great Lakes Aircraft, Douglas Aircraft, and the Hull Aluminium Company, submitted proposals for consideration and were each awarded contracts to develop prototypes. The Great Lakes entry was designated the XTBG-1, the one by Hull, the XPTBH-2, while the Douglas entry received the designation XTBD-1. The Great Lakes submission did not last long. Not only was it outdated, being designed as a biplane, but it also proved to have poor performance and unstable flight characteristics. The test results were not encouraging at all, and the Navy rejected it. The XPTBH-2 was a monoplane, designed along more modern concepts, but it was built as a floatplane, and thus unsuitable for carrier use. This was mostly the result of the fact that it was submitted as a scouting aircraft first, and as a possible torpedo bomber second. This left the proposal by Douglas as the last remaining option. The XTBD-1 prototype differed considerably from the design drawings originally submitted by Douglas to the Navy. The original concept, known as the VB-VT, closely resembled the Northrop BT-1, which eventually evolved to become the SBD Dauntless. However, the design was changed before construction began to bring it to a more modern standard. The design phase proceeded under Chief Engineer Fred Herman, while the overall torpedo bomber project was headed by Frank Fleming. Construction of the prototype appears to have begun in late summer of 1934, and the aircraft was completed in the spring of 1935. When it finally emerged from the Douglas plant in April, in a time when almost all fleet aircraft were still biplanes, this new, all-metal, low-wing monoplane bomber may have been the most advanced naval aircraft on the planet. Flown with a crew of 3, a pilot, a second pilot/bombardier, and a rear gunner, the aircraft was expected to have a range of 400 to 800 miles, depending on payload, and a clean top speed in excess of 190 miles an hour. Not only did it boast clean lines and a powerful engine, but it came with fully enclosed crew stations, hydraulically powered folding wings, the first of their kind to be proposed for the US Navy, and a semi-retractable landing gear. This last feature was intended to allow the aircraft to perform a belly landing without causing major damage to the fuselage, as, while the gear mechanism itself fully retracted, the wheels remained partially exposed to absorb the force of impact. In a wheels-down landing, the aircraft would be the first in the Navy to feature wheel brakes, which had long been shunned as being potentially dangerous for carrier operations, owing to the risk of an aircraft nosing over if too much braking force was applied. The TBD-1 made its first flight on the 15th of April 1935, after which, on the 24th, it was sent to the Naval Air Station at Anacostia to begin its naval acceptance trials. These trials were conducted over an 8-month period, during which the TBD-1 was flown at the Naval Air Proving Ground at Dahlgren, and then the Norfolk Experimental Naval Air Station. Carrier trials were held at NAS North Island, and then aboard the USS Lexington, beginning on the 5th of December 1935. During the trials, project officers Lieutenant William Davis, assisted by George Anderson and Stuart Ingerson, made a total of 13 landings and deck takeoffs. They reported that the prototype was an excellent aircraft for carrier operations. It absorbed the impact of landing comfortably, and the control response at slow speeds was better than expected. After completing initial testing with the prototype, the Navy ordered a number of modifications. The canopy height was increased to improve crew headroom, visibility, and to provide room for an internal rollover pylon. The oil cooler was relocated from the underside of the engine cowling to a new position under the starboard wing. The carburetor air intake on the portside cowling was deleted, and the tailwheel was changed from a retractable unit to a fixed unit. Follow-up tests revealed a new top speed of nearly 200 miles an hour clean, a cruising speed of 120 miles an hour with a full bomb load, and 100 miles an hour when carrying the Mark 13 torpedo. Range was 435 miles with the torpedo and 700 miles when armed with the bombs, a significant improvement on the old TG-2, and the service ceiling was 19,700 feet. Following these promising tests, on the 16th of January 1936, the TBD-1 was accepted by the Navy, and on the 3rd of February it was ordered into production as the TBD-1, with an initial contract placed for 114 aircraft. This was not the end of the prototype's usefulness, however. Douglas released the TBD-1 to the Navy on December 13th, 1936. The aircraft then flew back to Anacostia for a series of additional performance tests, and following these it was used in 1937 to assist with accelerated service tests to help to get the production TBD-1 certified more quickly. Following this, in mid-April, the aircraft was then handed over to Pratt & Whitney as an engine testbed, and then, in 1939, it was returned to the Navy for further use. For the next 2 years, it was used for a variety of further tests, including armament installation tests and vibration tests, until it was finally given over as a training airframe for mechanics in 1941, fulfilling this role for a further 2 years before being scrapped. The first production TBD-1 made its factory test flight during early May 1937 from the Douglas Santa Monica facility, and was then delivered to the Navy at Anacostia for service acceptance on the 27th of June. Externally, it differed very little from the modified prototype. It had the taller canopy and rollover pylon. The 800 horsepower RX-30-60 engine was replaced with a production-64 model that produced 900 horsepower. The lower cowling was reshaped slightly to fare more smoothly into the lower fuselage, and the vertical tail surfaces were enlarged to provide greater stability and increased rudder control. Much like the prototype, the TBD-1 represented a big leap forward in naval aircraft design. It entered service to become the first all-metal, low-wing torpedo bomber in the fleet, and at the time of its introduction, it was the most advanced aircraft fielded by either the Navy or the Army Air Corps. Admittedly, this was a claim it did not hold on to for long, as other more advanced aircraft were already in development, but it was good bragging rights for Douglas nonetheless. The TBD-1 was also a leap forward on previous naval aircraft in terms of size, for she was indeed rather big. It had a wingspan of 50 feet, a length of 35 feet, and a height of just over 15 feet. Its wing, which was highly recognizable with its interwar corrugated paneling, may have been very large for a single-engine carrier aircraft, but it gave outstanding low-speed handling characteristics, and this meant that the landing speed of the TBD-1 was only 63 miles an hour. The light wing loading also gave the aircraft excellent maneuverability, pilots reported that it could perform all the aerobatic maneuvers that its power would allow, including loops and rolls, and that its controls responded well in almost all conditions. It should be noted that these remarks were made when the aircraft was flown clean, however. When it came to loading the TBD-1 with offensive weaponry, it was mostly the same as what had been proposed on the prototype, but there were some minor changes. The standard gun armament consisted of two 30-caliber M2 Brownings, one in a fixed forward-firing position from the starboard side of the cowling, and the other on a flexible mount in the rear cockpit for the gunner. Provision was also made to allow the exchange of the forward-firing machine gun for a more powerful 50-caliber M2 Browning. Now, this was not done universally, and it was not uncommon to find some aircraft in each squadron armed with a mix of both. When it came to payload, the TBD-1 could now carry a greater variety of weapons than originally planned, which allowed for greater mission flexibility. For torpedo attacks, either the Mark 13 or the Mark 6-21 torpedo could be carried. Now, when equipped, the forward portion of the torpedo extended down into the slipstream. While this was an improvement over earlier torpedo bombers, which carried their torpedoes fully exposed, and while it was hoped this change made torpedo launching more successful, the protruding warhead did cause a considerable amount of drag. Torpedo aiming was the responsibility of the pilot. As he guided the bomber in, he would aim the weapon using the Mark 24 director sight. Now, this was operated by estimating the target's speed, distance, and weight, and using these to calculate the exact release point for the torpedo. For bombing missions, the TBD-1 could be fitted with up to 12 100-pound bombs on underwing racks, or, on two fuselage racks, it could carry a pair of 500 or 1,000-pound bombs instead. Though you might think that dive bombing was the intended delivery method for this spicy payload, the TBD-1 was not designed with that in mind. And while glide bombing would be the next obvious choice, with hindsight, it was in fact level bombing that was the intended practice. For this, the TBD-1 was equipped with a Norden bomb sight that was mounted in the fuselage below the pilot. The bombardier used the sight by lying prone in the aircraft's belly and aiming through the bomb sight window, which, when not in use, was covered up by a pair of small doors. This bomb sight was considered such a highly advanced design that, even as the TBD-1 was entering service, its existence was carefully omitted in any photographs that were taken in the early years of the aircraft's service life. Said service life was, for one specific reason, rather unique. Unlike almost all other US aircraft that would see service during the Second World War, the TBD-1, with the exception of a single airframe, was only built in one major variant. The singular exception, however, is worth noting, and this was the TBD-1A. As the TBD-1 began the quiet early years of its service life, the Navy in 1939 expressed interest in a sea-based patrol version of the aircraft. And so, on the 21st of June, the first production model, which had been retained as a test airframe, was ferried to the Naval Aircraft Factory at the Philadelphia Navy Yard to be converted into an experimental floatplane. The TBD-1A was basically a TBD-1 with the landing gear replaced by a pair of steerable floats that were supplied by EDO, who had been making various floats for the Navy since around 1925. In order to support the bulk of the TBD, and the extra 2,000 pounds added by various ordnance, the twin floats used on the TBD-1A were among the largest ever fitted to a single-engine aircraft. They were some 29 feet long, and were connected to the airframe by an extensive series of aluminium struts. To facilitate servicing on land, a specialized dolly was built to wheel the aircraft to and from the hangar, and additionally, as it was no longer needed and so as to reduce the potential entry points for vast quantities of seawater, the tailwheel was removed and the empty space fared over. Initial testing of the TBD-1A was done at NAS Anacostia, and after 1 month of preliminary tests, the aircraft was transferred to NAS Gold Island for further evaluation. These early tests showed that the float installation caused no adverse effects on the flight characteristics of the TBD, save for a 20-mile-an-hour drop in top speed, and the test pilots reported that the water handling was equally satisfactory, which was a professional way of saying that the aircraft didn't try to nose over into the sea, veer wildly during takeoff and landing, or otherwise try to kill, drown, or maim the test crew, unlike some other float plane conversions that were forced upon them over the years, but that's a topic for another day. As a result of the promising performance, a variant of the aircraft was proposed for export to the Netherlands as a coastal patrol bomber. Known as Die Vliegende Hollander, or the Flying Dutchman, it was intended to be powered by a 1200 horsepower license-built version of the Cyclone engine, the same one that was to power a Dutch order of the Brewster Buffalo. Unfortunately, the German invasion of Holland in 1940 cut short the negotiations for a production order, and Douglas was unable to find any other buyers for the airframe, which was, by now, starting to show its age, and as a result of this, development of the TBD-1A was abandoned. The single prototype was not immediately scrapped, though. Instead, it was put to use as a testbed to solve the numerous problems that had begun to sour the reputation of the Mark 13 aerial torpedo, whose problems were also shared by the even more ill-fated Mark 14 naval torpedo. These would take a considerable amount of time to solve, and this meant that, ironically, this single prototype would spend more time in naval use than many of the production models of the TBD-1. Speaking of which, the service life of the TBD-1 Devastator, though it had not received that name yet, would begin in the autumn of 1937. This was a time of significant change for the US Navy, one that signalled the beginning of a period of rapid growth, and one that would come with no small amount of growing pains either, and the TBD was not exempt from this statement. The first squadron to receive the TBD was the recently formed VT-3 Torpedo Squadron, which had previously been VT-2B. One of the changes in 1937 had been a more sensible numbering system for carrier squadrons, with their designated number matching that of their carrier hull. Thus, VT-3 belonged to CV-3 USS Saratoga. The squadron received their first TBD on October 5, 1937, and a period of painful adjustment immediately ensued. The squadron was upgrading from the Great Lakes TG-2. Now, the Douglas TBD had hydraulically folding wings that needed to be locked in place. The TG-2 didn't. The Douglas TBD had electric control and release systems for its various payloads. The TG-2 didn't. The Douglas TBD had split-edge flaps and a retractable undercarriage system, of which the correct use of both was somewhat necessary for safe landings aboard an aircraft carrier at sea. The TG-2 didn't. I suspect you're noticing a trend here. Given the striking technological difference between the two aircraft, it's not surprising that the adjustment period for the new TBD squadrons involved a fair amount of accidents or near misses. In their first few months of operations, VT-3 therefore became a sort of unofficial troubleshooting team, learning the painful lessons that were quickly dispensed throughout the newer squadrons as they joined the fleet. Though late 1937 was an anxious time for them, it wasn't until the other squadrons had also come online that serious attrition losses began to mount. Between July 1938 and December 1941, VT-2, 3, and 6 each lost 6 aircraft, VT-5 lost 8, and VS-71 Scouting, who also operated some TBDs, lost 2. The cause of these losses varied. Some were the result of mid-air collisions during exercises, some were ramp strikes, some occurred at takeoff or landing, and some just went into the sea. Some of these crashes can be attributed to the aircraft's stall characteristics. They were not necessarily bad. Indeed, the TBD had pretty good low-speed performance, thanks to its massive wings, but when the aircraft did stall, it did so pretty severely, and if this happened at low speed, its engine lacked the power for a quick recovery. Combine this with pilots that were used to flying biplanes, who were a bit more forgiving in this regard, and the chance of an accident was of course bound to increase. With only 130 TBD Devastators built, these accidents represented an attrition ratio of 1 aircraft in 5, which was fairly horrific. But this wasn't all because of the TBD's advanced design. It also reflected an almost negligent approach to the training of the crew, especially with regards to secondary pilots. Pre-war training allotments were approximately 35 hours per pilot per month, but that was for primary pilots. Secondary pilots often received far less training. Although they were, on paper, carrier qualified, they rarely flew as first pilots and more often served within the squadron according to their primary rating, be that as a radioman, ordnanceman, etc. With that in mind, it's hardly surprising that there were accidents involving inexperienced secondary pilots when they had only a few dozen hours on logbooks, if that. Still, despite a checkered beginning to its pre-war service, the TBD-1 eventually earned the esteem of its crews. Mostly. Aside from being about as rugged as a pickup truck, the Devastator was a pleasure to take off and land, once you had experience, and so long as it was kept out of the stall, it was generously maneuverable. The only exception was when it was fully laden, which was hardly surprising with over 200 US gallons of fuel and about 2,000 pounds of torpedo strapped to the belly. On the whole, the aircraft behaved remarkably well in the 4 years of service that took it from late 1937 until December of 1941. Yet, despite being relatively viceless, the TBD-1 would only see wartime service for about 6 months before being pulled from frontline carrier service altogether. There were 3 things that would limit its effectiveness and time in wartime service: the unrelenting march of progress, a disappointing weapon system, and unsuitable combat tactics. The combat tactics practiced during peacetime exercises were considered by most flying officers to be completely unsuitable, an example of practice triumphing over the probable reality of real combat. The TBDs were expected to approach an enemy fleet at low altitude to avoid enemy radar. Here, they would coordinate with a squadron of scout bombers, who would provide a covering smokescreen for the TBDs, who would then approach and drop their torpedoes at a range of around 800 yards. This strategy, as pointed out by Lieutenant Commander J. Clark, commander of VT-3 for a time, completely played against the TBD's strengths and exposed its weaknesses. A smokescreen did far more to alert an enemy fleet to the TBD's presence rather than conceal it, and flying at low altitude reduced the attack's approach speed, thus exposing them to anti-aircraft fire for a longer period of time. He and several officers advocated for a high-altitude approach, which would both allow for a full assessment of the enemy fleet at range, and also allow for a fast approach speed before the torpedo drop. While some fleet commanders assumed that the Japanese would have radar equal to the US Navy, Clark felt that a combined dive bombing and torpedo attack, initiated at the highest possible airspeed, would largely negate the warning provided by radar. As it turned out, in 1942, the Imperial Japanese Navy had almost no ship-based radar at all, but the US Navy didn't know this. Thus, many of the TBD attacks launched in the war would be done so at an immediate strategic disadvantage. And then you had the problem of numbers. By December 1941, the US Navy had 99 TBD-1s. These were deployed throughout several fleet squadrons and various aircraft pools and training establishments. The primary fleet squadrons were VT-2, 3, 5, 6, and 8. 2 more were immediately established following Pearl Harbor, VT-4 and VT-7, but these would never reach their full complement. Aircraft intended for these 2 squadrons would instead be diverted to replace losses in others, and after that, no more would come, for the TBD's production run had already been cancelled. Though it was highly advanced when it first entered service, the Devastator's technological monopoly within the Navy was over before the end of 1939, let alone 1941. In the 2 short years that separated the beginning of the war in Europe and the attack on Pearl Harbor, numerous factors came into play that reduced the TBD from the title of Modern Marvel to Obsolete Brick. The biggest of these was speed. A top speed of 206 miles an hour was pretty brisk for a torpedo bomber in 1937, but aircraft and engine technology had advanced rapidly enough that this was considered completely unacceptable by 1940. Speed affected many things, and many things affected speed. Survivability was a big part of this general equation. Shipboard anti-aircraft batteries were seeing gradual improvement, which of course placed an emphasis on having the fastest naval strike aircraft available. In parallel with this, the developments made in fighter aircraft pressed home the need for speed as well, and this was further emphasized by concerning rumors of a brand new naval fighter being developed in Japan. Though not everyone would take these rumors seriously, much to the later pain of the US Navy, they did of course signal the imminent arrival of the A6M20. Unfortunately, getting more speed out of the TBD represented too many challenges to be considered a sensible option. Upgrading to a more powerful engine would not do much to solve the problem on its own, and indeed, the allocation of upgraded versions of the Twin Wasp was already taken up by other emerging designs. The most effective way to get more speed out of the TBD would have been to clean up its lines, and this would have required a complete redesign of both the landing gear and the central fuselage, particularly to deal with the problem of the drag caused by the protruding torpedo. This, of course, would have taken a considerable amount of time and resources, and the Navy felt it would be far more appropriate to seek out a brand new design to replace the TBD instead. This line of thinking began as early as mid-1939, just 2 years into the TBD's service life, and this would eventually result in the appearance of the Grumman TBF Avenger. But the Avenger would not enter service until mid-1942, which meant the Navy was stuck using the obsolete TBD for the opening months of the Pacific War. This on its own was a bit of a problem, and was a clear example of how unprepared the US Navy was on the eve of war. But it was not the only problem, for the slow, obsolete TBD Devastator went into war with a substantial handicap, and that was the Mark 13 torpedo. Long before the United States went to war, there were worrying signs that the Mark 13 was not going to live up to expectations, and that's putting it mildly. These concerns were confirmed during fleet gunnery exercises in 1940, which, for some TBD crews, despite having their aircraft for nearly 2 years now, would represent the first time they had actually dropped a real torpedo. During said exercises, its performance was about as reassuring as a colander would be as a bailing aid. The torpedo had a tendency to not detonate on target, or swim too deeply under its target, or, more alarmingly, veer far enough off course so as to become a credible threat to the tugboats that were actually towing the target. The result of the fleet exercises was a dismal success rate of just 10%, which, sadly, proved to be prophetic when the torpedo's early wartime performance is considered. And so the TBD Devastator went to war feeling a little long in the tooth, and with a weapon that probably served better as a blunt force instrument. It was during this brief period of wartime service that the inadequacies of both were fully realized, as was the ineffectiveness of peacetime torpedo attack doctrine, which was something that many aircrews paid for with their lives. The first few months of the Pacific War saw little action. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, none of the Pacific Fleet carriers were there, and although Enterprise later launched her TBDs in retaliation, they had been sent after a misidentified target. The combat debut of the aircraft was technically December the 10th, when a pair from Lexington were sent out to hunt down a I-class submarine, but their depth charges failed to sink it. In fact, it would not be until February 1942 that the Devastator would see its first true offensive actions. These would consist of strikes against Japanese bases in the Marshall and Gilbert Islands. TBDs of VT-6 hit Kwajalein on February 1, 1942, striking ships in the harbour, while VT-5 from USS Yorktown attacked Jaluit the same morning. Problems with the Mark 13 torpedoes kept the raids from being a complete success, and VT-6 only successfully torpedoed one stationary ship. Later that day, VT-6 returned, this time armed with 500-pound bombs, and the squadron hit the airfield and storage areas, albeit with little effect as it remained perfectly operational. VT-5 fared even worse, suffering 4 losses that day in exchange for the partial damage of just 2 Japanese ships. None of these losses were due to enemy action, but rather poor weather, with the squadron's XO being forced to ditch after running out of fuel. Another aircraft also ditched into the sea, while 2 more collided in heavy cloud. 3 weeks later, on the 24th of February, Enterprise's TBDs hit Wake Island with a bombing raid. Dropping around 10,000 pounds of bombs from 12,000 feet, the squadron's attempt to destroy oil storage units and a moored seaplane was completely underwhelming. This, along with a few other disappointments, would prove that the concept of using the TBD for level bombing was completely ludicrous, and moving forward into later years of the war, glide bombing tactics would become more common in the US Navy. Luckily for VT-6, no fighters had been sent up to intercept their bombing mission, and once again they suffered no combat losses. Despite this, a report written up on Enterprise strongly suggested the constant presence of escort fighters moving forward, mostly owing to the TBD's slow speed. Of the numerous problems that dogged the TBD's effectiveness, from the day of Pearl Harbor up until the Battle of the Coral Sea, the biggest was the Mark 13 torpedo. One of the best examples of this was when VT-2 and VT-5 took part in a combined raid against Japanese naval bases on the coast of New Guinea. Lexington and Yorktown launched their air groups 45 miles off the southern coast, with the squadrons crossing the mountains to achieve complete surprise on their northern targets. The strike had a mixed loadout. VT-2 carried the Mark 13 torpedo, and VT-5 took 500-pound bombs. VT-2 arrived first, spotted 14 Japanese ships offshore between Lae and Salamua, and began their runs at around 0930. Of the 23 torpedoes launched, just 1 hit its target, a 6,000-ton transport. The rest either sank, veered completely off course, or harmlessly bumped into the target without actually detonating, much to the relief of those on board. The bombing raid was equally lackluster, mostly because of the choice to drop the bombs from 13,000 feet. The selected target, a converted seaplane tender called the Kiyokawa Maru, received just 1 of the 24 bombs dropped on her, suffering flooding to the engine room. Despite the anticlimactic results, the strike was technically a success, and one that was followed up by a raid from land-based units later on in the day. Though the Mark 13 torpedo had performed abominably, the aircraft themselves had done well, and no losses had been sustained. Again, this was because the Devastators had not encountered large numbers of enemy fighters, and they had flown under the protection of escorts. This led many senior officers to overestimate the aircraft's capabilities, and this overestimation was to take a dreadful toll at the 2 most famous battles in which the TBD partook, Coral Sea and Midway. A battle between the carrier forces of the United States and Japan was a question of when, not if, and with just 4 carriers in the US Pacific Fleet, the US Navy wanted the time and place to be of their choosing. Unknown to the Japanese, their naval codes had been broken, and US intelligence was piecing together their operation plan for their next move, Operation Mo, the invasion of Port Moresby. The invasion fleet was to be supported by 2 Japanese fleet carriers, the Zuikaku and Shokaku, and tagging along with them was the light carrier Shoho. Against this, the US Navy sent a carrier task force consisting of the USS Enterprise, Yorktown, and their escorts, and the world's first carrier battle was ready to commence. For the TBD, things began well. On the 7th of May, Lexington's air group initiated a peacetime-style attack, which, for the first and only time in the war, succeeded completely. And this attack was directed against the light carrier Shoho. The bombing section of the attack force, escorted by F-4F Wildcats, split in two. At 11:07, the SPD Dauntlesses of VS-2 dived straight in, whilst those of VB-2 moved east to coordinate with the incoming TBDs of VT-2, according to doctrine. Shoho turned sharply to port to avoid the first wave of bombs dropped by VS-2, but just minutes later she was struck hard by VB-2, who had profited by her maneuver. The resulting smoke from the bomb hits, or near misses, then provided the perfect smokescreen for the 12 Devastators of VT-2, which were led by Lieutenant Commander Jimmy Brett. He had directed his squadron to split up and perform an anvil attack, hitting Shoho from both sides at once. And for once, the Mark 13s decided to mostly behave, and Shoho was struck by 5 torpedoes. These crippled her steering and flooded both the engine and boiler rooms. VT-5 brought up the rear about 10 minutes later, and, in a perfect display of overkill, sent at least another 2 torpedoes into Shoho's already wrecked hull. Within 40 minutes after the attack began, Shoho sank, and the attack was hailed as a complete success, with all but 3 of the 93 aircraft from the attack force returning safely. The next engagement on the 8th of May was less glorious. Early in the morning, both forces sent out scout planes to find the opposing carrier force, and, as luck would have it, both sides found each other at almost the same moment. 9 TBDs from VT-5 were sent in, along with SBDs, to attack the carrier Shokaku. This time, the Mark 13 torpedo lived up to its unhappy reputation, and all either failed to explode or completely missed their target. The 11 TBDs of VT-2 from USS Lexington fared little better, with none of their torpedoes striking home either, but their life would be made considerably more painful by the loss of their carrier later that afternoon. The weather had played a huge part in the failure of these latter torpedo attacks, as well as proving the importance of coordinated airgroup tactics in achieving torpedo success. On the first day of the battle, VT-2 and 5 dropped 19 torpedoes for 7 confirmed hits, working together with their dive-bombing counterparts. The next day, the same TBDs were unable to coordinate effectively with the bombing squadrons, leading to uncoordinated sporadic attacks that the Japanese carriers could easily avoid. Though the loss of Lexington was a huge blow, the TBDs themselves had fared better than expected, and they had suffered no in-flight losses to enemy fighters. In fact, the only airframe losses to combat were those that went down with the Lexington. At Coral Sea, the TBD had proven itself to be remarkably rugged, able to absorb large quantities of anti-aircraft fire, and its torpedoes had sometimes even worked. But this would mark the high point of the TBD's career, if you could call a Pyrrhic victory a high point, for the upcoming Battle of Midway would be nothing short of disastrous. The Battle of Midway occurred just as the TBD's frontline career was drawing to a close. It was scheduled to be replaced by the Grumman TBF Avenger as soon as it was available in large enough numbers, and VT-8 aboard the USS Hornet had already begun conversion training. The squadron had been split, with half remaining at NAS Norfolk to begin conversion to the Avenger, while the remainder went to sea aboard the Hornet, still equipped with the old TBD. Between the carriers Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, 41 of the 45 TBDs available were ready for action on the 4th of June when the battle kicked off. At 0700, Enterprise and Hornet launched their strike groups, even though the extreme range of the attack, over a 300-mile round trip, meant that the Devastators might not have enough fuel to make it back to their carriers. VT-6, under Lieutenant Commander Gene Lindsay, launched 14 TBDs, while VT-8, under Lieutenant Commander John Waldron, launched 15. Gene Lindsay had narrowly escaped death 8 days earlier, when his TBD had stalled during a landing attempt on Enterprise. It had slammed into the deck and then slid off the side of the ship. Despite being severely injured, he still insisted on leading the squadron for the attack at Midway, And so, with his face too swollen to fit on his flight goggles, he took off with the rest of VT-6 from the flight deck of the Enterprise, confident of victory. For the pilots of VT-8, the launch was a more daunting experience by half. Almost the entire squadron was new to carrier operations, and many had only completed their first landings outside training when the Hornet was off launching the Doolittle raid just a few weeks earlier. Though many had never taken off with a live torpedo before, they all eventually made it to the air safely, and the TBDs of VT-8 flew off to join those of VT-6. Though they were meant to operate as a coordinated strike group, the various fighter, bomber, and torpedo elements of both carriers took off piecemeal. Very few of the individual groups were able to coalesce into a condensed force, and this would have fatal consequences. Per peacetime doctrine, the torpedo bombers flew at low altitude towards the enemy fleet, with the F4F Wildcats of VF-6 flying as top cover. VT-6 and VF-6 had a prearranged signal that would be used if the TBDs needed help. Unfortunately, the TBDs of VT-8 knew nothing of this signal, which was not ideal as they were now missing their escorts. The Hornet strike group had been given an incorrect heading, and whilst Waldron quickly corrected the course of VT-8 upon realizing this error, the commander of VF-8 did not. Later on, the 10 Wildcats would be forced to ditch into the sea, and the squadron of rookie torpedo bombers was left all alone. Meanwhile, the TBDs of VT-3, under Lieutenant Commander Lance Macy, had had their launch delayed. The USS Yorktown was busy recovering her scout planes when Hornet and Enterprise launched their attacks. This would prove to be fortuitous, as it meant that Yorktown's air group remained as a coordinated unit, with her escort fighters not accidentally flying in the wrong direction. But it also meant that when said air group finally arrived at its target, the Hornet's nest had well and truly been kicked. That being said, the Hornet's nest was suitably active before the first wave even reached it. Before the air groups had gotten anywhere near to the Japanese fleet, a scout plane had detected the incoming TBDs of VT-8. Combined with a dropping cloud layer that hampered the escorts, it meant that VT-8, followed quickly by VT-6, was now committed to a daylight attack on an alerted, powerful carrier force, and they had almost zero backup to protect them. The result was tragically predictable. Shortly after 0915, Waldron's VT-8 began its attack against the carrier Soryu. They were still about 8 miles out when they were jumped by 27 Zeros that were flying combat patrol. One by one, the 15 TBDs went down under the relentless fighter attacks, with Waldron's being the fourth splashed into the sea, and in the end, only one TBD, flown by Ensign George Gay, was able to make a torpedo drop. It missed. Shortly afterwards, with his plane torn to pieces by fighters and flak, he too was in the ocean. Gay's gunner had been killed before he even made his run, which left him as the sole surviving member of the squadron's attack. VT-6 fared little better. Lieutenant Commander Lindsay split his force in an attempt to trap the carrier Kaga in an anvil attack, but the big carrier swung away from her westerly heading and turned north. This prolonged the approach of both VT-6 divisions, and the attack quickly devolved into the aerial equivalent of a stern chase. With their heavy torpedoes, the TBDs only had a speed advantage of about 85 knots over the carrier, a problem that was quickly exacerbated by the incoming fire from both escorting ships and patrolling fighters. As they pushed through the defensive screens, VT-6 was beset by no less than 34 fighters, the guns of 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, a dozen destroyers, and of course the batteries of Kaga herself. Owing to a lack of fuel, the escorting Wildcats from VF-6 had already been forced to disengage from their mission, leaving the TBDs to weather the attack alone. Just 6 torpedoes splashed into the water, none hit their target, and then, after a long chase, fighting off both Zeros and trigger-happy allied to defensive fighters, only 4 TBDs made it back to the Enterprise. As the battered remains of VT-6 beat a hasty retreat, in came the TBDs of VT-3. These were the only torpedo bombers that day that were to actually arrive with any sort of effective fighter escort, and that came in the form of the Wildcats from VF-3. However, with over 40 Zeros now patrolling the Japanese carrier force, they were painfully outnumbered. Once again, the TBD formation split up to attempt a pincer attack, this time on the carrier Hiryu, and once again the carrier turned away to draw the bombers into a painful stern chase. During the final run, in which the squadron was harassed by over a dozen Zeros, 7 of the 12 TBDs were shot down, and the torpedoes dropped by the other 5 missed their mark, either due to their slow speed or a lack of reliability. Shortly afterwards, another TBD was sent into the ocean, and 2 more fled into the north and were never seen again. That left just 2 remaining TBDs to limp back to their carrier. In total, of the 41 TBDs launched against the Japanese that day, only 6 returned to the task force, and one of these ran out of fuel and had to ditch astern of the Enterprise. This amounted to a casualty rate of 90%. Though these losses were horrific, the TBD's efforts were not in vain. And, indeed, their role at the Battle of Midway was critical, for while the torpedo bombers of VT-3, 6, and 8 were being completely slaughtered by the Zeros and flak batteries, the dive bombers of VB-6, VS-6, and VB-3 approached the Japanese fleet unnoticed. They appeared at the perfect time and altitude for a combined attack, and they found their targets completely distracted by the TBDs down below. A short while later, 3 of the 4 Japanese fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, were either sunk or fatally wounded, and the sole surviving Hiryu would be crippled later that afternoon. Following Midway, the after-action reports spelled the end of the TBD's time as a frontline aircraft. Their losses were painfully felt, and lessons had to be learned. Lieutenant Loeb, the highest-ranking surviving officer from all 3 squadrons, cited in his report the 5 main reasons for their squadron's destruction. 1. The skillful maneuvering of the Japanese ships, which made the torpedo run much longer than anticipated. 2. Interception by Zeros, which had ample time to make numerous passes on the TBDs. 3. Lack of coordination with the dive bomber squadrons. 4. Lack of coordination with the fighter escorts. And 5. Heavy anti-aircraft fire from the screening Japanese ships and carriers. He listed AA as last because, although the carrier group had 17 escorts, they were spread across a 20 nautical mile box to permit the 4 carriers individual maneuvering room. Now this was contrary to US doctrine, which emphasized mutual support. Consequently, the potential of the Japanese AA fire was diminished, but it was still potent, and the TBDs were simply too slow to avoid the fighters and the flak, spread out though it was. Loeb also stated that, although he had flown the TBD for a total of 4 years, he had never dropped a torpedo in practice until just before the Pacific War had started. Loeb's report was not only concise and accurate, but also poignant and heartfelt as well, and its closing paragraph deserves quoting. It is the belief of the writer that all pilots and men of this squadron, who participated in the attack described, should be highly commended for their courageous action. Those pilots and men set an example of a moral courage and devotion to duty that will be difficult to equal anywhere in the service. The attack was pressed home in the face of intense light and heavy caliber AA fire and the fighter aircraft opposition of the Japanese Zero type. The Japanese fighter planes were not only superior in maneuverability and firepower, but they outnumbered our 14 TBD-1 aircraft in the ratio of 2-1. It is not the desire of the writer to call attention to the action of any one individual, but it is his sincere wish that some recognition be given to those who paid with their lives for a magnificent victory. Despite the appalling attrition of Midway, which halved the number of available airframes overnight, the TBD would linger on in service for a considerable time, though not as a frontline torpedo bomber. VT-4 aboard USS Ranger retained their aircraft for patrol duty in the Caribbean until August 1942, when the squadron was disbanded and the TBDs were transferred to training units on shore. TBDs were used as trainers at Corpus Christi, Texas, until the end of 1942. NAS Miami operated a number until 1943, as did NAS Glenview until 1944, and the last TBD in the inventory was not scrapped until November of that year. The TBD is often referred to as one of the worst aircraft of the Second World War, and I find that to be an overly harsh assessment. The aircraft itself was perfectly serviceable, it had no design defects or fatal flaws, and it handled reasonably well in the air. The problem was that in the 6 years since it had entered service, the TBD had gone from being the most modern aircraft in the fleet to being hopelessly outclassed by its opponents. This was a problem that faced many aircraft that served at the beginning of the war, but it was one that was also exacerbated by an unreliable weapon. As it was, until Midway, the aircraft were successful. Their limited production run meant that they would never rack up a huge number of sorties. Indeed, each wartime Devastator assigned to the Pacific Fleet only flew on average 2.2 combat missions, but until Midway they had suffered no in-flight losses from enemy action during the first 6 months of the Pacific War. Perhaps the best argument for the TBD is a quick look at the numbers. The Pacific Fleet launched 132 aircraft with torpedoes, of which 95 would go on to drop their weapons in anger. However, of those 95 torpedoes, only 10 hits would be recorded, and most of those were on the 7th of May in the action with the Shoho, where the TBDs worked in full cooperation with the dive bombers. Had the Mark 13 torpedo been more reliable from the start, and had the carrier strikes been launched as a more cohesive air group, with the aircraft leaving the fleet as a body rather than piecemeal, we may have seen the TBD do a lot better. But regardless of that, its time in the Pacific War was always going to be limited, though in those 6 months of duty, the TBD did its fair share of work, and it played a vital, albeit costly role, in one of the most important fleet engagements of the 20th century. Unfortunately, no examples of this aircraft survive today. The location of several wrecks in the Pacific are known, and there was an attempt to secure the recovery of one that was found off the coast of Florida. However, the cost of recovering the wreck was deemed to be too high. Until recently, there was no real way to physically see what the Devastator was like outside scale modelling. But then, a 1-to-1 scale replica of a TBD was built for the 2019 movie Midway. After production on the film was finished, the model was donated, and today, rather appropriately, it is on display aboard a ship that was named after the TBD's most famous battle, the USS Midway.